Haitian migrants are stealing and eating pets. He said that on the debate stage tonight. If illegal immigration is the most important issue to you as a voter, he did talk about it aggressively, but Vice President Harris's supporters have got to be pleased with her performance this evening.
Absolutely.
And telling voters that she cares about
you gotta be pleased.
Plan for them. And over debating Donald Trump into talking about crowd sizes and court cases and Nancy Pelosi and Russiagate.
Oh my God, that was embarrassing.
And he took the bait almost every time, if not every time. He cited Fox Post as fact checkers. He wrote Hungarian strongman Viktor Orban as a character witness. It was like a 4chan post come to life. He really took her bait. Almost every time. If you're a fisherman, as I struggle to be, you would be.
Good evening, everybody. How's it going out there? What a day, what a day, what a day. Woo! The presidential debate is over. One in the books. I guess we're one and done. I don't think we're going to have anything else. What say you? How you doing, Kim? I see Kim is in the building. What is going on out there in TikTok land? Lala is in the building. How you doing, Lala? Good to see you. Good to see you. Jan Ray is in the building. I'm curious. I'm opening up the mic for everybody to have a conversation. What was it? Let's see. Oh, yeah? She unalived it? Okay. Why she never mentioned being black? I'm not sure. I don't want to talk about that. Lala is on the high. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's push it. Thank you so much, Lala. She's on the team. Let's go. Let's do it. Great debate. Very entertaining. Kind of what we expected. Back and forth. Trump is what? Trump is a racist. Okay. He was wow. Fantastic. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get the voice of the people. The people. Did my numbers change after tonight? Listen, I was moving around. I heard a good bit of the debate. I'm going to watch the whole thing, and then we're going to, I'm going to assess and find out what I'm going to do. I like some of the things that I heard from VP Harris. So I'm interested in what the people think. What do the people think? What do the people think out there in the audience, the listening people? Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Don't forget to tap. Listen, we're not going to go through this, but we're going to have 5,000 likes. We need to get 12.5K likes. Let's go. Tap, tap, tap the screen, and let's get this pushed up. Let's get this pushed out to the For You page. We got over 150 people in the room. Tap, tap the screen. Tap. Thank you so much. I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate the follow. Thank you. Tap the screen. Big Red is in the building. Who else? Oh, Trump is unhinged. Am I wrong to assume? Lala's in the building. Francis is in the building. KC's in the building. Manda's in the building. Let's go. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's push it out to the For You. Trump won just easily made VP Harris look stupid. LMAO. Okay. All right. Listen, there's a lot of difference of opinions out there. Let's go. Trump got destroyed. All right. Okay. Man, listen, people are on fire. Trump was great. Okay. Let's see here. Let's get that. It's okay. President Trump tapped. How you doing, Yo-Yo? President Trump tapped that ass. Okay. Destroyed. Wow. I think she wore an earpiece in her ear, right ear. Her hair covered her ear the entire time. Okay, Dogfather. Listen, I've had an earpiece in my ear. It's not the easiest thing to do to stay focused while earpieces in your ear and still be coherent. I'm not sure about that, Mr. Dogfather. Yo-Yo, how you doing, Miss Yo-Yo? Good to see you. Good to see you. Tap the screen. Pushes out to the For You page. Wow, what a debate. Very entertaining. A lot of fireworks. He got unhinged a couple of times. I'm not sure what that was. Eating dog. I tell you, he's got to stay away from things like that. Just talk on the policy. Eating dogs? Who's eating dogs? Nobody's eating dogs. I'm afraid the underside are going to fall for her tonight. Stop crying. D says, Dogfather, stop crying. Stop crying. Lady Gorgeous is in the building. How you doing, Lady Gorgeous? Wow. What a debate. Tap the screen, everybody. Let's go. Let's push this out to the For You page. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's get this out. Let's go. Let's get off to a great start. Let's get off to a great start. Good to see that you're doing great. That's fantastic. Love it, love it, love to hear when the people that are in the audience are doing well. All right, tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's go. Push this out to the For You page. Let's go. No need to play around tonight. Let's get it going. Let me get this shared out. Don't forget to share this out to 5-10 of your favorite people so we can get this party started. We're going to open up everything. Come on, we got to get up to 10,000 K likes. We're not going to fall into having 5,000 likes. We need more likes to push us out to the For You page. Let's tap the screen. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's go. And we're going to be able to open up and talk to people about what happened, what we just saw in the debate. Let's go. Let's do it. I thought it was very interesting. A lot of good. Kind G is in the building. How you doing, Kind G, my good friend? Let's tap the screen, push this out. Let's go. Tap, 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 tap. Don't stop tapping. Don't stop tapping. Let's push this out. Let's get some people up there. I just followed you. That's pretty funny. Thank you so much, Donald, for the follow. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's go. Tap the screen to follow. Let's do it. Kim is in the building. Mr. Rowe is in the building. Good to see you, Mr. Rowe. Let's go. Let's get up to 10,000 K like real quick. We can do it. I know we can. Let's get off to a great start. Let's not lag behind on these likes. We need help. We need help. We need your help to go ahead and push it out to the D-ball is in the building. Dear Trump, I'm mad that you were trying to help Harris instead of making her look weak. Okay. What is it? Mr. Rowe, I think Mr. Rowe is happy. Mr. Rowe, did you get your wetsuit? Are you in your wetsuit to survive the storm? What's going on down there in the boot? New Orleans, Nolens, Louisiana. Let's go. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's get this right here. Lolo, how you doing, Lolo, my good friend? Up and producer extraordinaire, great fact checker. Lolo in the Commonwealth. Let's do it. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, tap, 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 tap. All right. Trump on the live it, okay? Waiting on the storm. You got your wetsuit? Lolo is in, Denise is in the building. Let's do it. Kat is in the building. Thank you so much. Go ahead and tap, tap, tap. Let's go. Come on, push it out. What we up to? We up to 6. Let's go. We got to get up to, we need 4 more thousand, then we're going to open up the doors. Let's go. Come on, we can do it. Let's get it to a roaring start tonight. We do not want to have 5,000 likes after 3 hours. We're going to start it off at 10,000 K likes. That's what we need. We're at almost 7,000. So we need 3,000 to go. We can do it as a family. Mr. Denali XXL. Let's go. No need to lollygag. Let's get these likes up. We had a great debate, and I know you guys are ready to talk about what happened in the debate. Let's do it. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's go. Harris Shirley got caught lying most of the conversation. Okay, all right. Everybody's got an opinion for sure. Kind G, thank you for the likes. Let's go. Let's do it. 9,000 likes. Let's go. Look how fast we did that. We could do this every single night. It's a peach joint. Thank you. Good to see you. It's a peach. Surge. Sugar Britches, thank you so much for the likes. Miss Sugar Britches, producer extraordinaire. Let's go. Who is this? All right. All right. We're at the 10. We're going to open up the doors. Continue to tap. Continue to tap. Let me share this out one more time before we get somebody in the queue. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Let's go. Let's go. Boom. All right, let's see. We got, all right, let's get that.
Is here with the latest.
What's going on, Duke Vader?
Hey, what's going on there, Mr.Denali?
You got it, sir. You got it. What's happening with you? Continue to tap the screen. Continue to tap the screen. Thank you so much. Yes, you're on the team. Lolo, let's go. What you got, Duke?
Yes, sir.
Let's give Duke an opportunity, Mr. Rowe. We're gonna go down the line. Duke, what's up? Let's go. Bring the heat, Duke. Bring the heat.
Well, first of all, I want to see if
Yeah, right down, boys. Let's
Mr. Rowe is okay over there in Louisiana. Mr. Rowe, you all right over there?
Thank you, Duke. Everything is good, baby. Everything is good.
All
I'm
right,
gonna have a hurricane party.
All right, I'm gonna continue to check on you there, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you, Duke.
Okay. I'm gonna say this, okay. Like I said before, Republicans gonna say Trump won, Democrats gonna say Harris won. There was some attacks that Trump made me laugh, especially a lot of things I've said. And I was amazed about the response about the Afghanistan, situation. How she didn't answer the question, but look, it was what it was.
What do you think? Who do you think won, Duke?
I don't think there was no clear winner. They both stuck to their guns. They both stuck to their policies and their talking points. Nobody vomited on themselves they both embellished. Okay, they both did embellished on what we said. So as a Trump supporter,
Harris did not change your mind.
that's her whose character?
You know what I'm saying? Did Harris change your mind?
Not one second. Like Donald Trump said, 3.5 years. You can walk over there to the Congress and president right now, okay, and get what you're talking about started. But you haven't. It's not a matter that she's vice president. She's the leader of the Democratic Party right now. She can go get that stuff started right now. Even though the Republicans is going to shoot it down. Excuse me, they're going to bring it down. She can say, "Look, I tried as a vice president, and I can really do it as a president." But hey, look, there it is.
All right. KC, first time up here, sir? Is this your first time up here?
No, I'm up here. I was up here before talking about the mortgage business and basically that.
Oh, okay, got it. You're in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's
Got it.
correct. So I'm an independent. Mr. Denali, I'm an independent, and so I wanted to go in this debate and see who I felt like was, going to give me what I wanted, and honestly, both did not deliver for me. I felt like the things that Kamala was saying. I feel like he's just running around the same circles all the time. And I feel like I keep hearing the same rhetoric that I've heard from Trump for 9 years now.
Right.
And so I didn't get really what I was like. I started telling myself, and even my wife, I told her, I said, I don't feel like this is the best America could have done, but I guess that's what we are stuck with right now.
This is true.
And I just don't, when it comes to who won, they both fumbled a lot. I mean, I'm going to look at this as a very independent person. And honestly, man, I don't really know who I want to vote for. Because, at this point, like I told you before, the tax credit or whatever it is going to be for the $25,000 that she was talking about for the home, it's going to cause, I think, more inflation. The biggest thing I'm looking at right now is who's going to make my life better. And I have to agree with Duke here. You're still in power. You still have an opportunity to do something. If you want to get, especially like for myself, just being independent, if you want to get a vote from us, then we need to see some action. The words are just literally watered down at this point because you're saying the things that while you're still in power. Do it. And so when they talk about the border thing from the beginning of this year, when Trump said don't sign it, sure, I don't like get involved in that. But at the same time, they controlled the Congress and Senate the first couple of years. If it was really important to them, why didn't they do it? And then my thing is Trump went down the road of people eating animals. And I'm like, dude, that's like conspiracy. You don't know what to believe anymore because social media is a great thing, but it's also a negative thing.
It's a gift and a curse.
That's exactly right. And so, I mean, I'm thankful to have social media because I get to meet people and get to talk and hear things, but it's a gift and a curse. And he went down the curse path of what he probably heard and some most extreme thing you could do. I heard people were eating ducks and everything else. And I'm like, man, I have a hard time believing that, you know, we're living in a country right now. Still, we can still live. I live in a very nice house. I live in a very nice area, right? I'm still able to do it. Yeah, things cost a lot more right now, but I really have a hard time believing people are just out there eating animals. Like,
Right.
if I saw you doing that, I'd say, hey, are you hungry? I'm going to buy you something. I'm not going to let you just go grab a duck off a pond and you know, I'm sorry, man. I can't go down that rabbit hole. So, like, I'm right now beyond, like, I don't even know who to believe because the one thing about it is I'm a pro Second Amendment guy.
Right, me too.
And I don't believe what she said because I've heard so many times out of her mouth before that she was not pro Second Amendment on certain things. So I have a hard time. That's where I'm at, Mr. Denali. Again, I'm a very independent thinker. I do not care about identity politics or party. And honestly, I don't care if she's a woman or a man. It doesn't matter to me who's going to be the president. It's who I feel like is going to be the best fit. And right now, I don't have anybody I really care for right now.
All right. Okay.
Hey,
Great.
Mr. Denali.
Quickly, Duke.
You know what KC said as an independent. Also, he's right. You know, when Donald Trump went down that road of
The ducks.
eating
Dogs.
people eating stuff like that, I said, "Come on, Donald Trump, don't that's not even necessary to repeat that nonsense."
Right.
But then on the other hand, when Kamala Harris pulled up to Central Park 5, you could tell that she was pulling stuff out of her rear. You know, when she didn't read the article. You know, with that Donald Trump, he never mentioned the boys, and he was right about Mayor Koch and all that stuff. You know, and then she went on about what was that dictator first day? Come on, those you got to put everything in context. You know, when he said stuff. So he said stupid stuff, and so did she. You could tell that she was also saying stuff that she heard, but it was not true.
Name one, Duke. What stupid stuff? I'm just curious.
About
Because
she
I've
called
heard
for,
some
but
stupid
she called for the Donald Trump called for the unalivement of 5 boys, one Hispanic, in Central Park in an article.
Thank you.
And I have the article.
Yeah.
The actual.
I read it on the air. He did
Right.
not mention them in the article. He was talking about overall crime. The article is on my page, and I read it on the air.
And
Tonight, that's not what he said.
He never.
Tonight,
She said that he called for the boys to be unalived in a 1-page article in the New York Times. Okay, he never even mentioned their names, nor did he mention Central Park. Okay, so that was not true.
okay, all right. So she mentioned that, and he did not deny it. He went on with it and said the boys said they was guilty, so he just went on with it. That's what he said. Those was kids, and I know about kids going in interrogations, and you're not supposed to interrogate a kid without their lawyer or their family member, their mom or dad. So he did not disagree with that comment. But I have a lot of comments.
Once again,
I'm
Mr.
not gonna
Rose.
monologue it. I'm not gonna monologue it and make it long. First of all, it went exactly the way I said it was gonna go. She came out and he was under attack. She actually dog walked him. No matter what anybody on the Trump side want to say, Kamala did this, Kamala did that. He came out first with the fear tactics of the Oklahoma gang. Well, Mr. Denali told you better than
Aurora,
that what was going
Colorado.
on.
Aurora, Colorado.
Yes, and he never he never read Project 2025. Anybody who don't think this man haven't picked it up since he been accused of stuff, he said, I'm sure they have some good things in it, just like they have some bad things. Anybody that's being accused of anything want to know what it is. What are these people saying? So you know that was a lie. He was under the tariffs that he was talking about. I have a long list of things that Trump was just frustrated, and when she called them weak, that took everything from him. But I'm not gonna rant on. I'm gonna let the people enjoy their moment. I just said, I told you what was gonna happen, and her stock will be rising after this debate. I'm
All right.
done.
Hey,
Let's
Mr.
go to Miss
Denali.
Kim.
Mr.
Do quickly,
Denali.
quickly.
You know, people say that Donald Trump read Project 2025. How many people, Mr. Denali, have you asked have read the article of the New York Times where Donald Trump with the Central Park Five? How many people have you asked have they actually read it? When they said they read it and they actually haven't read it, how many people have you asked, Mr. Denali?
Most people have not read it. They think they know what it says, but they don't. But Duke, question for you: do you think that he did not read Project 2025?
I don't think he's even interested. This
Hang
is
on one second.
no.
Just
I
real
don't
quick,
think. I
quickly.
don't think he
Okay.
even read it.
All I'm
No,
saying is
and
that the
people
man,
keep.
hang on, the
Yeah,
man's ego is really big, and I would think that if someone was associating him with a particular thing, he would want to know what is this thing talking about, and why are they saying that I'm for it or I've orchestrated or anything like that. You don't think his ego would make him go and read it to see what this is?
absolutely not. It's just the same way as somebody says that you have a lace front. No matter how many times people try to repeat it and say you have a lace front, no matter how many times you say this is my real hair, they're going to believe. They're going to go to the Joseph Goebbels class of knowledge and say, because I repeat it many times, I'm going to make it true regardless of what the facts are.
All right, all right. Let's go to Miss Kim, my good friend out in California. What say you?
I agree with Mr. Rowe. She killed it. I was worried, but she killed it. I mean, he was the same angry Trump. He did not talk about his policies. All he could do was talk about her, talk about Biden, and he was just angry. And I feel like she won. I feel like she was strong, and she talked about some of her policies and she debunked some of the stuff he said. You know, he told a lot of lies like he always does, and I definitely think she was the winner.
Okay. Didn't change. So Trump did not change your vote.
Hell no. And then on that article now about the Central Park Five, when
Yeah.
I read it, and just correct me if I'm wrong, I know it didn't name them, but didn't it specifically say whoever did the crime that was committed should be executed?
He was talking about overall crime in New York City, which was running rampant at that particular time. So he did
But
not.
didn't he point out that particular crime in the article?
Nope. Never read
No.
the article, did you?
I did read the article. That's why I'm saying that's what I thought he said. That's what I just said,
I
dude.
mean, even a 5-year-old could read that article and see what he was talking about. Come
He
on.
was talking about people who lost their lives. He was
Disrespectful to
talking
a
about
woman,
people who
you
were
kid.
unalive.
Excuse
And
me,
she wasn't
dude.
unalive. She
Dude,
wasn't unalive.
don't insult me. I know. I thought it talked
No, I
about
didn't.
the person that was great.
He's a typical Trumper. He don't know how to talk to women. That's
what
why
did
he
I
ain't got no
know
woman.
What did I say to you that
Listen
was
to
so
me.
insulting?
Everybody quiet.
you said a
Miss Kim.
5-year-old could understand that, and you don't have to talk to me like
Yeah,
that.
that's not
Ma'am,
necessary, Duke.
ma'am, I'm saying
Relax.
the article was written so plainly that
Duke.
even a 5-year-old can read it and understand it.
I don't
It's
really
not
think that.
So
Listen,
what you're
listen to
telling
me.
me? So what
Everybody,
you're
listen to me. I don't think it's that important. Let's not get bogged down on something that happened 25, 30 years ago. Let's talk about this debate today. And if you're going to vote for Trump or you're going to vote for Harris, let's talk about that, because that Central Park 5 has nothing to do with what's going on today in today's politics. Let's not get bogged down on minutia, okay?
That's cool, but you need to tell him not to talk to me like that.
Yeah, Mr. Duke.
Nobody's talking to
Mr.
you
Duke,
like
Mr.
that. I'm
Duke,
going to
Mr.
say what I want to say the
Mr.
way I
Duke.
want to say it.
Just
Mr.
shut
Duke,
up, dude. You heard what the lady said.
give me a second, Duke.
Hey, look here.
Let-
Stop telling me how to talk, bro.
Yeah, because you don't know how to talk to women. That's a big
All
bad
right, I
problem, man.
said stop.
Okay,
I'm
stop
not doing
talking
this
to me
tonight.
then.
I'm not doing it. We don't need to have any kind of ad hominem, any kind of insults. We know that everybody on here is over the age of 18 and they're adults and they know how to read. So let's not do it.
The young lady politely asked him to
I
stop.
got you, Big P. I got it.
Come on.
Miss Kim, do you have
Yeah, I'm
anything
grown.
else?
I understand
Mr.
what you
Duke,
said.
Mr. Duke, I'm not doing it tonight. Kim, do you have anything else?
Not right now.
Okay, great. Miss Yo-Yo, what's your point? Let's do it, Yo-Yo.
Mr. Denali.
Yes.
One quick thing to Kim, for Kim, before we move on, and you know I keep it short. So Kim, when they was asking Trump about his plans, Trump exact words was, wait a minute, I lost my play. Trump said he never had a plan because he's not the president right now.
That's
So he
true.
don't have a plan. But everybody been asking, where Kamala plan? Where Kamala plan? And Trump said out of his mouth, he don't have a plan. He's not the president yet.
That was regarding
I'm done.
health care. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Miss Yo-Yo, what you got?
Kamala did good. She did great.
Did she
did really, really
did she change your way to vote?
No, but only because my vote is more like for moral reasons and spiritual reasons, spiritual reasons. That's the only reason. But she did really good. Trump, like I always say to you that like he talks too much. And as far as the Haitians and the dog stuff, but I heard because I've been listening to stuff all day, and I was listening to a live earlier today because I was just listening while I was working today to different lives, just listening to stuff all day. And so apparently I had heard some
You're a
Haitians
little
talking.
muffled. You're a little muffled, Yo-Yo. You're not coming as clear as you generally are.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Let's try it.
Is that better?
A little bit. Go ahead.
Let me see. Is that better?
That's better. Go ahead.
Is it better now? Okay. No, I said I was
I'll
on
work with it. Go
live
ahead.
earlier. No, I was on live earlier today, and there was some Haitians on there, and they said that there is some rituals that they do with animals. So I guess, but him talking about eating dogs, I don't know where that came from. So apparently, I guess in the area that there are some, is it like some Haitian migrants in an area or something? In that
In Ohio?
area? Yeah. So I guess
listen,
some
I
people's
saw some
dogs are
reports
coming
where-
up missing or something. But him talking about eating them, he's like, I'm like, would you shut up? Like, you just talk too much. But
Right.
anyway, apparently there were some Haitians in there, and they said it is some rituals with some Haitians where they do things with animals. And so animals in the areas are coming up missing. I guess there's stories about it, and people in the community are complaining. So there are like stories about it, but him talking about eating animals is crazy.
I don't
And I'm
know.
like, it's just insane. But
I think
yeah,
it's
she
just
did. She
silly.
did good. She did a really good job of like taking the heat off of her. Like when there would be like a topic, she did a good job of like taking the heat off of herself and kind of like changing it and putting it back on him about a topic. She did a really good job of that. So whoever worked with her on the debate, they did a great job.
Great. Okay, look at Yo-Yo. Okay. Cool. Let's go to MJ. MJ, what you got?
What's going on with you, Mr. Denali? Good to be up on your panel again. Thanks for having me up, sir.
No problem.
I think that VP Harris did an exceptional job. There were a couple of points where I would have hoped that she would have kind of stuck her position a little bit better, such as when she was asked about climate change. But by comparison, Trump, who did not even answer the climate change question at all as to regards to what his policies were, it was a clear delineation that someone came prepared and someone came flailing and windmilling. Trump was flailing and windmilling. Harris was prepared. Like I said, she had small stumbles here and there, but it was a clear dub on my end.
All right. Good to see you. Big Steve, my good friend out in Nevada, the mayor of Nevada. What's up, Big Steve?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, two things. First thing is Mr. Duke had mentioned earlier about her coming to the table, or because she's in the position of getting things done, and he's talking about getting things done. But if you're for the American people, you shouldn't have to wait to get things done. If you can make a phone call and make things happen right now, why not do that? Especially if it's going to benefit a family, a person, or whatever the case may be. If you had that relationship, you should have got those hostages out of there before Biden and Harris did. Let's just talk about that. Number two, I sold real estate for 16 years here in Las Vegas, and to offer a first-time home buyer program will help stimulate the economy, not only because of real estate, but when you build more, that creates more jobs for lumber, toilets, faucets, different things like that, concrete. There's a lot of things that come with that that people don't look at. The resale. Doesn't matter if you're a new home buyer and you're buying from a resale. If I'm selling my home, there's no way for me to know that you're a new home buyer and I'm going to up my price $25,000. There's no way of doing that. You can't. There's no application that says, "Are you a first-time home buyer?" For me as a seller to know that. An appraiser doesn't know that. So it doesn't benefit anybody but the buyer. Plus, in your truth in lending statement from the banks, all that stuff, again, has nothing to do with the person selling. So people have to get off this stump about it's going to inflation. It doesn't cause inflation. It causes growth. Growth doesn't cause inflation. It creates more jobs. And again, if anybody wants to go up against me, when I sold real estate, I'll be glad to show them my numbers. I know real estate game better than anybody. I'll land my plane.
All right, Big Steve. We're gonna go ahead and go to Big T. Big T, what you got, brother? Good. Come on, bring the heat. The Silver Fox up in Vineland, New Jersey.
How's everybody doing tonight? Y'all see that debate, right?
Hey, Big T.
Hey, look, I just want to point out, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, ABC, they all have given the win to Harris. They say that Donald Trump is doing his usual rhetoric. He constantly repeats himself. As a matter of fact, he looked like he was lost for words a few times in the debate. Look, I don't think that was her best performance, but overall, I mean, you can't argue the fact that at least she stuck to policy. She told you what she was trying to do for the American people. She at least laid out some portions of her plan, which Donald Trump did nothing of the sort. I don't know, if you keep going down the same alley, how long is it going to be before you run into a dead end? And that thing about the animals and people,
The dogs and all
that I don't know, see, but that goes in with his other theories about Hannibal Lecter and all that nonsense. So I just, I can't see how you can constantly continue to listen to that before it gets boring and you say, all right, come on, man, you got to give me something better than this. So
Hey, Big T.
I'll just land right there.
So,
Hey, Big T.
1 second, Yo-Yo. Casey, do you have anything you want to say? 'Cause I'm about to rotate the panel. What you got?
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a lot of programs for first-time homebuyers because, again, that's what I do for a living, mortgage broker. So I really don't think that's the biggest thing for me. I think what I told you before, when government gets involved, there's always that reasoning basically where you're going to probably see higher inflated stuff because it will drive the market. What's the reason why the market drove up even just a few years ago? Probably because Big Steve, like you said, he's a real estate guy. Is because we've had the lack of homes. So I agree. We need to create more homes because if we had more homes, the inventory would be larger. It's like a supply and demand kind of type of deal. I just don't think the 25,000 is really what would make me want to vote for, even if I was going to, being an independent. I don't think that would make me want to vote for. I really wanted to hear more about the inflation as far as what are your ideas behind that, because I didn't really get a lot from what they kept saying about the inflation. We know everything's costing more. But again, I'm going to look at it at the point of view in 2020, we had a lot of money going out with PPP loans, all these things going out, and that's going to cause inflation, and that's what happened, and that's what we've been seeing. And so I just don't know. I don't feel like there's really a plan, and that's my biggest concern. I don't even think there's a plan on Trump. I don't really like what we have, to be honest with you, and I really am just not a fan.
In case, real quick, here in Las Vegas, we only have 5,200 homes on the market. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Big Steve. That's why homes skyrocketed like a few years ago.
That's inventory.
Yeah, it's just no inventory.
When the market crashed, Denali, just so you know, there was anywhere from 14 to 18,000 homes on the market back in '08. Right? So just recently, it just got over to 5,000. It was lower than that. It was like in the fours. So when you're offered these incentives, you have to remember it's not the whole 25,000. It's up to 25,000. It's going to be predicated on the sales price.
Yeah, and I think also it's going to have a lot to do with like your.
Some of these KC, don't they already have first-time home buyers?
Yeah, they have first-time home buyers. It's based off of income. There's a certain amount of income.
Yeah,
there's a lot of programs out there. Like
and nobody gets the money for free. You got to qualify. You got to show your bank statements.
I'm saying that there are already programs out there. What's different about this 25,000 that's up to? What's different than the other ones that are already out there?
It's really, there's not. Like, if you just got to educate yourself on your local state and whatever your state's offering.
Every state has different programs.
Yeah,
it's expressly for new construction, though.
Point is different.
Yeah, new construction has different programs. Everything has different programs, and you can do what's called non-qualified mortgage stuff too.
Yeah, but you don't want to do
that program.
No, you won't do that.
FHA is the best thing, 3.5%.
3.5%.
Yeah,
I think you can get qualified with a 580 credit score.
But you have to understand what your FHA guidelines are. Like for here, medium home price in Las Vegas is 400,000. It's going to be different in North Carolina.
Well, because you got to remember, so FHA, our max was 535 here. So California, the FHA loan limit is about 900 something thousand, I think, or almost a million.
Right. Yeah.
So there's always going to be different things like that, and I get the 25,000, but again, the states. Each state's going to have their own programs. Like even our state has what's called NACA. I don't know if you know what NACA is, but NACA is for like
NACA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we do that for like really low income people that really can't afford it, and then on top of that, like there is also within the state too, and in the city you have. Other programs that help people buy down their mortgage. So let's say you do 25 grand down. Well, you still can't afford it because you don't qualify. So what happens is you'll have like what's called, like where I'm at, Charlotte, you'll have what's called Charlotte housing, correct? And here in Charlotte, we would give you additional 50 to 60 grand on your property for another lien, but it'll lower the mortgage down to where it's affordable for you. So there's already tons of programs out there. That's why I don't really see the big deal of this. I just really want to know more about the economic plan. I want to see how can we get affordable, because here's the deal. And the thing is that the cost of insurance is way up. Everything's cost is so high right now. It's because, again, everything costs so much to rebuild, and it's just a reciprocal effect. What is your plan to get the cost down? That's really what I want to know.
Right.
And I just didn't get that.
Well, I know home prices
are lower. Grocery prices. I'm not sure how she's going to do it, but we'll see what happens.
Home prices ain't dropping. I'll tell you that.
Insurance was never addressed either.
Mr. Denali.
KC.
Yes.
What is it? Casey? What is it? Casey? What's your name?
Casey.
Casey, appreciate you coming. Hopefully you'll continue to come back and see us. I'm going to go start rotating the panel. Thank you so much.
I'm going to send you a gift too, man. Thanks for letting me up here.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, let's see.
Hey, Mr. Denali.
Yes.
You know, David Muir asked Kamala Harris a question. Question was this about the economy, and he asked her, was the Trump administration, was you better off now than you was 4 years ago
Right.
with the Trump administration? What was her answer?
I forget, what was it?
She didn't give an answer. She started talking about something else. And she started talking about homeowners buying and she did not answer that question. And I
Well, how often has Donald Trump done that, sir?
Big Steve, why you gotta interrupt?
He's asked the question, how often is the question?
No, but you gotta let him finish and then we'll open it up.
Don't get frustrated. It's okay. You'll be all right. Breathe.
Well, I give people.
I love when grown men get fishy
Big
like
Steve,
a wet fish.
Big Steve, you're slowing down the show. I'm trying to get the show moving. There are 6 people in the queue and we're gonna start rotating. So I want everybody to get an opportunity. Big Steve. Duke, finish your point, Duke.
Man, Big Steve wants to hear himself talk. Go ahead.
Whoa!
I don't even hear myself talk. I got kids over here. They hear me talk all the time, my brother. I'm good.
Oh, man. Why?
I got a nice family. You don't.
Steve, you're slowing down the show. Please let him finish his point. Go finish your point, Duke. 30 seconds.
Even elementary kids raise their hand before they start talking.
Okay, we don't need the extra commentary. Let's get it going.
Here's the thing I'm saying, okay? She never answered the question. I want you to go back and look at the debate and see the answer she gave. She knew the Biden administration was bad. She knew that she tied herself to the Biden administration. Trump administration was great and the economy was good when they was gone. But she purposely didn't answer that question. I just wanted to say that, that's all. Hey, I'm about to go. I'm gonna visit one more live, and I'm gonna see what they're saying. Hey, y'all have a good night. I'll be on in the morning. Take it easy.
All right, follow Duke. Everybody does a great show in the morning.
All right, Duke. Thanks, man, and thanks for checking on me.
Yes. All right. Let's give Misty an opportunity. Misty, how you doing? My good friend out in Arizona and California.
I am doing really good, Denali. I really was interested on what you thought.
Well, what I will say is that I did a couple of debate parties, and I'm listening to some of it, but I haven't listened to all of it. I plan to listen to it the next day, and then assessing what happened, and then going from there, and then adjusting my percentage. But from what I heard, I think she had some good points. I didn't understand Trump with some of the dog thing, and I don't know. I just wish that he would, and I'm sure a lot of Republicans wish that he would just stay on topic as far as the policies, and not get into her race and eating dogs, and kept repeating about how much they let people in the country. It just gets old, and it's like wah wah wah. It's like white noise. It doesn't seem like there's anything new. There's no new tricks that he has. But if he would stay on policy, I think that would help his campaign so much more than the name calling and then talking about eating dogs. And we've debunked the whole Aurora thing with the Venezuelan gangs. And I think I debunked the ducks by the Haitians. I mean, it's, whoa! I'm like, what? Whoa, what is that? Look at that gift. And a dancing dog.
Mr. Denali was on the gift.
Wow, and the
dinosaur,
Tyrone the dinosaur is in the building, and the firework. Whoa! I just wish that he would stay on that stuff instead of with that other stuff. I don't think it has any place, especially with 60 days left. We need to know policy. I don't care if she's black, white, pink, purple. She has an opportunity to be the next president, and I want to hear what she has to say and things like that. So that's what I think so far. My
left.
How many?
5 to the 5.
55 days left. I missed 5 days, Big Steve. Okay, I missed 5 days somewhere. But that's what I wish that he would do, Misty, to give people a clear comparison to what she's going to do what he's going to do and then make a great decision based on the information that's given. So that's what I think.
Gotcha. Okay.
I want to know Trump plan.
You want to know Trump's plan?
Yeah, since that's
What?
all I've been hearing for months and months. What's
Which plan?
Kamala Harris' plan? I want to know Trump plan. EK gonna tell us.
That is his plan, Mr. Rowe. You heard it tonight. He's been talking about it
EK
since
gonna
he's
come
been
up with something.
running.
I know he will.
All right, let's give EK an opportunity. My good friend down up in Chicago. EK, what say you?
Drum roll.
Hi,
EK,
EK.
EK, what say you, EK?
EK, you've been missing.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed with Trump. He left a lot of meat on the bone that he could have eaten, and he left it on the bone. I think Kamala did fine. I don't think that it's going to change. I would give the 60-40 win to Kamala on this. I'm not sure it's going to change because 3 or 4 days from now, I don't think we'll be talking about this because it wasn't a horrendous performance by either one like we had in Biden where actually forced him out of the race.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen now. I'm not sure how much the needle was moved one way or another. I will say they fact-checked Trump a lot. They did not fact-check Kamala Harris when she talked. She kept talking about Project 2025. That's been debunked. He talked about the bloodbath. They talked about the good people on the side.
Oh, you got a bad connection, EK. You must have that Trump Wi-Fi.
I'm traveling.
Probably
No, I'm
driving.
traveling. No, I'm always traveling. No, I'm not driving. I'm traveling. I'm riding.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a better connection, and I'll talk. Hold on.
Okay.
Is it any better now?
Try it now. Let's go.
Well, it looks like I still got red bars, but can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Try it. Let's try
There
it.
was a couple
EK.
of times when she
Talking
said,
about that Project 25.
You gotta let EK finish.
"Can you hear me?"
Yes, EK,
Yeah.
we got you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so for example, he could have hit her with when she talked about Ukraine and sovereignty of borders and all that kind of stuff. I'd have come back and said, well, what's going on with our own dang border? He left that on the table. There were quite a few opportunities that he missed that I think he could have really taken advantage of. She talks about all this other stuff she wants to do, she's going to do. I would have come back and said, well, why haven't you done it within the administration you're in now? And as far as that's going back, we don't want to go back. A lot of people do want to go back to the economy that Trump had. And I would have said that is Trump. Well, I think some people would like to go back with inflation at 1.4 rates for 3% or 2.9%. I wish I could have debated her because I sure would have served her up a plate of a good meal. But that didn't happen. And I don't know how much, like I say, it's going to move the needle one way or the other. She did better than I expected. I would give her 6 rounds. I'd give Trump 4 rounds of a 10-round fight. And I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, I don't think from what I saw or heard, it was any kind of knockout blow. He just lost, I think, a lot with the kind of the conspiracy things, especially the thing in Venezuela. I mean, Aurora, Colorado, not true. The duck thing and the dog thing. Why do you got to do that? Just stay away from that. Talk on the
I
policy.
got some of the biggest things that he did. I have them if you want to hear on the AB. That was big. That on. Let's see. Because Trump wanted. I'm gonna get to that. Oh, okay. It's right before that. So it was like, what woman? Trump said, a woman will carry a baby 7 months, 8 months, and 9 months, and then they decide what they're gonna do with the baby and have an abortion. Who have an abortion at that late term?
I saw one case. I was on a live, and they said a case that I actually looked up, where it ended up being a legal case where a couple had like a, what do you call it, like a surrogate baby, and they found out the baby had, the mother had, I want to say cancer or something, and then they didn't want the baby. They weren't sure it was going to have issues. And so the lady carried the baby, and then they said they didn't want it because they weren't sure if it was going to have issues. And so the mother
Right.
wanted the baby back. And then they said, no, you can't have it back.
So then the baby was born, and they were able to do like what's it called? The do not resuscitate? Is that what it's called? A DNR?
No, yes.
So they weren't able to resuscitate it because they had legal rights to it or whatever. I don't know. But
Well,
anyway, whatever
yeah.
something happened, they weren't able.
We read the bill in Minnesota. There is no
And then there's a
restriction
bill in Minnesota that said you can up to 9 months with no.
on the time. We know that there were 3 and 4 years that went late term. That that's just what it is. So
Someone said they don't at 9 months, 7, 8, or 9 months, and there have been 4 cases in Minnesota for certain reasons. So that's not true. Whoever just said that in the comments said it doesn't happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it does.
It was in the second. It was in the second trimester. But Trump said that people are having the baby and then getting executed.
Yeah,
after the 9th month,
Yeah.
having the
Medically?
baby, and then they having the baby, and then they gonna decide what they're gonna do with the baby after they have the baby. I was like, nah, that's a big one. I had to jump in
there are
and just
some
take
weird
that.
cases. There are some weird cases out there, like the one I just said. But I don't know.
Yo-Yo.
But I mean, David.
I don't
Mirra
agree with it. I'm just saying.
But
David
here's my
Mirra
question
did-
about that case. Yo-yo.
David Mirra did correct the record and say nowhere in the country is it legal to have an abortion in the 9th month.
Correct.
Okay? All right.
My question
last-
was,
Last
Yo-yo,
one on my end.
if they had the do not resuscitate, so was the baby must not have been breathing when it was born?
No, this is what I don't understand. Why are we talking about these extreme cases? There were 3 of them in Minnesota. 3.
Okay.
But I just
I'm
said
not
there's
saying
only
that
been
that's
like
the right
3 or
thing
4 in Minnesota.
But we get bogged down with the minimum. We get bogged down with the minimum. I don't understand why we spend so much time talking about very minuscule cases. I don't get it.
Agree. Somebody brought up the question about why did he say that, and I just answered the question. It's only
No,
3 or
I'm
4.
not. I'm just saying
in
this in
Minnesota.
general. We always get bogged, and it's like, is she black? I don't care. It
I agree
doesn't
with you.
matter.
Mr. Denali, they get bogged down in that because of the sensationalism of the concept. It's intended to elicit this emotional response from people because that sounds like a horrific thing. But you and I both know that it's super rare. But they need the emotional response of that conservative base.
That's right.
Because that stuff does not happen with a frequency well enough to speak of. It's like saying that, somebody got hit by an asteroid.
In the same breath, incest is not a huge thing.
Right, that's less than that's like
You have
1%
to
too.
have an AB.
Oh.
But,
Right.
she brought up, Ms. Harris brought up incest, and I don't
Correct.
think incest is a very popular thing where people are having babies and then have to have an AB.
That's
They
correct.
bring up
That-
the
but that-
most extreme cases to emote that emotion to get
Yeah.
people riled up. And
But
I
that
don't like
also
it because it's not.
happens. That also happens with a higher frequency than late term ABs. So, unfortunately,
I know, but it's still
It's that
very.
happens a little
it's
more
rare,
than you
though.
think,
Yeah.
Mr. Denali.
And then I have a question because he said that people are going to vote on the AB situation, but I already looked it up and 14 states have a complete ban even on incest or rape.
Yeah, 14 and 22 total.
So what is this about people voting?
and everywhere it's been voted on, the states have actually, the citizens of the states have actually voted in favor of keeping a right of some sort to ABs, with the exception of like Louisiana. You can check that on Ballotpedia.
All right,
Right.
cool.
So how did those other states get the complete ban? Did the governor do it? Like
Yeah,
executive
because
order?
because it was never actually voted on by the people of that state. It was a
Right.
quote unquote
Right.
mandate, whereas the governor was like, oh, we already have this legislation on the books that as soon as Roe was, deconstructed by the Supreme Court, those laws just automatically kicked in. They were called trigger laws. But the people of like Texas never actually got to have a ballot proposal to actually vote themselves. That's why Florida is doing it now. And watch how that vote goes, because I'm sure that as many people as talk about Florida crazy, Florida is not that wild. if Kentucky voted for it, I'm sure that Florida would pass in keeping the rights for that.
All right. Okay. Mr. MJ, I'm going to rotate the panel. Thank you for coming. We will see you on the next go around.
Appreciate it, Denali. Have a good one, y'all.
You too, buddy. Bye-bye.
You too.
Mr. Denali,
Hey,
can I
come
say
on,
something?
people in the comments. Let's gift the host. Gift
Yeah,
the
tap
host
the
and gift the
screen.
panel.
Tap,
Yeah,
tap,
let's
tap.
go.
Give
Let's
them
light
a
the
gift.
screen. Let's follow Mr.
And let's light it up.
Let's go. Light up the screen. Let's go.
Let me
Mr.
get
Denali,
mine.
you're right. You're right that what they do is both sides do it on the extreme. You mentioned the incest, the grape. It's a small percentage, and the late term ABs are very, very small. I think Trump, and he didn't get to really expound on it like he should. He asked Kamala, he said, well, what is your limit? You know, are you for a ban of, 7th, 8th, and 9th month ABs? And she didn't answer that question.
Never answered.
It was enough for her. Right. I mean, that's what he should have come back and asked her again on that and see what her answer would have been if she would have answered it. Just as, one of the things he dropped the ball on again was when he said, if a bill came to you for a nationwide ban, would you sign it? He should have said, no, I would just veto it. Why are you avoiding? And then he came back and said, well, it's never going to happen. Well, if it's never going to happen, just, politicians lie anyway. Just say it. That's a
and then he threw his VP under the bus and said how he never talked to Vance about it, but Vance said he would veto it.
Right? But
right.
EK,
I mean, what are you doing?
But EK, with all due respect, I mean, she didn't want to entertain the 7, 8, 9 months because it's very rare and it's normally under medical, issues. So she wasn't going to entertain that because the way it came off was like it's a common thing.
No, but if it's he did come off with that. But if it's a medical, that's for the life of the mother. They gonna do it anyway. If it's a medical issue, they gonna do it. So that doesn't. So again, what we're talking about is voluntary ABs, even though they're very rare. But as Denali said, incest, rape, and everything that's rare too. That's super rare.
No, but how many yo-yo? I was going to ask you. Oh, by the way, Denali, you can drop me after this. I just came up to show you some love and wanted your opinion.
I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted really quick, if you don't mind, guys. Ro, I wanted to know because he said yesterday if she did bad, he was going to vote for Trump. And then I wanted to know if that still continues. And then yo-yo, the couple cases you talked about, AB, I was trying to ask, was that all medical? Or voluntary? That was all medical
no,
issues,
I think they were all medical issues.
Okay, thank you, Yo-Yo. And thank you, EK. I love how you said 6-4. I love your honesty and non-biased.
And just to clarify, Ro will never vote for Trump. He said he wouldn't vote.
My answer right there, Denali, you missed all the fireworks I did. But anyway.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ro.
Wait, she's gone? She's gone?
I'm here.
I did promise. I did promise that I would not vote for Kamala if she did bad. And I definitely would not have voted for Kamala if she would have did bad. But I knew she wasn't going to do bad.
There you go. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me up, Mr. Denali. Pleasure speaking to you guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Of course. See ya. Bye.
Hey, that's like Big T betting $1,000. He knew he wouldn't lose.
Well, he would have had a push had the bet gone through.
I have a question, Denali.
If he'd have came forward, I would only double down on.
Has anyone ever and this is just a question. Has anyone ever made a decision off of a debate?
I'm sure people have.
I think a lot of
I'm not saying, has anyone on the panel ever made a decision from a debate? Just curious.
Yeah, but I think if Biden was still running, a lot of people would have maybe changed their mind or just not voted for him.
Yeah.
And the Democratic Party definitely made a decision off of that debate.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, we had to go and make a switch.
Yeah.
Denali was calling for that.
Let's give Kanye an opportunity. Whoa! Look at
Whoa!
that. Let's give Kanye an opportunity. Kanye, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me okay today?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Hi. I don't really, hello panel. I don't really have much to say.
Uh-huh.
One of the things that I wanted to bring forth is that she said, watch, every time he says something, he's going to say something about the border. And that's exactly what he did. She kept baiting him and he was losing. And Kamala did win this debate. And that's all I had to say.
Okay, great. Thank you. Vegas. Vegas conservative. What's up, brother?
Hey there. So yeah, I agree. She won the debate. That doesn't make her policies any better. I mean, she spoke with more clarity. She was calm. Whenever she lied with poise and confidence. Like when
Vegas
she
is
told
funny.
him about Project 2025, she said that like it was fact. Like she was very clear, and she just had a lot of confidence when she lied. So you got to admire her for that. She brought up a lot of things that were patently false, but she does it very, very well. And Trump was just all over himself. I mean, I agree with a lot of what people were saying, but at the end of the day, her policies are her policies. Like this whole thing about price gouging. Like, if somebody here can prove to me that there's any level of price gouging, I mean, I'll put up $500.
Whoa, look at Vegas putting his money.
I mean, I'm not going to say
Walmart
that
just,
nobody's price gouging, but it's
yes, they
very rare.
are. Walmart just admitted
Oh,
that they were
yes, they are.
price gouging.
He's not gonna
Okay,
give
so
you
Well,
that
all
the
right, here
$500.
we
question is,
go.
what
Here
is
we
she
go.
gonna do about it? Like, what is her policy? What's she
Here
gonna do
we go.
about it?
Hold
And
on,
if
hold
there's
on,
something
hold
to
on,
do
hold
about
on,
it,
hold on. Here
She
we
All right,
she
go. I
so
got
wants
this.
she wants to
okay,
make
we gotta let Vegas finish his point. Vegas, please land your
Okay,
plane.
so Kim,
I want my
you say that
$500.
you say that Walmart's price gouging. Okay, will you eat your shoe if you're wrong?
Yeah, because they just admitted to it and they lowered their prices.
What or is their net profit?
I don't know.
You don't know.
So did
Oh,
Kroger
one
said the
Yeah,
point.
same thing.
Kroger,
Hold on.
Kroger and Walmart, they both just
It's
admitted to it.
their net profits are 1.6%.
I don't
Do you know
care.
what that means? 1.6%.
They
That means
admitted
if
that
they
they were
sell if they
price
sell
gouging.
$100, they take $1.60. How is that price gouging?
Sir, they admitted it. You
They
can look
didn't
it
admit
up.
price gouging. They
Look
did
it
Okay,
up.
they did increase
okay, one
prices on.
second. Hang on. Miss
Let me
Kim, do
finish.
you have the source?
I don't.
Can
I
I
think you
finish,
got to
please?
clarify what it means because that might be they might took
Can I
one
finish?
product and price gouge.
Okay, let Mr. Vegas finish his point.
So here's why it wasn't price gouging. In every category, retailers will get higher margins on certain products. For example, when you walk up to an end cap of a grocery store, all those products are high margin products across the board. My brother runs a boat business, okay? On boats, he makes 20%. On accessories, he makes 50% margins. That's just the way retailers work. What they did is they adjusted their margins on certain products. That doesn't mean they're gouging. Their net profit are 1.6%. How can you say that's gouging? Kroger is under 2% in terms of their margins. How is that gouging? Tell me.
Well, what's the net
Under
profit supposed to
2%.
be? No, well, what's the net
Denali, can I say
profit
something to
supposed
that?
to be?
That means if they miss a
No,
mark, if they
what's
miss
the
a mark
average
by
price though?
2%, they lose money.
No, but what's the average price?
What are you talking about?
What you're talking about?
I'm saying that across the board, their net profit margin, the money
Yeah.
the money that they actually profit after cost of goods and expenses is less than 2%.
Okay.
Normal retailers, I'll give you the exact numbers. In
Yeah, but
2023,
what's the number though? I
Walmart's
mean, if you
gross.
get 1.2% on something that was only you were only getting 1%, you are price gouging.
Can I
Okay,
clarify? I
okay,
just
so
watched
look,
something about it. Can I
You
clarify
get
the
more than what
difference?
you
Look,
usually
their
get.
numbers sound big because Walmart's net
Yeah,
profit
but
was
you're
$10
making it
billion.
seem because the numbers are
the
small
Kroger,
that that's not price gouging.
Kroger executive admits to price
He
gouging.
didn't. He never said gouging. He said that they adjusted their profit levels on certain products.
That's
All
what
right,
I was about to say. There's a difference.
I'm going to play the video.
That's what I was going to say.
Kroger executive admits to price gouging, according to reports by Bloomberg and Newsweek. It happened in a hearing for an antitrust trial. Newsweek says Andy Groff told regulators that Kroger raised the prices of milk and eggs beyond the level of inflation. The report cites an internal email from Groff showing the price of those items were higher than necessary to turn a profit, given the rate of inflation. In response, Kroger tells CBS News Detroit, quote, "This cherry-picked email covers a specific period and does not reflect Kroger's decades-long business model to lower prices for customers by reducing its margins." It goes on to say retail prices include the cost to run a grocery store, including labor, transportation, advertising, and other costs. "We work relentlessly to keep prices as low as possible for customers in our highly competitive industry. This is especially true for essential products like milk and eggs." Now, this comes as Kroger is trying to merge with its competitor, Albertsons. The FTC and some states argue that would drive up prices. Kroger claims it would help them compete with retail giants like Walmart.
Okay, there you
never
go.
heard
You're
that.
supposed to believe you, Vegas,
He
or
used the word
the
gouging.
president
Okay,
over there?
1 second, Vegas. They said in the email that they raised prices higher than what the normal profit range is based on C19. That's what they
Okay,
said.
can I explain? Can I explain?
The first words was they admitted to gouging.
Can I
That's
explain?
the
No, you didn't.
headline, Ro. That's the guy never said they did
He
that.
said it.
That's what they said.
Oh my
Hold on, that's
goodness.
what he said.
Well, the
The reporter
amount
said
that
it.
He never
determines
said
gouging is
gouging.
10%.
Can I explain?
Everybody relax. What
Anybody
is it
heard
that
of
you
bird
want
flu?
to Vegas? What is it that you want to explain about that?
So
Okay.
don't believe
so,
your lying ears, right? That's what you're saying?
So, has anybody heard of bird flu?
Bird
That's
flu.
what you got.
Bird flu is the reason why eggs.
Denali, I gotta go. I'll see
Why-
you guys later.
All right,
Yeah,
but
you can't take that
Bye,
bullshit.
T.
This don't make no sense here. This guy going off the rail.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
owes me
Doctor
$500.
said that he admitted to it, but you're gonna say that that's not right. Come on,
Right.
He
man.
did not admit
Give it a
it.
break.
That was the
He did.
headline.
He
That
can't.
was the
He can't. You're
headline.
not always right, brother.
Anyway,
Tonight is not your night.
everybody 1 second. They said he admitted it in a hearing, and then he came back and gave context about the fact what it costs to run a grocery store.
Thank you.
They said in
Thank
the
you.
email that they raised the prices higher than they should have.
But
That's
there's
what
more
the
to
email
I
it.
don't know what EK
There's more
thinking.
to it. There's more to it.
You don't hear what
There's a
Denali
lot
is
of
saying?
variability in prices on eggs and milk for various reasons. One of which
There
is
you
the
go.
bird flu. When you have the bird
Ain't no
flu,
sense in listening to him no more.
But
what are you
Vegas,
talking
Vegas,
about,
Vegas,
bro?
hold on 1 second, please. Vegas, would you say that it didn't mention bird flu?
Not in that one sentence, but I'm
I mean,
explaining.
the statement they gave to the news didn't say anything about bird flu. It said it has a lot of different things that go into running a grocery store, transportation and things like. But they never said the prices were higher because of bird flu.
But I understand why, because I've studied.
So hang on 1 second. You know more than the CEO put in the statement.
No, I'm saying he just didn't mention in that moment.
But isn't bird flu something that would be justified for raising the prices because of, I guess they're losing more milk and everything else like that, eggs?
So I got a question. So
very
if you
likely
know
they're
more, then why weren't
backstopping.
you at the hearing? That's all I want to know.
Have you guys not seen eggs go up to $9 for like 18 pack?
Can I
He
jump in here real
deflecting.
quick? Can
I
I
just want
jump
to
in
say
here
hello,
real
Go,
Mr. Denali.
Kim.
This is hilarious. I really
Can I
enjoyed that
jump in here
debate.
real quick?
Oh my God. Please, but give me 1 second. Vegas, are you
Yes.
saying you know more than the CEO of Kroger?
No, what I'm saying is he just didn't mention that one factor.
Okay, so why? So what am I
I'm
supposed
providing
to do?
more context than he did.
But that he stands to lose millions of dollars. Wouldn't he know? Wouldn't he know what to do? Aren't those things crafted by a whole team?
What is that about millions? What about millions of dollars?
I'm saying, doesn't he stand to lose market share and negative press by it coming across that he was price gouging? And aren't those statements made up by a bunch of people? It's not just one person writing it.
I don't know. You played 30 seconds, okay?
Well,
No, he's not being inclusive.
Like
He's
30
being
seconds. The
inclusive.
hearing was longer than 30 seconds, okay?
Vegas. The statement that they gave to the news was about the fact of what it costs to run a grocery chain. It didn't say
Yes.
anything about bird flu.
Yes.
He
And
don't want to
eggs,
hear it. He don't
and
want to hear
eggs
it.
are
All right,
highly variable.
okay, Vegas. I will take your point.
Are
that
you aware that
reason-
egg? Wait, Denali, hold on. Are you aware that egg prices are highly variable? Yes or
But
no?
he didn't say that, sir.
I don't
I'm
care
not,
what he
I'm
said.
not a big, I'm not a big, I'm not a big,
Can I ask
I'm
Vegas a
not a
question?
big, I'm, Voltron, please. I'm not a big egg guy, so I don't know the whole market trends with eggs. It's not something that's part of my regular diet.
Okay, let me give you a fact. Over the last 2.5 years, egg prices for an 18 pack have gone from as low as like $2.30 to up to $9.
Sir, sir,
Okay. So
why
what
weren't you at the
so
hearing
what
and
is
you
it
could have
you want me
presented
to
this with your graph? Why
Vegas?
didn't you bring this to the
What is
hearing?
it, Vegas? What is it
Big
you want me to
Steve,
do
I
with
don't
the
need you to be a
information?
wise ass to me, okay?
No, I'm saying, what is it you want me to do? Okay, egg prices are
Like you're over
very.
here talking about real estate, and you don't even know that. You don't even know real estate that well, okay?
Are you crazy?
Can I ask
But
Vegas a
you're
Are
over
you
here
question?
talking
kidding me?
about
Mr. Rowland,
toilets
please. Okay,
affecting
listen.
the economy in Vegas.
Sir, I sell real estate
Big
at Realty
Steve
One.
and,
What are you
and
talking
I
Vegas
about?
sell
go
more
through it.
fucking real estate than you do.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I
You want to
guarantee
ask? You want
you.
to ask Steve Hawks that or Roger Ayala? You want to ask
Oh
them?
yeah, okay. I'll
Okay,
look you
yeah,
up. I'll look
yeah.
you
You
up.
look me up.
You're
Okay, well,
doing
while
numbers
y'all
like
looking
Steve
each other,
Hawks,
I
huh?
while
want to
y'all,
let them,
Sure,
Miss Hill, give me a
sure.
second. I want them to go at it for a second. Go ahead.
okay, well, I'm going to sleep because I don't want to hear this. Vegas are going to go on and
I'm
on
a
and
dummy. I
on
know
about
what
the
the fuck
same
I'm talking
point.
about.
No, you
I
don't.
want to
You're talking
know
about
if
fucking
eggs were the
toilets
only thing they
affecting
No,
the
I
sold.
said it helps.
economy in
Voltron,
It
Vegas.
helps.
please.
I
We don't
told you it
make
helps.
toilets in Vegas, Big Steve.
Said they make them in Vegas. What are you talking about?
You were talking about how
I
building
said it
houses
helps the
is gonna
economy and
help the
helps create
economy, and
jobs,
you
man. What are
mentioned
you? I
toilets.
didn't say nothing about Vegas. What are you talking about?
You mentioned toilets.
Listen,
Toilets are gonna
listen to my
help
words coming
Vegas.
from my mouth. Listen to me. I didn't say anything about Vegas. I was talking about the economy in whole. Stop.
Vegas?
He was talking about jobs in Vegas, and he mentioned toilets and
Oh my
fucking lumber
God.
and shit like
No, he
that.
wasn't.
Listen,
He was
And
talking
toilets
about
and
the
lumber are not
economy.
produced in Vegas.
He was talking
I
about the
didn't.
economy.
All right,
I
I
didn't
thought you
say
guys were.
that,
I thought you
sir.
guys were going to go on about the real estate and eggs, and looks like you guys. It looks like you guys
He's
petered
just
out
trying
and
to be
thought
a
I had
wise
something
ass,
there,
okay?
but not so
Like,
much.
like I've read up on the bird flu. I've read up on the variability of
I
price of eggs
know,
because I
but
was pissed off about it.
the CEO
I'm
didn't say
reading an
anything about it.
article.
I have a question for him
I'm
about the
reading an
eggs.
article
Voltron, okay,
from
listen. All right,
Forbes.
I'm shutting it down. Everybody quiet. Miss Hill, what is it you want to say? Because this is going nowhere. Go ahead.
Okay, so first I'm gonna say, hi everybody. It's been a while.
Hey, Miss Hill,
Secondly,
how are you doing?
Hey,
I'm
Miss
good.
Hill.
How are you? Hey, Mr. Rowe. Hey,
Good,
Kim,
wonderful.
Big Steve, EK, everybody.
Hey, Miss Hill.
Hey, EK. So I just wanted to say really quick, couple things. I won't make it long. But first and foremost, Vegas conservatives, can I get my money? Because I was the first one that said Kroger, and that was the that's the company who admitted to price gouging. So I'll send Denali Denali has my
I said
cash app.
widespread. I said
Denali
widespread.
has my cash app.
I said
You can forward the.
widespread.
No, you're not gonna move the
Even
goalpost.
if you could prove that one thing was gouging,
If
I said
anybody can
I said
prove, if
widespread
anybody
gouging
can prove
doesn't
price
exist.
gouging,
You're
that
wrong.
you will pay $500.
No,
I
I
put
said
in the comments.
widespread.
Yes, you did, and I put Kroger
Denali, can you look up the video
Kim
and
said
point out
Tell
where
him
it
that
said
Kroger
widespread?
owns Smiths also, so he knows that.
In support of Miss
yes.
Hill, I just read an article where
Fucking eggs and milk are not widespread.
Listen,
All
you're
right,
not gonna
listen.
change. You're not gonna change the goal.
Oh, yeah.
I
Eggs and
take my
milk are not
Eggs.
$5. Thank
widespread.
you.
Can we
Those
get
are
Miss
two
Hill's point
products out
out?
of thousands.
Can we get?
Anyway, don't make empty promises. But anyway,
One corporation is not widespread.
okay. Go on mute so I can finish my point and I can go night
As
night.
well,
It's
sir.
past
Go
my
ahead.
bedtime. So the other thing I wanted to say was I watched the debate. I got what I wanted. I already said that I was only going to watch one. Kamala did great. Trump did exactly what I thought he was going to do. He actually surprised me in the beginning. I thought he was going to stay on point. He was going to stay focused. But of course, he did, like always, he went rambling. He didn't follow the rules. I don't know why they weren't muting him. They let him over talk. He did the divisiveness, all the stuff that I knew he was going to do. So I chose to watch Fox News after the debate to see what they were going to say. I was a little surprised that the first people, I don't watch Fox News, so I don't know their names, but the man and the woman that sit next to each other, they had a panel up there. And surprisingly enough, Fox News, the people up there were actually saying that Kamala won. But then, of course, Hannity came on, and of course, it was all Trump was so great and Kamala was so bad. They were even like, switching the facts around to give Trump the things that Kamala said. Actually, they were switching the stuff around for that. So overall, like I said, I thought she did great. I really, honestly, I was hoping that he was going to surprise us and do something different. And so, because again, if by chance he was to win, he would be our president and we would need for him to succeed. But he did the same stuff that he always does. So, yeah, that's just, I'm not surprised.
All right. Thank you, Miss Sil.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
That was wonderful, Miss Steele.
Thanks, Mr. Rowe.
All right. You leaving or you staying, Miss Sil?
I'll stay for a while. Unless you need the space, then I'll drop.
No. I was going to drop you down if you want.
Denali, you need me to leave?
Denali, you could drop me and I'm just going to listen.
Okay, you want to get dropped? Okay.
I'm just going to listen.
Do you have your parachute? Do you have your parachute, Kim?
No, don't do that.
Parachute is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bye. Hey, Denali.
Yes.
Is Mr. Montgomery in here?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Is he supposed to be?
Huh?
Is he supposed to be in here or something?
No, I just logged in and checked, and his LLC got formed today. Woo!
Fantastic. He's on the road.
So I'll call him in the morning and let him know. I just didn't know if he was in here.
Yeah, I don't know. I was texting with him earlier, so, but I haven't.
I'll call him in the morning and let him know, so I'll get the documents done.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Love it, love it, love it. Let's give Voltron, he was waiting. Let's give Voltron an opportunity. Unmute yourself, Voltron.
Yeah, sorry. I was just finding it kind of hilarious how Vegas was going really, really hard to defend a multi-billion-dollar company which admitted to overcharging due to a pandemic, which is the complaint that we've had about everything being so priced up. And
it was bird flu.
Right, which would affect eggs, but I just read an article on Yahoo about them lowering the prices on 5,000 different products because they're losing customers. And it's really interesting to me that if you could lower the price just because you're losing customers, it tells me that you could have lowered the price before.
Absolutely.
So they admit that they're lowering their prices, but conservatives still try to find a way to not blame the multi-billionaires that are profiting off of our hardships and instead turn it on bird flu. But that's pretty standard. This has always been the problem, is conservatives will go to bat for billionaires, but they won't go bat for themselves. They vote against their own interests. They vote against the middle class, and it's been a consistent pattern. It remains a consistent pattern. What we're probably going to see now is at the end of the Biden's administration, we'll be at 2% inflation. Everything that Biden has put into place is actually working. And whoever wins, and God, I hope it's not Trump, just like Trump took credit for Obama's economy, whoever wins will try to take credit for Biden's economy. Because as an economy works, it takes a few years for your policies to take hold and effect, which is why it took Trump 2.5 years to destroy the American economy and create the hellhole that we had in 2021 and 2022. And it's taken Biden a few years to get us back on track in 2024. But conservatives don't understand that. They only understand correlation. So whoever's in charge of the trouble, whoever had to deal with the mess, gets blamed. This is what happened to Obama in the beginning of his career when he had to deal with Bush's mess. And the same thing here.
You're going to be able to respond. Are you done, Mr. Voltron?
Yeah,
okay. But before you respond, Vegas, it was a comment I saw. It says Future said it wasn't just eggs too. The bird flu argument is dumb.
I agree with
Mr.
you.
Vegas.
So there's an
They
article.
didn't just raise the prices on
But
eggs.
still, let's give him an opportunity to answer
There's an article
future and everything
2
else.
days ago in abcnews.com talking about egg prices going up due to bird flu. 2 days ago. Point number one. I'm going to get 2 points and I'm done, okay?
Okay.
Voltron, you're talking about this whole concept that if they could lower prices, why didn't they do it before? Do you understand what it means to have margins below 2%? That means that if across the board they lowered their prices more than 2% across the board, that means they lose money. So how do they do that? How did they lower prices across the board more than 2%, which is a tiny number? I don't know if you know math very well, but how did they lower it more than 2% and not lose money? Go ahead.
Do you know what? First of all, the issue you're having right now is that you think that the price of what they sell the goods is what determines their profit margin completely. It isn't. Profit margin is determined by how much you take in and how much you spend, right? So this expenditures come into the profit margin.
Sure, of course.
I just looked it up. Walmart, for example, has a 2.6 profit margin, right? But if you lower the price of eggs by 10%, it doesn't mean you suddenly lose 10% of your revenue. That's not how that works. They're lowering 5,000 products. It doesn't mean all of their products. They're lowering key products. For example, like milk and eggs. They might still sell their TVs for the same amount because people still buy TVs, but people buy eggs every day. That's the thing. You are assuming that they have to lower all their prices by 10%. It's not how it works. What they told you was, and they said this, they admitted it out of their own mouths, and you're still fighting it, is they took advantage of COVID and they jacked up prices more than they had to because people had to buy them. And this is all it is capitalism. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not even evil. It just is the way they work. That's why we put regulations. That's why 37 states already have anti-price gouging legislation. Not because, like, here's the simple fact. In a free market, people will do free market things. It is the job of the government to put rails that everyone has to follow the same rules. And the company's like, okay, you caught us. We'll all play by the same rules. It's not that big a deal, but the problem is conservatives keep removing the rails. And when they remove the rails, the companies take an inch. It's a simple thing. Why wouldn't you? If you can get away with it, why wouldn't you do it? And they get away with it because you guys will always shift the blame to the government. You will never shift the blame to the corporation that's literally charging you more than they had to. They caught them. They had to admit it, and they're currently lowering their prices. Inflation is at 2.2% right now. They've gotten off of you for the last year and a half of overcharging you because all you could do is blame Biden instead of looking at your grocery store going, wait a minute, why are you charging me this much for eggs? It's a simple fact. I'm not even upset with you. I know a lot of conservatives. I have a lot of conservative friends, and I've come to realize this. You've been raised to hate the government so much that you will never look at the actual causes of what's behind something. You will just blame the government. That's all you guys only know how to do. Even if the corporation comes out and tells you, I am overcharging you because I could get away with it, you will still turn around and say, no, it was Biden's fault that they were charging us too much. Now, how does Biden do that? No one knows. He couldn't have caused inflation over the whole world, but it happened over the whole world. But it's definitely his fault. But you won't look at the corporation and say, no, we just overcharged you by 10%. We just did it. We got away with it, and we were making money. That's why corporate profits were up every year from 2020. They were making money hand over fist. My boss, when I worked at the bike shop, he made money. He was selling used bikes. He was selling new bikes.
Name some corporations with more than 10% profit. Go ahead.
Bro, it's, oh my God. Profit is...
No, just go ahead.
Minus cost. They make billions of dollars.
Name three.
Oh my,
is 10% an outrageous profit margin?
I didn't say it was. I said they could charge you more, and they did. They admitted it. Everyone that knows this. Why are you fighting me on this? Why do you care what the profit margin is?
What are you talking about?
What do you care about the profit margin?
Corporations are making money hand over fist.
They are.
Their
profits are up. Forget the percentages. They rake in billions. You don't need margins when you sell millions of products.
It's price. It's money by volume, right?
I think he asked the percentage because when I just Googled price gouging, because I was just curious, and it says it's considered more than 10%, raising their price more than 10%. So I think that's where he's getting the 10% from, right, Vegas?
We're
using a colloquialism.
No, I was just being nosy
because I've
looking.
looked it up, Voltron.
Yo, you are 100% correct. We're using a colloquialism. Let me rephrase
Right.
that
I'm just
for
saying
you.
that's probably why he's saying 10%. That's all I'm saying.
That's right. We're using a colloquialism.
For example, look,
they are overcharging you because they can get away with it.
I have an issue with like the meat industry consolidations. Okay, I will legitimately agree that we've got way too few companies dealing with that. So part of my exercise in confirming or denying that whether they're gouging or not is I looked at their margins, and in general they're like under 10%. I think one of them was over 10%. I looked at the margins of like the top 4 meat processing companies. So I'm just looking for facts. Again, I think you actually are smarter than I thought, because I do acknowledge that Walmart can adjust their costs as well as they can their prices, right?
Vegas,
I acknowledge that. Huh?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, he did understand how business works, so I didn't think he did.
We don't disagree that much. We don't disagree that much. I don't think
based on 2% margins.
I don't think they're out here slitting people's throat for the last dollar. What I'm telling you is that a large part of the inflation that we've had over the last few years is that companies stuck their hand in the cookie jar and upped their margins by a little bit. Do you understand that for Walmart, an increase of even 0.25% of their profit margin is literally billions of actual dollars in the hands of their owners?
Absolutely.
That's how it works. A very small movement in
But
margins.
look at their margins over the last 3 or 4 years.
Because, stop. Their payroll is included in their cost, correct? Who is part of their payroll? Their C-suite is part of their payroll. The CEO's pay is part of the payroll. So when your CEO makes 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 million and stock options, you can write that off as a expense.
Okay, and how does that affect their bottom line? If a CEO makes 10 million or 200 million, how much does that affect their bottom line?
My point is, it's not just the CEO; it's all of that. Their cost, the things they can set as their cost, their loss, the products they buy. There are ways that they can design this so that their margins are very low because it affects their taxes. Right? My point is, they charge you 10, 20% more than they need to because they can get away with it. That's the only question. Whether their margins are 5%, 6%,
but their
7%,
gross margins are still very low.
Not the point.
Can I get in on this conversation?
Still very low. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, EK. I'll
So,
step out.
Voltron, you made a couple of statements that I'm going to disagree with you with. So, do you think that price, and maybe you can correct me, that price, quote unquote, gouging, because Yo-Yo just said price gouging is considered a 10% or greater increase in the price. So we haven't seen that. So definitionally, they're not price gouging. But secondly, do you think price gouging is the major driver of inflation?
No.
Okay, good.
Price gouging is the major driver of inflation. I don't think price gouging is what is going on here. What I do think is going on here is that you're being overcharged because they can get away with it. And this is normal capitalism. They are now reacting to the fact that consumers have started to walk away and they're going to lower the prices. But what I'm telling you is they didn't raise their prices because they had to. They raised their prices because they could. And that is literally the point of capitalism. You guys blamed Biden instead of blaming the corporations. And because you didn't turn on the corporations fast enough, they got away with the prices they could. And what you're trying, and why I'm saying that this margin argument is a red herring is because margins are always small. Even if they raise their prices of their eggs by 30%, right? They're not going to suddenly make 30% more profit. They might make 8% more profit because cost is still cost. The payouts to the C-suite is still the payout to the C-suite. Labor is still labor. But what you need to understand is that the net profit margin
so for example,
a lot of things that they go directly into their pocket.
Price go up, Voltron. their costs go up as inflation goes up. So getting, just for example, in logistics, to get the stuff delivered to their locations, there are thousands and thousands of locations, there are tens of thousands of trucks that use hundreds of thousands or
We
millions of
know
gallons
that.
of fuel.
You're
So
not
now
telling me.
the fuel goes up.
You're not telling me
Go
anything I
on,
don't know.
what are you gonna say?
That's not what we're talking about. What
So
I'm saying to you is, given all of that, and they admitted it, and everyone's been saying it, and you guys are denying it, they are charging you more than they have to still make a profit. That's the crux of it. Why are
they're
you
not
fighting me at that
charging
point?
you 10% over what they were charging. It's not price gouging, so quit calling it that.
Have I called it price
Saying they're
gouging in the
trying
last
to
30
improve their...
seconds? Stop. I'm not
just
calling it price gouging. I'm not calling it price gouging. I'm saying they're
Thought we've been
charging
talking
you
about
more
price
than they have
gouging
to.
this whole time. I'm confused now.
No, the conversation started about price gouging, but price
With the
gouging is
eggs.
a particular term.
With the
It's
eggs.
a particular term. Okay?
That has
What I'm just
definition.
telling you
Correct. You just
what
said
I'm telling you
admitted
is
they were price gouging.
they admitted that they were overcharging people by 10% and they're now lowering their prices.
They
Right.
didn't
That's what it was.
admit they were charging people by over 10%. If that
Yes,
was the
they did.
case, it would be price gouging. He didn't
Denali.
increase.
Yeah.
I'll tell you exactly what he said. They increased
They admitted
their
it on a
prices
couple of things,
over
eggs and
their
milk.
normal margin. That's what he said. He didn't say they increased it by more than 10% because I wouldn't be having
What
this
is the-
discussion with
how
you
much
because
more
it
than
would
the
fit
normal margin?
the definition of price gouging.
I didn't
How
hear a
much-
percentage of over the normal margin. I didn't hear a percentage.
What was the percentage you're
Correct, but
overcharging
it's
by
not
over the
He
margin?
didn't give a percentage.
He didn't give a percentage. He just said they were
Yes.
doing over the. I thought it was 10%. Sorry.
He said
No, they
they
didn't
were
give a
slightly.
percentage.
I think the
They
term
didn't
was
give a
slightly.
percentage.
I think the term was slightly over what our normal margins was. I'm not sure, but I think that was a pretty accurate response of his quote. Denali has it. If he wants to play it again, he can, but he doesn't necessarily have to.
I
Again,
think the
the biggest
media
driver of
said
inflation was
gouging.
government spending.
No,
Yeah, the media's title
that's
is that he admitted it.
Then let it be waste on that. Denali, where you at, buddy? Come here.
Government spending is not what increases.
What's up?
You don't mind know this? Stop.
Okay, all right, slow down.
Harris,
Mr. What is it?
Harris campaign said they'll debate him again. Say they want a second debate.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Republicans are saying
He
that
should
she
take
lost.
it. He
They
should
saying
take it and be prepared, be better prepared this time. Because
Good
I
take
would
it.
have destroyed her
I
in the
want to see
debate.
a town hall debate.
the
God,
Republicans are
Absolutely.
saying that she lost the debate. That's why she's saying that she'll
First of
debate
all,
him again.
Republicans will always say she loses the debate. Trump could literally walk out there in a diaper
All right.
and flap like a chicken. He's gonna say
All right.
that
Enough.
he lost.
Biden is the one wearing diapers. He lost the debate. And I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, yes. Let's give Miss Precious an opportunity. Miss Precious, go.
Voltron, everybody here has admitted that she won the
Hi,
debate.
Mr.
just to be
Denali.
clear.
Hey, Miss Precious, go. It's your turn. You take it, and then we'll go to Miss Brooke from Alabama.
Okay, I'll give Trump a half a pretzel. I'll definitely take some of the loss. She spoke very, very well. The way Miss Sill said that Trump shocked her, Kamala shocked the shit out of me. I will give her that. I still don't agree with what she was saying, but as far as like debating, especially to people that are undecided, she did very well. I also had a little bit of PTSD because I felt like I was listening to a panel on TikTok, and when they were mentioning certain words, I was like, "You can't say that. You can't say that word." So that was pretty crazy. I don't think
one.
right. I was panicked. I'm like, "You can't say that word." But I also think that the vote's still not going to change. I don't think MAGA's moving. I don't think Kamala voters are moving. And I was upset because that wasn't Trump. Trump doesn't sit there silent. He doesn't sit there biting his lip. And I was biting my lip for him. So that kind of sucked because that's not how he talks to us. He talks to us off the cuff. And I think that's what a lot of his supporters like, because that's exactly how we all talk to each other on this panel.
And the people that are sensitive about it, go to a rally already. It's not even, by the time he gets there, you're exhausted. The best part about it is talking to each other. So, and about Kamala, Trump was repeating himself. He was repeating himself about the border. He was repeating himself about the illegals. She didn't step up to any of that stuff. We all at this point know it was her job, and she didn't defend herself at all with it. So that's why I think the votes aren't going to change. She didn't address anything I wanted to hear.
When has the border been the vice president's job?
When Joe Biden gave it to her.
He didn't.
Let's give it.
Deny it, though. She did not deny it.
There are about 100 clips of the media.
Let Ms. Brooke say something, please. Ms. Brooke?
Hey y'all, I'm so glad to see all y'all here. I've been in this same panel with a few of y'all before, so I'm glad to see y'all here. And I enjoyed the debate for one, although I do feel that it was kind of all over the place. But as far as the borders are, that was not a job role. Trump created that, and then it just went over into this administration, and Biden did appoint it to her, but it was technically not a role. He just kind of took it from Homeland Security and created it.
Anything else, Ms. Brooke?
Nope, just here chiming in.
Okay,
Hey,
cool.
Brooke. Hey, Brooke, don't you agree that if it really wasn't her job, tonight was her main opportunity? Because people have been saying it for months for her to be like, that was not my role. It was not given to me. If it really wasn't, she would have said that.
Well, at the same time, I feel like her voter base, immigration is not our issue. You know, like, I honestly, I have opinions about immigration, don't get me wrong, but we don't push the same narrative about it as Donald Trump does. So for me, it really wasn't, I do feel, yes, you're right, if she really wanted to appeal to the group who's afraid of the immigration, who doesn't want it, who doesn't blah, 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 but at the same time, on the left side and even on the centerist side, like, we don't really see an issue with the immigration. If anything, our issue is the narrative that is painted around it. Because I did wish that she would have pointed out several things about when he kept mentioning Aurora, Colorado, and things like that, things that have already kind of been debunked. So that for me, like, I understand if it's an issue, make the issue, but to me, don't paint a picture that puts people who are here legally at risk.
Yeah,
and
no,
that's my main issue.
Yeah, I was saying in general, just me as a person, if someone was accusing me of something that it wasn't my responsibility, or saying something not true about me, just in general in life, I'm going to defend myself and say it's not true, or that wasn't my responsibility. That's what I'm saying, just anybody.
I wouldn't address a lie. What's the point? He lies about everything. Why address it?
Oh, somebody told me explain my president performance tonight. I already said that he didn't do good and that Kamala did amazing, and that my reasons for voting for Trump are more like I'm concerned about the laws and my spirituality, and I'm voting for him for different reasons. So my reason for voting for him has nothing to do with the debate. So I'm not voting for him based on a debate. I'm not even voting for Trump, the man. I'm voting for different views and things like that, policies, and that I disagree with. Democratic policies.
Her name is Melania, not Melanie. Yeah, right. Anyway,
I don't know. There's my answer to whoever said that.
Could you give me your top policy while you're voting for Trump?
Me personally?
Yeah, your top one.
It's not so much like I'm not voting for Trump. I'm voting for.
You are voting for Trump. I mean, that's how it works.
Well, not the man. I'm voting for party views and policies. There's a lot of Democratic policies and views that I spiritually and morally do not agree with.
Which policy will Trump implement that you're voting for?
Did you not just hear what I said?
I know, but he's going to implement the policy. You said there's a policy you're voting for. What is that policy?
Did you not hear what I said? I said there's certain spiritual and moral views that the party that you are voting for, I do not align myself with.
Okay.
That I cannot vote for.
Name one.
So, Yo-Yo, can I ask you this? Because I think I know the policies that you're referencing.
Hold on 1 second.
I mean, people who listen that come here all the time know them. I mean, so. Go ahead, Brooke.
Let Voltron ask the question. If Miss Yo-Yo wants to
Yeah,
answer it,
I just want you to name that particular. You said there's things that
But she
you
said
don't
no
like.
already. She said she wasn't gonna go into it.
Okay, you don't want.
oh, did
Okay,
she
I
say
didn't hear that
that?
part. I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, I
She,
can
she
give a
didn't
lot of.
Okay.
specifically say no, but what I'm getting, I know of
I
Yo-Yo,
really don't like to
but
offend people. You know what I'm saying? I
yeah,
like to kind of
Yeah,
keep certain
yeah.
opinions to myself because I don't want to. I'm not here to offend people. I'm just
I
saying.
don't know why people have to defend why they voted for somebody anyway, Voltron.
I didn't say. I wasn't. First of all, my initial question was which policy she wanted,
I
and
don't
then,
want. I
and
don't
then, I,
like
and
the
then she
Said
said,
your
fact
top
that.
and then
two
she said
reasons.
she's not voting for a policy.
Said
So
your top
I was
two
just following up.
reasons. You asked the top two reasons why she's voting for Trump. I don't think she has to explain that. People's vote are very personal to them, and whatever they decide to do, they don't have to defend their vote. In my opinion.
Oh, okay. I mean,
My
Yeah,
opinion.
that's why I said
question
let
that,
it
but I
go.
thought it was more of a live about asking those type of questions.
No, I'm saying why. Okay.
I mean, I can answer some. I'm just saying I don't like because people get mad when I say certain things, and then it just becomes a big argument, a fight, and I was just trying to avoid that tonight. But I
57
can go
minutes
there
away
if you
from
guys
it.
want me to, but I
I
just
mean,
don't want
if
to.
you're not comfortable, you don't have to. I wasn't really
Not
trying to
about
press
being
you.
comfortable.
What I'm
as you
saying is
said,
people get offended. People are like sensitive. I'm noticing on TikTok.
I mean, are you gonna like say you hate a group of people or something? Like,
No,
Oh
no.
my
why would it be offended?
God.
Voltron, can you move on? Stop badgering the witch.
I just said I'm
Exactly.
not gonna ask. I said she
You're
doesn't have to
being a
say it.
jerk.
I mean,
Stop
I'm
it,
Well,
sorry,
I
dude.
just
Denali.
wanted to ask Yo-Yo, are these things on the ballot in your state, in like your state? Because a lot of things that I think are, I'm spiritual myself, and a lot of things that are like spiritual in this debate has went back to the states, and I just wonder, was it on the ballot in your states that you can maybe vote there, more aligned with your views and not necessarily with, Donald Trump, the person, because there are a lot of conservative people who I do support. I'm very centered myself, but I don't vote for Trump.
no, because some of the things are federal things.
I got you.
A lot of things are federal things, or even it might be things like safety. You know what I'm saying? My concern with the
I
border.
got you.
I live in Arizona. Like, so some of the things are things like that. Or, I mean, I can go into it. I just don't want to make it.
No, I understand.
I get sensitive people. Then I get where I got to go appeal because somebody reported me because they're sensitive. And I'm just.
No, I get that.
I don't feel like getting reported tonight. That's all. There's too many
You're right,
sensitive people.
Precious.
Too many
Hey,
sensitive
just read
people.
Precious comments. That's some of the things, basically. You all should know what the views are that Yo-Yo is talking about without her having to go through that. Come on now. She
yeah.
said
That's why I was
she's
saying,
still voting for the man.
yeah.
No men and women sports, stuff like that. Second Amendment.
Bathrooms.
Yes,
Things like that.
bathrooms.
Or I
Is that
know,
enough?
I want them to be able to define a woman. Things like that.
All right. Okay. Excellent.
Did that answer you, Voltron? Simple things like that. It's a long list, but stuff like that.
That's not that
Maybe
unusual.
not
It's a very
moving. Let's
nice
tap
thing.
that screen.
All right. Well, I'm
Got
just saying
over
simple
100
things like that, Voltron. Similar things like that. Other things
Over
that
100 people in here. Tap the
have nothing to
screen.
do with the debate, if that makes sense.
Gift the panel.
Absolutely,
And
Mr. Rowe.
gift the rest of the people on the gift the host. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Voltron, I'm going to rotate the panel. Thank you for coming. I appreciate your voice. As Vegas
Good
said,
night.
you're much smarter than I thought you were.
Hey, Denali,
Hey,
what I hear,
Voltron.
I didn't think I needed to be.
have said it
Hey, Voltron.
Yeah.
Denali, watch your
I
head.
like I learned a lot from you tonight. I just followed you.
Get that dude.
I just followed you, Voltron. I learned a lot from you tonight. You were smarter
People
than
like
I thought.
me beat myself up.
No worries. You guys have a good night.
You too, Voltron. Please come back. Don't be a
Take
stranger.
care, Voltron.
bye.
All right, Voltron, love you, man.
Put your parachute, because I'm dropping your ass.
Hey, I think EK and Voltron to be a good debate on a topic. I don't know what topic, but
I do too.
Here comes my man, Charlie.
How do you
I
feel
like
it's done on
Charlie.
like foreign
We can pick a
policy?
topic. We can absolutely pick up a
Denali,
topic.
can you turn up your mic? Cause you sounding soft. Turn your mic up.
Turned it up. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better. We want to hear you when people talking and you trying to get attention.
What's
happening,
Bacon?
party
Are you
people?
gonna? What's that,
Charlie.
Charlie?
Hey, Charlie.
What's happening? How's
Hey,
everybody doing?
Charlie.
Hey,
What Charlie? What you got?
Hey,
Charlie,
Mr.
I might be
Denali,
voting for
before
Cornell West. I'm just
Look,
playing.
Cornel West, don't
yeah.
do it. You're not
What
a
Charlie
loser.
got? Oh dear.
Look, yo,
hey,
yo,
Mr.
we sound like
Denali,
the Charlie's Angels for a minute.
I'm voting for
before
Cornell West
Charlie,
after the debate. I'm just
You're
playing.
not a loser, Yo. Charlie is a
Hey,
little
man.
questionable.
hold on,
Did
before
I create
Charlie
a?
go, Charlie, hold on before you go
Yeah.
because I got to get off. I just want to make this closing statement. I think, like I said, I think Kamala Harris won the debate. 60 to 40% is what I'd give her the favor of. I don't think it changed anybody's vote who had decided already who they were going to vote on. I think if anything, it's going to affect the independents. But I think ultimately, when people look back on the Trump presidency and how they were doing economically and how the world and the border were, I think Trump will actually win. I may be wrong, but that's my belief. I don't think that this debate is going to move an independent one way off or the other based on the fact that they'll look back at the 3 or the 4 years of the Biden administration and look back at the Trump administration, and that's how they're going to make their decision. And
No,
with that,
EK. Guess what
yes,
they're gonna
yes.
wonder, EK. EK, guess what they're gonna do when they look back?
What are they going to do?
They're gonna wonder what dog tasted like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a stupid
We're
statement he made.
not
But
looking
anyway,
back. We're not going back. And the
All right.
28% undecided is gonna decide what they want to do
Right.
for that debate.
exactly.
You're right. We
They're
don't.
not
We
going to
don't.
decide it off of one debate.
A
They're not going
old
to decide it
man
off
or
of
a
one
very
one
smart
debate.
vice president.
I think
I'm
this
done.
might push it over for Harris.
Right, but we don't want to go back to the last 4 years. You're right.
All right.
I love how she did that, right?
Well, it's one thing that she
She
spoke
kept
to that
talking
was
about
kind of
not going
true
back to the past. It was brilliant.
about the pregnancy tracker, because I've mentioned it before. One of the senators here in Alabama is already pushing for that.
All right.
Katie Britt.
Fox News said Trump took the bait every single time.
He did. He totally did.
Kamala baited his butt in every single time he took it. He's weak.
Yeah, she did. He proved her right, and I didn't think that he was going to go. Like I said, the way he started
Me
out, I
either.
didn't think he was going to go
Birdie
that
dog.
far. Like he really went off the rails, and I was like, dang, like because of the fact that
Birdie
she
dog.
said that so early on, I thought he was going to stick to more of a game plan.
They
But
should have let
Birdie
JD
dog.
Vance debate her.
I was trying to read this stuff, Birdie.
Yep.
All right.
Birdie
Let's
dog
give
said that was a disaster.
Trump gives a better
He
rally,
was
but he's
unprepared.
not very good at debates.
everybody. Let's give our new friend, Miss Aisha, an opportunity. How you doing, Miss Aisha?
Hi guys.
Hey, Aisha, welcome back.
Absolutely.
Well, the debate, I don't know how, I mean, to be completely honest, I don't think for the undecided voter, I don't think this really moved them a specific way, to be completely honest.
Okay.
I think if you already were leaning, maybe if you were undecided and was leaning more towards Kamala,
Well, who you think won?
I don't think anyone won this at all.
Gotta have a winner.
To be honest, I don't think
There's
anyone.
always got to be a winner. Somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to lose.
I don't. I just think it to be like I just see that Kamala just sounded like she wasn't doing her word salad thing, so that helped her.
I know, but
Right.
somebody's got to win. Come on, let's go. I'm gonna put you on the spot. You got to give a winner. Let's go.
He doesn't like participation awards.
Yeah, let's go, Aisha.
no,
Yeah,
no.
Cowboy. Let's go, Aisha. Who was the winner?
The winner.
The winner. Come on, we don't do participation trophies like my friend Yo-Yo said. There has to be a winner.
Okay.
There's a president and a vice president. Let's go.
The person that had the most to gain was Kamala. So yes, because she didn't have her word salad, I guess she won.
You guess. I need you to be definitive.
Okay, so
Who
she
won
won
the
because
debate?
she didn't have word salad.
I don't want
So yes,
qualifiers. Tell me who won.
Kamala won because she didn't have word salad.
All right, Kamala won. All right, continue, Miss Aisha, my new good friend from Florida.
No, because
okay,
so
look,
we already knew who Trump was. We already knew who Trump was, right? We already know how he is as a person, personality-wise, everything. To me, Kamala won just because she sounded more prepared than how she sounded
Come
in
on, a
any
win's
of
a
those
win.
debates.
What do you mean? A win's a win.
Yeah.
She won.
She lied though. Like, I think she was lying the whole time, and it was basically all the panel. The panel. I mean, they were just everything was going against Trump. Like, he couldn't say one thing where
because he was lying.
You don't think he had an opportunity to say what he needed to say?
I think he saw himself very stuck in a sense that he would say anything, and they would just like literally fact check him on everything when she never even got fact checked once.
Because she was taking facts.
Is it because she was
not
telling
misinformation? What part?
What was the misinformation that Trump was saying?
I would love to hear the misinformation that she said because they fact checked him in real
They
time.
didn't really even answer any questions. Like,
Listen to
at all.
Denali.
They would ask her, how
give me a
about the
second.
economy? It's like,
Hey, Aisha.
Aisha,
Yes.
I'm down. Just take a breath. The Aurora thing was one. We fact checked that the other day. There are not Venezuelan gangs taking over this apartment complex.
Have you guys looked at Aurora though?
I looked at what the police said. The chief of police and another major looked at what they said, and he's a name. They went on the record and spoke to a newspaper out there in Aurora, Colorado, and said there's no evidence of a Venezuelan gang taking over the complex in Aurora, Colorado.
Okay, forget the complex though. Have you looked at how Aurora County is looking right now?
What's going on with Aurora?
Have you looked at how it looks?
You've been there?
I think no, but I mean, I've looked at literally vlogs of people just showing how it's looking.
Have you been there?
I haven't been there, but I'm looking at vlogs. Regular people, just literally just showing what it looks like.
So should I take those people, or should I take the chief of police and a major in the Aurora, Colorado Police Department? Who should I believe?
I think you should look at all the quote unquote.
I'm saying, but who should I ultimately believe? If they're conflicting reports, hang on. If they're conflicting reports, should I believe a vlogger or should I believe the chief of police?
I'm not talking about just one vlogger or just.
No, I'm saying, okay, 10 vloggers versus the chief of police. Who should I believe?
I mean, that's up to you to see what you believe. But if 50 people are showing you that there's a red box in a picture, right? Let's say there's a red box, and then there's one person, let's say the police officer is telling you, no, there's no red box there, and then you're telling me, hey, that's a fact because the police officer said there's no red box. I mean, to me, it's
okay, great. So when I hear the reports and see the undercover camera footage that Trump is associated with Project 2025, should I believe that 3 or 4 people with undercover footage, or should I believe Trump?
But you can't ask me what that's for you. You're asking me what you should believe.
No, I'm asking you.
I believe or what you should believe.
Hang on. I'm an evidence-based, fact-based guy.
Okay.
What should I do?
I don't know. If you're telling me, look, Trump has said that he doesn't believe in that, so I'm saying, look, his agenda is Agenda 47. It's not Project 20.
I understand that, but if you have people that were in his cabinet before,
that's a good example of a lie.
There's a bunch of people that were in his cabinet that are not.
I'm saying
endorsing him.
This guy named, I think his name is Volt, was a policy implementer.
Yeah.
Implemented policy for Trump, and they have him undercover saying that Trump says he's not a part of Project 25 because of political reasons. Should I believe that guy or should I believe Trump?
Well, I mean, Trump has stated that he's not part of it, so.
Okay, all right, just checking. Okay, cool. All right, let's give Special K an opportunity. Special K, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good to see you, brother. I haven't seen you in a while. You've been lost in action. We're about to put an APB out on you.
No, man, there's a lot of traffic I'm on, man. A lot of traffic. I'm just hearing all the noise.
You got snow?
Excuse me?
Did you say you got snow?
No, no, no. I'm just saying I'm on a lot of traffic. I'm on a lot of podcasts. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
all.
okay. All right. Oh, well, I'm glad that you lent your voice for a little bit. Your hard get, I guess. Okay. Let's go. What you got?
Well, I don't think there was no winner or loser.
There's got to be a winner or loser.
No, I mean I don't see it as. Kamala. You know, she smoke well. I mean, she's a female. You know, females I talk men. So you get that in your head now. You ain't gonna beat your mama. You ain't gonna beat your mama and your aunt and them talking. You forget about that. Yeah, yeah. She out talking tonight. I think he could have been a little bit more, you know, to the point and rather to the things he was saying. But he repeats the same thing over and over again, man. So, the women, most of the women want a female president. They what they want. They want a female president. That ain't happening. They can forget about that. It's over with for that. I don't believe that they understand what's really going on. To me, I'm just saying. To me, Kamala is a New World Order champion. So we forgot about it. Trump should have brought the New World Order out, the program in which she's promoting. That's what she's about. She's about the new. She's a puppet, and and all the things that I've been researching in reference to Trump, man. I mean, a lot of people not doing all the research in reference to these letters on the. I was looking at something a few minutes ago in reference to a guy breaking it down that letter from the Central Park Five. I didn't know the Central Park Five admitted they did the crime. I was like, my God.
They did not. That's not
It
true.
was
Yes, it
kids.
is, man. You didn't read the
It
letter.
was
So
kids underage.
Oh my
I ain't
God.
asked you that. I'm not
hang
talking
on
about
one
that, guy. I
second.
didn't talk about that. I'm not saying it. They
One
admitted.
second. Special K.
Go ahead.
They were exonerated.
Because of some DNA, but they admitted that they did the
I
crime.
understand, but they also were questioned without their parents.
Well, one of them father taking them to the police.
And the
They were
father didn't know
questioned
his
without.
rights
Still,
either.
please give me a second. They were questioned without their parents. Special K.
Okay.
Okay. I told my son, no matter what, don't admit to anything. Your dad is on your way.
Right, that's true. But
And
have you
they promised them they would let them to go home after that.
Ro, have you read the letter that Trump wrote?
Are you talking
I
about the
know the
article?
case. I know the case, and I've heard it.
Ro, and ask you that. Have you read the letter?
What letter?
I didn't have to read the letter. I know the law. I know the law, and I worked in the police department, and I know how the police trick underage kids. You cannot take a kid underage without a lawyer or a parent.
Right.
You
You're
can't
right about
even
that.
trick an adult.
That's true, Ro. But have you read his letter?
I didn't care to read the letter. It didn't matter to me. The guys are home.
What difference does a letter? What letter are you talking about, Special K?
The letter that they claim Trump wrote that was.
It wasn't a letter. It was a one-page in the newspaper, and it didn't mention the people. He was talking about overall crime in the city at that time.
I asked that you read the letter, then we'll discuss it next time we talk. But just read the letter. I'm gonna send it out.
It's not a letter. It's an article in the paper.
It's an article, yeah, and he didn't mention it. He didn't mention anything about blacks. He just said black.
I know he didn't mention anything about the Central Park Five. I understand it. He was talking about the unalive penalty and the overall because crime was running rampant at the late mid '80s in New York City. I understand. I mean, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, but you're right about that. But see, I found a lot of people, most of these podcasts, they mention that. He put a letter out there to this. I didn't read the letter until a few minutes ago. I'm like, wow.
Oh, I read it on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But even when he found out that.
Special K's question to me, though. Special K. So when you read the letter, Trump made a statement as late as a few hours ago when he was asked about when Kamala said what he did to those kids by putting that ad out there. And Trump said he assumed, like everyone else, the kids was guilty. He said they said they was guilty, so he assumed they was guilty.
Right.
He should have backed off. He should have backed off.
You're right. You're right
He
about
should
that.
have apologized. He still never apologized.
Yeah, you're right, Ruff.
But what about the apology?
I got to
You
go
guys,
to
that's not fair because there's stuff Kamala's accused of in her past that she hasn't apologized
But
for
that's
either that people feel as though she should. So I'm just saying
no,
it's
but
not
this,
fair.
I understand, but this is something that took place where, at the end of the day, it all came out that children, these were kids that were treated inhumanely, and then on top of that, once it all came out later on, because granted, okay, he didn't know that they were children, he didn't know that they were black, all of this stuff. We can, even if we remove all of that, at the end of the day, he took out an article calling for the execution of the perpetrator. Once
No,
he
he did
found out
not.
that they,
No, he did. Hang on
He
one
didn't
second.
mention them at all.
No,
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 hang on.
don't
I
say
did
that.
not say he said.
I just said earlier that I don't think this is an important thing. I read the article. He was talking about crime overall.
Exactly.
Not about, huh?
I said
Crime was
exactly.
rampant.
Right.
Crime
So
was rampant in NYC back then.
Okay,
The
but
same
if
excuse
you're
they used for the
listening,
94 crime bill, and they
if
I
you're
give
listening,
Biden the
understand.
excuse.
Oh,
but you're not
Crime
listening
was
to what I
rampant.
said.
Same excuse.
1 second, please. It was about overall crime because the crime was really bad in the mid 80s in New York City. Okay? And yes, he did take out the ad about bringing back the unalived penalty, but it was not about the Central Park Five specifically. Okay?
And I didn't say it was about them. I said it was about because at that time no one knew that it was 5 kids. That's why I said if you remove all of that, the article was about the bringing back. Well, basically, call for the execution of the perpetrator. He didn't say anybody specific because at that time it was not known. So my point is,
No, it wasn't.
once it was found out that these, meaning years later, that they were exonerated, there was still no apology, is what I'm saying. I didn't
Yeah, but
say.
it was just one crime, but it was just because that was one of the biggest crimes. That's why he took out that newspaper article.
Do I have to read the article again on the
No,
air?
No,
Can I make a
need
point?
to hear it
It
again
had
because
nothing to do with who it was or what it. Literally, it could have been like 20 aliens coming down from above the
Well, I
sky.
guess it's one of those
and then
things,
But
kind
like,
of like
still
Yo-Yo
called for the
mentioned.
execution of them.
but the crime. Do you guys know how bad the crime was?
Hold on, Alicia,
Unless
because
you
I want to
guys
say this. I think it happened right before you came up. I guess it's kind of like how Yo-Yo mentioned that these are things that people were saying about Vice President Harris about the border. Maybe she should have spoke on it. I think we kind of have those sentiments about that with Donald Trump. I would have spoken on it if it was something that people were throwing at me, if given the article was what Mr. Denali is saying it is. I mean, it's very general. If he didn't mean it that way, then he should speak on it and apologize. But that's just my opinion, but not what he's going
But
to
there
do.
was nothing
So,
really wrong about that article. It was just about the crime that was happening in New
Give me
York
a
City.
second.
Alicia, we agree. We agree.
Miss Brooke,
Okay.
please don't talk over me. I don't like it. In the same vein, should Biden apologize for the crime bill?
Right, that's my point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, like I just said, like Yo-Yo
Just the
said,
same
it's one of
way.
those things that we feel like they should speak on and they don't. So,
I'm saying they're mad he didn't apologize, but they're not mad he didn't
I don't know why
apologize.
we get bogged
That's what I'm
down with
saying.
that.
Let it go.
It doesn't
Okay,
really
so
mean
I
anything
I
at
want
the
to
end
make.
of
I
the
don't feel.
day.
I
Can I
don't feel
make a
like it should
point,
be.
please?
I
Oh
don't
my
feel
God,
like.
why are people talking over me? It doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day, in my opinion. We're in 2024. Let's talk about what's going on, at least in this, since 2020, maybe 2016. That's when Trump jumped on the scene. But man, we got to go all the way back to the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. I don't get it. We get bogged down in this minutia.
Can I get one point,
Well, can I
Denali?
say something in reference to
I
Yo-Yo's
spent like
question?
3 hours on
With
this thing a couple weeks ago.
So in reference to Yo-Yo's question, I do feel like that Biden should apologize the same way how Clinton did when he realized what he did in reference to the crime bill and his part in have so many people being incarcerated under his term. So yes, I do feel like he should apologize.
Well, I think both sides. I don't mean to jump in, but they didn't ask me nothing. I
know.
think both
Go
sides.
ahead, Charles.
Both.
Go ahead.
Hey, I think both sides need to apologize for a whole lot of S because at the end of the day, with all the stuff we talking about, it always end up on, I don't know if there's any white tees in here, but at the same time, it always end up on us. So ain't nobody apologizing on either side. So I think we just move on and do the policies. I didn't get to speak on the debate. I think it was a whatever debate as a true independent.
Cornel West wasn't there. Well, hold on.
Hey man, I told you I copywritten that. I've copywritten that. And Denali, you know why I do that? You know why I do that, Dennis? Because it works. But
hold on.
Hey, but look, the thing is, I got Kamala winning. I got her winning. Honestly, I got her winning 60-40. She could have won. Hold on. She could have won 70-30 if ABC didn't help so much. ABC was helping, so that's what kind of took it away because they was doing too much one-sided stuff. They didn't make her answer everything, even when she said, "I'm gonna answer all three things you just asked," and then she never did.
They were helping her out a lot. I saw Lady help her out on the abortion thing, and Muir helped them out on something else. I was like,
the very first question. The very first question.
It seemed like they were putting their finger on the scale, and I peeped that when I, the little bit.
That's not
little bit.
And the color thing. Why did ABC bring up the color thing?
When Lindsay brought up the abortion thing about there's no state in the country that allows for late-term abortion, that was helping Paris.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that, Miss Hill?
No, it was a fact check.
No,
it was a fact check.
It's actually not
No, but
fact
they weren't fact-checking her. You're going to First of all, I didn't know they were fact-checking on the spot. Why did they fact-check her on stuff?
Okay, so
But
you're
Trump
saying
is
that,
talking
you're
about
saying that
killing
they
babies
helped
after
her.
9 months. I mean, let's get real.
You're saying that they helped her,
sorry.
but yet Trump overtalked over the 2 minutes.
I was just speaking to the fact that when he was saying something that maybe wasn't true, they went ahead and fact-checked him on the spot. They didn't do that to her.
Okay, but if he was up there telling blatant untruthfuls and they called him out on it, what did she? Okay, but what did she say? What did she say that wasn't true?
It wasn't done to both.
I'm asking you, what did she say that wasn't true?
I'd have to go through it. Listen, are you saying that
No, I'm asking.
I don't.
You'll be able to watch the whole debate.
I'm saying, are we saying that she didn't tell anything? Everything she said was truthful?
I mean, she kept bringing up Project 2025.
Yeah, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
No, it's not a lie. Just that
he's denounced it.
That's not part of his policy. It's a fact.
How many times does he need to denounce it in order?
And how many times have he lied? We
don't believe him.
He's denounced it every single time.
This is my point: is that they didn't do it to both.
Well, Mr. Denali, I agree with the one part that they were a little lenient on her, but more on the sense like the very first question when they asked about the state of the economy now, and she kind of went on a tangent about her goal and her vision for the economy and blah blah blah. She didn't really speak on the state of the economy now, and they let her slide with that. And I was like, oh, they really should have pressed her on that because she should talk realistically about right now. That's what everybody's concerned about. But as far as the fact checking on her part, I think we would have to go back and fact check her now because again, like Miss Steele said that he said was a blatant misinformation, and they fact checked it immediately. I really didn't hear anything that she said that was not true.
Listen, that abortion thing is not true because in Minnesota there is no restriction. We found 3 cases in the last 4 years for late term abortion.
In that state.
In Minnesota.
Right.
I read the law on the air.
You read the law, but did you have exact cases? Because to my understanding, there's no statistics that even support that.
There were 3 cases of late-term abortions in Minnesota since 2020. 3.
But there's also no restrictions. There's no restriction on that neither.
I'm sorry.
There's no restriction on that.
Yeah, there's no restrictions on it. I read it on the air.
And does that mean she supports that?
Hang on 1 second. Lindsay said nowhere in the United States is there a law that you can have a late-term abortion. That's not true. Because in Minnesota, there is no restriction. Tim?
So then she's right. There's no law. If there's no restriction, there's no law.
Miss Brooke, the law says there's no restriction.
But that means there's no law. Now, she didn't say that there wasn't being done, per se, even though, to my understanding, there's no statistics that really support it. I would have to see the 3 cases that you have. But she did say there's no law. If there's no restriction, there's obviously no law.
So you're going to play
she did say
semantics with me?
it's not happening. She said it's not.
Are you going to play semantics?
She said there's no law in the United States.
No problem.
That's what she said, yeah.
Okay.
And like you said, if you said there's no restrictions, then you're right. There are no restrictions, but there also is no law that says they can or can't. If there's no restrictions, there's nothing said about
Are
it
you
at
really
all.
saying? Are you saying what? So if it happened,
I'm
then
very confused.
there's no law to stop it.
She said there's no law. That's what you just said. That's what I just said. That's what we both heard. She said
So
there's
what?
no
So when
law.
she, so
So then
So
why
when
can't
they
she
say
just
there's
get
no
an abortion?
restriction, let's be clear. When there's no restriction, that could leave the way for it to be done. But is there a law saying that it is allowed? No, there's just not a restriction on it happening at all. There's no law. That would be like if I said, okay, you can run in one state, but then another state, I don't have no restrictions on any type of movement you make. Then it's not saying that it doesn't happen, and it's not saying that it's allowed either. Like, it's not a law. It's not there. There's nothing there about it regarding it, period.
but there's no restriction. That means that it can be done.
That means what Trump said was correct by what you saying.
Because it's
Yeah.
No, she said there's no law that allows that.
if
But he
there's no
said seventh, eighth, and
restriction,
ninth
if they
month.
write,
But
hang on
there
one
is
second,
a
Brown.
law that says you can go up
If
to
they
9
write
months.
an AB bill and they do not put a restriction on when it cannot happen,
You can go up to 9
that
months.
means that it can happen, and it did happen.
Yes, it means that it can happen, but is there a law saying that it is necessarily
Would you say
allowed in
that
any
her?
state? No.
Would you say that her statement is misleading?
What?
That there's no. Yeah, I would say that then that the statement is
Okay.
misleading.
So,
Yeah.
okay. Let me. Miss Lindsay of the debate gave a misleading statement.
If she said there's no state law and you're presenting to me
I'm
that there
agreeing
is a
with you,
state
and I'm
with no
saying,
restriction,
Miss
yeah,
Brooke,
then that's
I'm
misleading.
agreeing, Miss Brooke, I'm agreeing with you, and we agree that Lindsay she gave a misstatement. Can we say that?
Right. But from my understanding, when I felt that she fact checked him, it is because the facts right now present that does not happen. There are really no percentages that even show that people have that done. There's nobody carrying a baby to that amount of time and then undoing it.
All right, okay. And she misspoke. Can I say that, Miss Brooke?
Yeah, we can say that.
Okay, thank
And
you
I would
so
love
much.
to see the cases that you have because I would love to
Listen, you go look up the cases. I don't care about it.
see. Okay, I will.
I don't care about the case because it's only 3 and 4 years. I don't care about it.
Yeah, I will.
That's fine. In Minnesota, come back and report back to me.
I definitely will if I find them.
Again,
I honestly think
we're getting bogged down. We're getting bogged down on the minutia because it really doesn't matter.
No, but it's really important to the argument, like Vice President Harris mentioned, because at the same time, it's almost disrespectful to even assume that women would do that, and it started this part of the stigma that people push ahead. Beyond that,
but she didn't
as a
answer.
medical,
What?
who?
What stigma?
Brooke, she didn't answer.
Second.
Hold on.
What? Everybody quiet. What stigma are you talking about, Brooke?
That people are just out here unaliving babies and they're not.
Have you ever heard of women using it as abortion control? I mean, as birth control?
No.
I have.
I know some.
I have too.
Okay. Yeah, well, I personally haven't, so therefore I wouldn't share that.
I'm not talking about you personally.
Right. So then I wouldn't use y'all's anecdotes personally either. So I haven't. But that
You
being
haven't
said,
heard of anyone getting one?
no. That being said, it is more. We're talking about when you put a ban on a medical procedure, though. Then you have the issue that we're facing right now, where medical professionals.
Again, I've been asking the question: why didn't people get off their asses and go vote? Since Trump said the judges he was going to put on the Supreme Court if reproductive rights were so important.
What do you mean? Why didn't they get off and go vote?
He said the judges he was going to put on the Supreme Court.
And they lied and said they were not going to overturn it, and they turned around and overturned it.
What came first, the vote or their testimony?
What do you mean?
What came first, the vote for Trump or the non-vote for Trump or their testimony?
Okay, we can talk about that too, because Trump never won a popular vote. Electoral college should be undone.
I don't want to yell at you, Ms. Brooke, but how do we elect a president in these United States?
By using a vote that goes to electoral college who chooses our president.
Miss Brooke, We use
Yes,
the electoral college to select our president, right?
we definitely
But
do.
we don't care. I don't care about the popular vote.
All right. So, but
Okay.
again,
Well,
that
stop
being
right there.
said,
Let's eat
though,
it like an elephant. So
no, no, no.
he said the judges that he was going to put on the Supreme Court, right?
We knew that. Yes,
Right.
we knew
So why
that.
didn't people get up and go vote?
Too
They
late
did.
then.
Look, they did. But Mr. Denali, let's speak realistically. Look at the state that I am in, and you know this state. It doesn't matter how blue it is. There are already things in line for it to be red. So that being said, again, that he was put in by electoral college. That's obviously what they wanted to see at the time. Maybe this was the goal all along. But the picks that he chose lied about what they were
But
going
what
to
came
intend for
first?
Roe v. Wade.
Miss Brooke, what came first? The vote for Trump or their testimony?
The vote.
Right. So if they would have voted, they never would have been sworn in or had a testimony, Senate confirmation hearings, right?
I mean, yeah, but still, it's like, what are we arguing? Like, the
We're
deed's
arguing.
already
This
done.
is okay.
Now we're arguing whether it should be
I'll
placed
break
back.
it down to you.
Yeah, no, I see what we're arguing now. I
This,
get that. I agree.
what?
I
Please,
agree.
please don't cut me off. We're
I can see.
arguing that he said the judges he was going to put on the Supreme Court. It was
I
conservative
concede.
judges picked by the Heritage Foundation. If people were so concerned with
I
reproductive rights,
concede. I concede.
okay, good.
I concede because the argument's not null and void. It wouldn't really have mattered if we really got up and voted or not. He was put in. He was already
I'm going to
elected.
give you a round of applause. Okay, we made it through.
Now, moving on, though, when it comes to the question of it being put federally protected, the rights being federally protected and taken out of the control of the states, that's where we are now.
Right, but that never would have happened had people voted, and then those judges wouldn't be on the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court wouldn't be 6-3 for the next 25, 30 years.
Yeah, but we also have people who are on the conservative side who are pro-choice.
So?
Yeah, but
So
that's what you're
had they not misled those people, I don't think that they would have, felt the same way. Maybe their votes could have been altered.
At the end of the day, elections have consequences, and people should have got up and went to go vote. That's all.
Yeah,
Okay?
I don't think it's because people didn't.
I like this one moment.
I don't think it's because people didn't get off of their butts to vote, because they did. It was shown in the popular vote. However, that doesn't matter. The electoral college
Why
matters.
are we talking about something that doesn't matter?
You keep saying that people didn't vote. I don't think that's the case.
They didn't vote.
The people said different. The people said different.
Well, if people would have voted, then Donald Trump might not have been president. They should have got off the ass.
They didn't vote, Brooke. They didn't vote.
They didn't
That should have been
vote.
codified. It should have been codified a long time ago. That should have been codified a long time ago.
A wedge issue.
We should have undone the electoral college a long time ago.
Listen, they were giving you pretzels in the chat. I'm going to give you a half a pretzel book.
I don't know what pretzels are. I was tickled when she said a half a pretzel.
You don't bend yourself into a pretzel trying to make wrong right. That's what.
No, I'm not trying to make wrong right. I don't understand the argument. Because when you say I'm gonna let it go, bro. I'm gonna let it go. I don't get why we can't understand each other.
What else you got, Brooke? Let's go. I can do this all night.
Let's go, Brooke.
I know you can, because you are hell bent on wanting me to be wrong, and I will be wrong on the one part. If we're gonna be wrong about it, we'll be wrong. I'll be loud and wrong about that.
Loud and wrong? That's not.
I'll be so loud and wrong about that.
Hey, let me put some little sunshine in there.
Can I say something?
So Denali, look, they had one moment.
Hello?
I'm almost finished, baby.
Okay.
Look, they had one moment where Trump. Yeah, baby. They had one moment where Trump was just flustered, and he said, "Where Biden? Where Biden at? He's supposed to be up here. Biden got 14 million votes, and you didn't get none." That was so funny. Where Biden
Which was
at?
funny to me too, because that just disproved what he had just said about the votes in his behalf. Because if Biden got that many votes, then what are you talking about? But I guess he's talking about in the primaries.
No, he said
general election.
Yeah.
Trump said he had the most votes than any sitting president. And he know he did not.
He did not.
Because Biden beat him.
No,
With
No,
the,
he wasn't
he was
sitting
the sitting
president. That's what
president,
he
though.
meant. Sitting president. Biden
with
is
the
not sitting
popular
president.
vote.
No,
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 he
we're
didn't
talking
say
sitting president.
He
electoral
said
vote.
sitting president.
He said
Sitting
more
president.
Oh,
votes.
shit. I'm sorry. My bad. My
More
bad.
votes. He's absolutely correct. He got
He's
the most
absolutely
votes.
right. My
He got
bad.
the most votes overall, second to Biden, who happened to beat him. So he's right.
Okay, 99 and 1.
Right. He did. That is true. That is an actual fact.
Okay, by Brooke, why are you not mad at Ruth Bader Ginsburg that didn't retire when she needed to retire?
I'm sorry.
She was dying. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She wouldn't have been a judge if she would have left under Obama's term.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
I mean,
she
like
was
he just
dying.
said,
No, she was dying.
things
Why
have
are you not
consequences.
mad that she didn't want to leave when she had to leave?
Because they're in the Supreme Court until they unalive. Like that's just
no. They don't just die and no, she could leave and she could.
Yeah, you can retire. You can retire if you choose to, but if you don't want to, then what? What will put you out?
Yes, but it was going to be under Obama's term. So then Obama could have picked somebody.
Yeah, that's Monday morning quarterback.
I mean, but I can't be mad at her for the fact that I could be mad at the fact that we let this fool into government. Again, like you said, I can't be mad about that. Nobody had, I mean, hindsight's 2020, honey. I can't be mad about the fact that she didn't leave. Nobody expected him to win.
I could be mad.
Nobody expected him to win.
She also said Roe would eventually be overturned.
Yeah, no one expected him to win. No one expected him to win.
He didn't think he was going to win.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Obama could have told her, look, you need to go. You're about to die.
But even Obama said that he was before his term specifically because he never thought the president that came after him would be the type of person to be elected into the presidency.
Well,
so obviously he was before his term.
I don't know, but
all right, okay.
I mean, she could have left when she wanted to, but she didn't want to leave. So
let's give.
We didn't expect, and that was specifically because of his rhetoric and the way that he portrays himself. Not anything about Republican ideals or conservative ideals or anything like that. That was specifically about Trump himself.
Okay. All right, okay.
Mama, Mr. Denali, I'm gonna dropping down, but I'm just gonna leave one thing, man.
Hold on.
Damn, man, you can't. I see now I can't do it no more because I know you're gonna do it, so I can't do it no more. But the thing is, I think like as far as the real independence, I think this debate, even another debate's not gonna decide it. I think what's gonna decide it is over the next 50-something days on what's going on in society. Because there's a lot of things going on real fast, real quick, bunch of news coming out around the world as well as in the United States. And I think that's going to be the ultimate decision that a lot of people are going to make November 5th decisions when they walk in the day before and say, look, I don't like the way this is going. We need to change. Sometimes change need chaos, even though it's not somebody that you want, but chaos creates something that you might get in the future. And that's my take on it.
Guy Princess, what are you talking about? What's going on with people in this chat?
But you can drop me down, Crazy Space. I'll listen a little while longer.
I don't think that Aisha's batshit crazy. Come on, we can do better than that. Stop it. No need to.
I don't know. They keep repeating that. I don't know what I have said that was.
Don't worry. I don't know what they're talking about. She's a lovely.
I can't see your name. Is that your name? It's under the little Cash App. Oh, okay. I see that. I'm sorry.
Hi, Princess.
Hello, good evening.
Uh-oh.
Why you do that?
Because you're problematic.
Am I problematic or just an opposing viewpoint?
No, you're problematic. I use the right word. I have a very good command of the English language.
Okay. Okay.
And I deem you to be problematic. Why do you don't have
I need some more problematic people here with me, Scott.
I'm here.
Do you concede the fact that we talked about yesterday? Did you listen to the clips?
I didn't hear any clips. What was it?
About Ketanji Brown Jackson.
No, I didn't hear any clips. I'm sorry.
You still don't concede what I was saying the other day?
No, I guess I don't concede it because I didn't hear the clip, so I didn't see
Well, you
anything
were
to
here. It was
convince me
about you.
otherwise.
You were here with me having a conversation.
Well, you asked me how I felt about her being appointed, and you
I was
said
saying,
something about
how
her
does
being
it
a
help?
DEI hire or something to that effect.
I didn't say anything about a DEI hire. I said
Okay.
the fact of what Black women asked for. Why didn't you ask for something that would help the whole Black community and not just a symbol?
Okay.
You
Well, y'all
conceding?
talking about the debate tonight because that was a couple days ago.
So
I'm just saying.
Wait, what? Something
Ketanji
that would
Brown
help,
Jackson ain't
the
running
whole
for
Black
president either.
community.
I'm
But,
sorry, Miss Scott Prince. What'd you say?
I said Ketanji Brown Jackson ain't running for president right now either. So I mean,
No, I don't. But what does that matter to me? I talk about all
why
kinds.
did you shift the conversation to that, Mr. Denali?
I wanted to.
Because you want to put me on the spot and take me back to something from a few days ago that I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Okay, let's do it again.
Okay.
What I was saying was that Ketanji Brown Jackson, as a Supreme Court justice, does not help the Black community get off the bottom floor of many statistics that we're on the bottom floor for. She is a symbol, but she doesn't help the Black community as a whole.
And what I told you was that she is one person.
Right.
But she is, that is one foot in the door. And the more people that become appointed to those positions, or the more that we start to see people that have experienced the same things, and again, I'm not saying just because you're a certain demographic that you necessarily have, but it's more likely that you have experienced certain things based on what demographic you're a part of. So I do feel like she offers that insight and that ability, and when she has more people that are with her that have that same insight, that we might begin to see changes at some point when you're talking about the Supreme Court, though.
Okay, so
it goes hand in hand. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you as a Black woman, if you were talking to the president to be, and he said, what do you want for the Black community? You would say put a Black justice on the Supreme Court?
No, but that's a start.
What would you say?
Personally, it's not necessarily that I want anything for the Black community from the government.
You're in charge, so you're gonna ask for something that's gonna help Black people as a whole. What are you gonna ask for?
Education funding, which Donald Trump is trying to eliminate.
Okay, don't use Trump. Let's get off of Trump. I'm asking you, what would you say?
I would ask for educational funding and priority as far as I feel like our educational system is weak across the board.
Great. One, education. What's the second thing you would ask for?
Honestly, I would probably, of course, I want reparations. Want reparations.
Give me the third thing you would ask for.
Reparations.
Okay. 1, education, 2, reparations, and 3, C number 2. Right? Right?
Hey, that's the top priority.
Great. Why didn't Black women say that when they had a chance to tell the president, almost president to be, something other than a symbol?
Because we still, like I said, that's not how you go about those types of conversations when
how do you go about them?
Levels. You play chess. You make moves.
So chess is to put a symbol on the Supreme
Court? As far as I'm concerned, it's strategic. So you make moves that are going to put you in a position to where you don't have to ask. Because you're making moves that are going to put you in that position.
You came up with that in 30 seconds. And I'm a guy on a TikTok with a dog in Atlanta.
I'm sorry, what did you say, sir?
I'm saying you came up with that in 30 seconds.
Came up with what in 30 seconds?
What I said, what would you ask for? So the Black women in South Carolina could have asked for some things, and they asked for 2 symbols.
I don't know how true that is. That's what you're telling me. I would have to research that. I'm not.
You go ahead. I've already done the research. I don't need to do it. I did it already.
I have a question.
I did it already.
Hold on, let me turn my phone up. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I said I did the research. I don't need to do it.
I need to do it before I comment on something that I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the difference. I'm not just gonna get up here and say something and then you come back and say, "Oh, well, this is wrong." No, I'm gonna actually look into it and make sure I know what I'm talking about. So this is something I don't want to talk about because I don't know enough about how Ketanji Brown Jackson ended up on the Supreme Court, whether or not it was South Carolina black women that put her there. I don't know enough about that.
I'm telling you, it was.
Okay, well, I know she went and pursued an education in law that made her qualified to even be in a position to possibly be selected for that position.
My point is not that she's not qualified. My point is that if you have an opportunity to ask for something, why would you ask for 2 symbols and not ask for something that's going to help the black community as a whole?
And again, I can't speak to that one, Mr. Denali.
It's okay.
So I'm gonna let you win that one because I can't speak to it.
I've been talking about it for months.
Okay. Well, I just started watching. I just joined.
No, not you. I'm saying I've been talking about it for months. And believe me, the way that some women come at me, if they had anything that I was wrong about, they would be sure to tell me that you're wrong, Mr. Denali. That's why you got a lace front on. So I'm almost positive that they've done their fact checking and they don't, and it's a fact. That's why they have to talk about other things and not factual things that I talk about. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
I wanted to ask because I don't want to take over Sky's time because she wanted to talk about the debate, but really quick, the Ketanji Brown Jackson comment.
Yeah.
I noticed that you're back to saying she's a symbol. What happened to the word that she was putting on the end of that?
What word was that?
Well, 2 words.
What?
You forgot what the other part that you were saying because you called her a symbol and that caused the whole issue. So what was the other part of it?
I don't remember, Miss Hill. Remind me. I'm sorry.
Of excellence?
Oh, okay. Listen, I'm not here to coddle people.
I'm going to tell you that I brought that up.
I'm not here to coddle people. People understand what I'm saying, and if they're going to listen and if they're going to take that word and try to run with it, then they're not honest brokers, and they're looking for an argument.
So I don't know, Sky. I was not there to hear the debate between you and Sky, but if you guys got into it and you're saying about the symbol again,
I think I did say it at that time too. I think I did say it.
She's probably feeling the same way that that you're reducing Ketanji by saying she's a symbol, and you're not. So it's like you're reducing her accomplishments down to just.
So a guy on TikTok is reducing Ketanji Brown Jackson to something.
If you're speaking of her and you're calling her a symbol,
yes.
But you're not. But again, if you're calling her a symbol, that doesn't sound like that's reducing her or diminishing her accomplishments.
The accomplishments are her accomplishments.
But you're saying she's just a symbol. You didn't say she's a symbol of excellence.
I feel she's a symbol.
Okay.
She doesn't do anything for the black community as a whole. As Sky Prince just said, if she had an opportunity to talk to a person who could be president, she would ask for education and reparations 2 and 3. That wasn't part of the discussion.
But that wasn't what they asked for. So what they asked for
I think that's a mistake.
Okay, but what they asked for is what they got, and it doesn't reduce her because of the fact that that's what.
And I don't think what I'm doing reduces her either.
Well, again, so this is an agree to disagree moment. So
that's absolutely true. I'm saying, listen, I said it. I don't think I have to say it every time. She was a symbol of excellence, everybody. I don't think I have to say that every time. The same way when I say things, I don't think I have to say some or most, because everybody has critical thinking skills to know that I haven't spoken to any one particular demographic in the world.
But if you're going to keep saying that every time her name comes up, you are reducing her.
I disagree.
Okay.
All right. Miss Sky Princess, so what did you think about the debate? Let's get back to you.
I loved it. I didn't like the fact that I felt like Donald Trump kept talking beyond the time that he was able to talk when they said the mics was going to be muted, but clearly they weren't. I do feel like she cleared him though. And I feel like anybody that watched that debate and did not see her as someone that can, sit in the room with male leaders from when she clearly, like I said, I feel like demolished Donald Trump in that debate. And if he got beat by a woman, and y'all think that, like when she called him weak around Putin, like she made so many points that I felt like were so valid and just an example of exactly why Donald Trump is not qualified to be the leader of this nation, in addition to the fact that he showed it himself through his actions, reactions, and, trying to talk in circles around the questions that I feel is a clear, evident choice for myself. But my mind was already made up in the first place. So it really wasn't too much he was going to be able to do to convince me otherwise. But he proved everything that I already thought about him prior to the debate. I'll say that.
Okay. Cool. And I'm sure you think that VP Harris won.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. All right. Cool. Love it.
What was that?
I don't know.
Oh Lord, never mind. Maybe I'm hearing shit.
Let's give.
I heard it too.
Is it Obsidian? What is your name, sir?
Obsidian Eagle.
Obsidian Eagle. Are you a black eagle or you're?
You know it. You know it. Gotta be black.
What state are you in, sir?
I live in the state of Virginia, but I'm from New York City.
Okay. Why do I feel like you're about to yell at me?
I ain't gonna yell at you, man.
Why do I feel you? I feel like my spidey sense is tingling right now. Go ahead.
Nah, I ain't gonna yell at you.
Okay.
Concerning the debate, both candidates did what I expected is the norm. No one ever really debates on the facts. That's just keeping it real. Politicians go in a debate trying to push a narrative, their narrative. And when asked questions, neither one of them really answered the question. And that's just, again, being honest about it. But with that being said, if I was to pick a winner, I would say Trump won the debate because Kamala is in a position, whether she likes it or not, and her fan base likes it or not, she has to defend the current, state of affairs. She's in the White House administration right now. So just like back in 2020, whether the pandemic was Trump for or not, he was president and people were pissed off. He got the blame and he lost that election. And now people are pissed off about a whole host of things. And the accountability is going to be put on the Biden administration and Harris too. And there's something that he said I think was very interesting. He said it about Hillary Clinton, and it's true. You got all these great ideas, you got all these great policies, but you can't even convince your running mate to implement any of these policies. You got 3 years, you couldn't come up with any, convince him to try to implement any of your ideas, because they didn't try any of her ideas or policies, and even though they have changed since she ran in 2020, and then he said something else that I thought was very interesting, was about the fact that she didn't get no votes, and that's a big deal. She was anointed the Democratic candidate. She didn't earn it. She didn't get no votes. And this is something I would let slide. And I think most people would let slide if there was, something that came out of nowhere. But to be honest, everyone knew Joe Biden was demented and decrepit over a year ago. The Democrats could have had a primary, allowed people to run against him, which it would have been revealed for everybody over, 6 months ago, that he should not be running for re-election. He did not step down. He was forced down. I remember him saying he plans on continue to run for re-election after that last debate. Then he so-called got COVID over the weekend, came back on Sunday, released a statement saying he's stepping down from running for re-election. So they forced him out. And then they handed it to her. She didn't earn it. No one ran against her. And now she's up there and she's doing what I think is just, it's outdated. She's giving speeches about Americans loving each other, and no one wants to hear that when prices are the way they are for food, for groceries, for gas. You can't get a house. You know what I'm saying? You got all these immigrants coming into your city, flooding your city. And like I said, I'm from New York. I don't live there no more, but I got family up there, and I go there. What he may have said about the cats and dogs, I don't know nothing about that, but I do, and I can tell you from what I've seen in New York City, they are cooking guinea pigs on the street. They're cooking guinea pigs and pigeons.
In New York City?
Yes, you can Google it. You can go to YouTube. They're cooking guinea pigs on
I
the
think
street.
those are AI generated things.
I'm telling you, I seen it myself. It's from I forget which country, but the people are, I think, Ecuadorian or something, or Peruvian. They cook guinea pigs, and they're cooking them. Not only that, they have a whole bunch of stuff they're doing on the street, which I find funny because Eric Garner was choked out for selling Lucy cigarettes, but they're allowing these people to just, and I'm talking about the hygiene standards is out the window. They have raw meat
So you're
just
voting
in the
for
heat.
Trump? You're voting for Trump?
Can
No,
I
I'm
say
not
something
voting
to
for
what he
either one
just
of these
said?
candidates. I'm not voting for either one of these candidates. I didn't vote for Trump or
Who are you
Biden.
voting for? Who are you
He
voting for?
don't even have a voice.
Who are
I'm
you voting
voting.
for?
I'm voting down ballot. I'm not voting for
I don't
either
know
one
what
of these
that means.
candidates.
Who are you voting for?
I'm voting for local and state elections. I'm not voting for either presidential candidate.
For the presidency, you're not going to cast a vote?
Nope.
Okay.
Not until
Well, he
one of them
said only
say they're going to
after
do
we.
something specifically. But I mean, to be honest with you, if I was, I see, I can't unless Trump says he's going to do something specifically for Black Americans and
What
not
he
this all
said.
in all. Then I'm not voting, and I can't trust Kamala because she made it clear she ain't doing nothing specifically
Kamala.
for Black Americans. So she's
What
not
did
going to get my
Trump
vote.
say?
Can I say something to what he just said? He said a couple of
I
things.
want Aisha to say something because she took a little beating in the comments. I want to give her an opportunity.
Okay.
Aisha. I was gonna sing a song.
What did I say?
Can I
I
just
don't know. What did I say?
No, they
Well,
were
New York does have a pigeon problem, so I don't
in the
think.
comments.
They got
Well, I never
every
knew guinea
animal
pig
type
was
of
running
rodent
rampant
problem, I
in New York.
think.
I want to give Aisha an opportunity because she was taking a little hit in the comments about some of your views. They thought you were kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, I don't know who the fuck was saying that I was like insane for whatever reason, but I don't know. I mean, to me, like I said, I think everybody already knows my stance. I don't think at this
Oh, that's
point
the
anyone
guy
can
under
say,
you, Aisha.
huh?
He said you was batshit crazy.
No, I don't think he said that.
Who said I was
I'm
batshit
looking
crazy?
at it.
Well, yeah,
I'm
someone
looking.
said I don't know who it was,
This
but like
is
someone said I was
Did you
batshit
say
crazy
that,
for whatever
Aisha was
reason.
batshit crazy?
I don't know what I said that was batshit crazy.
Obsidian, did you say that?
No, I didn't say that about her.
I don't think that was
No, that was busy.
I
I'm
thought
sorry,
it was a
it
no
was
face
busy
person.
bee. The eagle.
Yeah, it was like a.
Okay, Aisha, you don't have anything to say? I was trying to give you an
I mean,
opportunity.
no. I mean, he's just stating what he's seeing in New York and what's happening. I don't know where he's living, but
Because you don't think the border, you want the border to be more secure, right?
yes, for sure, I do believe that. And like I said, I'm an immigrant. I come from a family of immigrants. To be honest, it's just an open border for everybody, and we don't know who we're letting in. Let's be completely honest. I didn't even see it that way when El Salvador had their whole shit in control in like basically a week, right? Ecuador. Wait, is it Ecuador or El Salvador?
Which one?
The president, the really young president who basically got MS-13. Is it El Salvador or Ecuador?
El Salvador.
El Salvador, right? Okay, so I didn't look at it that way when they got their shit figured out of getting rid of basically MS-13. I looked at the president, I'm like, in my head, I looked at him like, that's kind of small for like having all these MS-13 members just all collected into this one prison. And also,
Busy Bee said Obsidian is batshit crazy too.
Who?
Obsidian, excuse me, Busy Bee said you're batshit crazy, and Busy Bee says that Obsidian Eagle is batshit crazy.
Yeah, I guess that's the go-to for whenever you criticize. It's okay to criticize a Republican, and I have no problem doing that because I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat, nor will I ever be. But when you criticize Democrats on the BS they do, they lie. Like you mentioned, it wasn't misleading what she said. It's a lie. If you pass a law that says there are no restrictions, then by law, you can do whatever you want. The law is saying you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So that's a lie she told, and they didn't check her on that. They didn't check her on a bunch of lies, or the fact that she didn't answer a bunch of questions. She said she was. And she likes to do that when people ask her certain things. She runs down the history of things, just like she did with reparations. When they asked about reparations, she runs down Black American history as if we don't know our history, just to say no or say something in general. But that's not the question.
I heard
The question's
her
about
answer the
reparations.
question.
It is
I
so
heard
Well,
her answer the
ridiculous.
question. And
I think
all
I
of the
stepped
talk
out, Ro. Ro, what was the answer? I think I stepped out on that part.
on what? What?
On
Because he said,
the
which one?
reparations. The reparations. I missed that part. I was going in and out on something.
Oh, I didn't hear us mention
We don't
anything
talk
on
about
the
reparations.
reparation this time, but she said she would sign the reparation if it came across her desk while she's president.
Okay.
And
Damn.
to
I just want to say to
the
me,
topic we were talking about,
Okay, just to
we were
finish.
talking about with the
Can I?
restrictions, I was the one who said that it wasn't being done. She just said it wasn't state law, which
No, I'm
it
talking
isn't.
about the what you call it, the moderator. To say that if
Yeah,
there's
the
no
moderator.
state, if you have just like that said, you got pew restrictions in many different states. If you have a state that says there's no restriction, that means you can do whatever you want with your pew. That's what the law means when you say there's no restriction. It means you can do whatever you want. So if there's no restrictions on AB as far as when you can get it and when you can't get it, that means you can get it up until 9 months. That's what it means by fact. So they
Obsidian, are you
lied.
expecting? Do you have a
That's
child?
what, yeah,
Are you
that's
with
what it
That
child?
could
is not
mean.
AB
That's disgusting.
What?
in 9
Can you
months.
guys say
That's what it
Because
could
that's not a
mean, but at
decision
the
for him
same
to
time,
make.
most states had on their laws already up to 6 weeks, up to 8 weeks, blah blah blah. Like Mr. Denali said, if that one state has no restrictions, she technically just misspoke
But that
and
no, that wasn't.
misrepresented what she said.
But that wasn't Trump's point. Trump's point said that they wanted to. He didn't say that he said they wanted to. And I'll give a point of the state. I live in Virginia. The former governor of Virginia stated he wanted to pass a law allowing AB up until 9 months. He stated that. And then
Okay,
he
well,
even
that's
went
what he
along and
wanna
said
do.
some
He the
weird
Would you guys
stuff.
government.
denounce
He
that
the
actually?
governor.
Because she couldn't even answer that. Would you guys denounce someone like basically getting an AB at like 8-9 months? You don't think that's
If
maybe
you
a
don't know
little
what
bit?
the circumstances are, though,
Personally,
there
No,
are
but
people
Trump
that
Okay,
have
just
let's
late
look,
said
term
look, and I'm not
that
ABs
they
for
even
a
have
talking about
8
life.
variety of
I'm
reasons,
talking.
9 months.
mostly
All
health
right.
related.
Okay. Vegas, I'm going to rotate the panel around. Vegas, thank you for coming. Appreciate you, brother.
Can I get my money?
Can I say something to Obsidian Eagle? What he said
Give
about
me
them
my
cooking guinea
money.
pigs?
I want my money.
Vegas,
Bro.
Because
I'm going to get you
this
out of
is
here
my
before
thing.
before you
Like
get
y'all
too
bring up
far.
this point
Don't
about them
drop him. Don't
supposedly
drop him. I want my money.
taking all these
Listen,
benefits though.
Write
Like y'all
down the
talk
word
about them getting
widespread,
food
yes or
stamps and
no.
all these free benefits. Why would they be out
Denali, will you
cooking
play that back
guinea
where I
pigs?
said widespread?
And no one can answer that
So
question.
otherwise she needs to
Widespread.
shut the
Okay,
fuck up.
I will
Regular
look
Kroger
for it.
is
technicalities.
widespread.
I
I
will
said
look for it.
widespread.
Oh
So
my God.
Kroger is
Vegas, I'm gonna talk to you
widespread.
later, Vegas. Talk to you later. Thank you, brother.
I want
Drop
my
his
money.
ass. Parachute.
All right.
They do get benefits, man. There are no homeless illegal immigrants.
Benefits.
They
Why
do
they
get
getting
benefits.
guinea pigs? Why they not going to the grocery
Hold
store
on,
with that
Eagle.
$2,000 worth of free food stamps every
Hold
month
on,
that y'all claim
Princess.
they getting? Why they cooking guinea pigs and stealing people cats and dogs? Like y'all use, like I'm listening to you actually spew the same rhetoric that these people, these supremacists that ain't even being exposed to immigrants and living in sanctuary cities, living out in the middle of nowhere, complaining about a border problem that don't even affect them.
Wow.
Like it's ridiculous.
Guy
Well, how
Princess,
come
where do you
this
live?
guy Princess? Why can't
In
people?
the majors. I live in the city, boo boo. I live in the major
but
city. I
where?
don't live in the middle of nowhere. That's what you need to know. And that's all you need to know about me. And I'm not complaining about immigrants. I don't have a problem with them. In fact,
I'm an
I live
immigrant, so
amongst
I mean,
a very diverse
Well,
population.
you don't.
So
Well,
I
you
think
don't
that's the
speak for the
difference
black people of
between my
Chicago.
mentality
You don't
and
speak
that
for
of
the
people
black
that
people
ain't
of New
been
York
exposed to
City.
too much
You
in
don't
life.
speak for the black people of Chicago because we see them on. We can see them on video. So clearly, someone has a
Chicago
problem
has
with it.
always been an
They not. I don't care about what they
immigration
always
hub,
been. They're
sir.
complaining about
Chicago has
immigrants
always been an
flooding the
immigration
city
hub.
now. They closed down schools in black neighborhoods in Chicago. They closed
Okay,
down
and they
schools
did
in
it
black
in the
neighborhoods.
1900s
Open them
too.
up
When your
for illegal
grandparents couldn't
immigrants.
vote, when your
Hello?
great grandparents couldn't vote to keep the
Hello?
Italian immigrants,
1
the Irish
second.
immigrants, etc., out of Chicago.
Guy, hold up.
Jeez Louise. Boy, she can talk. Listen, continue to tap my screen. Also, don't forget, we got a gift goal up here of these hearts. Everybody's in here tapping, yapping. Go ahead and knock out these gift goals up there. Don't forget to continue to like the live and also gift the panel and then gift the host. Don't forget to follow the panel. And, let's go. Come on, support is a verb. Let's go, like the live. You can subscribe. That's another way you can do it. So share the live out. You can gift me. I've got the Cash App if you don't want to use the gifting thing, and you can also gift the panel. So come on, support is a verb. Let's go. We've been up here doing this thing. Let's continue to support the show so we can continue to have these mics open for people to hear your voices. Okay? Got almost.
Can I say one thing about
Denali, I
what
just came up to say
Chicago?
good night to everybody.
You say
I've
you
been
can't.
I've been tapping the screen, so
Thank
get
you,
your
dear.
lights up.
I appreciate you so very much.
Good
I want to
night,
say
Yo
one thing about
Yo.
Chicago.
Good
Hey,
night,
girl.
my dear. Good night, Mr. Rowe. Good
Hey,
night,
good night, Kim.
Denali. Good
Good
night,
night, Kim.
Miss Seal. Night
All right.
night.
Here.
See y'all tomorrow.
Kim, I'm
See you
trying.
tomorrow,
Kim,
okay,
I'm
Miss
trying to get
Kim?
us our money. I'm trying to get
Take
our
care.
money, Kim.
I do want to say one thing about Chicago, which is a city that I have frequented on a regular basis for a majority of
You are like shot out of a
my
cannon.
adolescence and adulthood.
She doesn't stop.
I have family there.
Looks
I have
like
been
you
there
didn't
on
stop
numerous
her.
occasions.
I talk and she just
And
continue to go.
Yeah, because she had no respect. She trying
it
to
ain't.
push
I
that
couldn't
to
hear
the
you
Democrat
talking
chair.
because
Oh, wow.
I can't hear you talking because I'm listening to you and talking and you talking.
Right.
I'm talking.
That
Go
second
ahead.
part.
My bad. But what I was gonna say about Chicago though, why you?
She's still gonna go.
Okay, so can I say something or I can't? Let me know because I'll shut
Come
up.
on, Sky Princess. We got a couple of other new people on the panel.
My bad.
Well,
I'll hush. All right.
Miss My Dear, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
God Princess is shot out of a cannon tonight.
He's all right. Yeah, you know, he has some good points.
Thank you, Miss Sill. Look at that. Miss Sill's roll. Follow Miss Sill and let's go. Let's knock out these gift goals of the heart. Let's go. Show your love and support for the show and Mr. Denali XXL. Let's go. Light up the screen like Miss Sill did.
Hi, panel.
Hey.
Hi, Miss My Dear. How are you?
I'm
Good
okay.
evening.
Hey, my dear, what you saw the debate?
Yes, I did.
What you think about it?
I'm totally disgusted. Totally.
And who?
The whole circus.
Whole circus?
The whole circus. I wasn't 15 minutes into the debate, and I just disgusted the whole.
And you what? Disgusted by it?
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't know a lot of the new policies out and amounts and things like that, so I can't really argue about something like that. But you know, you guys did very well on it. You know, I learned some things from that. But first of all, I don't know who prepped Kamala. I mean, she did well now. Don't get me wrong, but I just thought she gave Trump too much respect. She should have never focused on him. She should have focused on talking to the people. And she stayed sideways, totally focused on him. That could be a good thing and a bad thing. But to me, knowing Trump, I would have just discarded him and just totally talked straight to the people. So I was a little disappointed in that. And then, well, and then everyone's been arguing about Kamala had no policies, or citing no policies. Well, Trump come over there tonight, and they asked him, I'm not surprised, they point blank asked him, did he have any policies? He said, well, I have several concepts that I might do. What in the, well, come on now, you know, anyway, it's a circus, just a big circus. So my vote is 80-20 in favor of Kamala. And the only reason why I gave 20% to Trump is that he did show up and took up airspace. And I dropped. And I'm going to go out. I'll listen for a while.
You heard that, Denali? 80-20.
Yeah.
We'll take it, Miss My Dear. We'll take it.
Sky Princess, you better hurry up and get it in.
Okay.
While Denali away.
Because as far as Chicago is concerned, too, I would think that, as opposed to being concerned with immigrants or whatever, my concern would be about the violence, these kids that have to come home and step over or step around drug dealers and gangs in front of the doors when they're coming home, kids that can't go to sleep at night because they constantly hearing pew pew all throughout the night. I was watching one video where somebody was trying to make a flex on immigrants, but all you heard in the background was a bunch of people outside shooting, acting all crazy. These are the things that people need to be concentrating on instead of worrying about what an immigrant doing, because they ain't bothering you. What would be bothering me is the fact that it's people out here that's impeding my progress. And I'm not talking about immigrants. I'm talking about the people that I got to live around that look like me, that don't look like me, etc. They worried about the wrong things. And I feel like it's unfortunate that we live in a society where people so worried about what other people doing that instead of worrying about themselves in the first place. But like I said, it's just, I feel like right now this immigrant crisis is not really an immigrant crisis, because immigration has always been something that's happened in the United States. And the only reason it's a problem now is because the immigrants look a certain way.
No, that's not true.
What?
And I'll say this
That's not true. You must not know the history.
I listened to you quiet, man. I listened to you quiet. I didn't interrupt you.
Well, you did interrupt me.
No, I did not. You just finished, man.
I wasn't done talking. But go ahead.
So what you just said is a bold-faced lie. For Black Americans, immigration has always been a problem in this country. Since the founding of this country, immigration has never benefited Black Americans at all.
Did you know
ma'am, can you stop interrupting me, ma'am? I did not interrupt you. Can you show some self-discipline?
No.
Anyway, it has always been a problem, whether it was the Irish, the Italians, the Sicilians, the Chinese.
The woman might get offended though, sir, because there are.
I don't know who you are. I don't know why you're coming up here interrupting people when they're talking, ma'am. Who are you? Melanie? Unmute yourself. Melanie, unmute yourself.
Yep.
Who are you?
Melanie, unmute.
I am a Trump supporter, and
why are you coming up interrupting Mr. Obsidian Eagle? Unmute yourself.
I'm a Trump supporter.
No, I said, why did you come up interrupting Obsidian Eagle when he was talking?
Because I felt like the woman was trying to be so whatever.
All right, so you sit there and you wait until I'm ready to talk to you, because I don't like people to interrupt. I'm the only one that can interrupt. It's the Obsidian. Finish your point, sir.
Appreciate that, host. So, like I was saying, when the Irish came and we were open to them, same with the Italians, same with the Sicilians, so on and so on, only for these communities to weaponize their communities against us, time and time again, and we're seeing it happen again. We have a priority to look out for our people. We talk about voting means so much. Well, one of the powers of voting is numbers. And these people coming to this country do not have our interests in mind. They don't care about our problems. And what we're doing is adding to their numbers, and they're voting against our issues. And we've seen this down in Los Angeles when you had the Mexican councilman, the Mexican-American councilwoman, talking about Black people like dogs. So I'm not going to have that nonsense about it ain't a problem. That's how you feel, and you can feel that way, ma'am. But you're a minority in the Black community, and thank God, because I can guess what type of age you are, but thank God that now, the first time in American...
Hang on, I'm sitting. Are you talking about Sky Princess?
Yes. I didn't say how old.
What age do you think she is? I'm curious if you can be right.
I think she's well over 40 years old.
You want to narrow it down a little bit?
I'm going to go ahead and let him finish so I can respond to that.
Gotcha. Do you want to narrow it down a little bit? I'm curious. Do you want to narrow it down?
I think she's between 40 and 50 years old.
I think she's 53 years old.
Yeah, there you go. And it shows. So my point is that for the first time in American history, in our community, in the Black American community, there are more people under the age of 50 than there are over. And now you see for the first time the problem with the Democrats getting our vote the way they used to get it with the people over the age of 50 who would just blindly vote and get nothing in return. Like you said, Mr. Denali, what does it benefit us to get a Black female Supreme Court justice? It's all good and fun, but as a people, what did we get out of that? And it's absolutely nothing. It's not just that. But when Jim Clyburn was asked, what does he want for his community after Joe Biden got elected? He said nothing. He just happy he got elected. What?
Please
This
respond.
is a joke, and this is mentally ill. We vote for things. This is a bartering system. You want my vote, what are you going to do for me? They do for other communities. We see this. We see this. What is wrong with Black Americans saying, hey, you want my vote, what you going to do for me? All of a sudden, we got to vote for everybody. No one else is doing that.
Can I please say something? Because you're responding to what I said and you totally took everything that I just said out of context. One of the very first things that I said was that when it was 100 years ago, when our ancestors could not vote to keep immigrants from flooding our communities, taking over our neighborhoods, bringing crime into our neighborhoods, all these other things that they're trying to use now as fear-mongering tactics, as you stated, and as I also stated, was the exact same thing that happened 100 years ago with European immigrants. Not to mention the fact that when you bring this up, we could not vote. So all this Democratic, Republican, we couldn't vote. But when they came over, while y'all complaining about, or they talking about voter fraud with immigrants, they were able to vote. They were able to vote when we could not even vote, sir. Like, look that up, because you obviously don't know the history of politics in this nation. Otherwise, you would know that a part of the reason that we are where we are is because our rights, citizenship, voting rights, etc., were suppressed well after amendments were established to the Constitution. So, and the people that they brought over here voted against everything that would have benefited us while taking everything that you're saying that these immigrants now are taking advantage of. Exact same thing happened 100 years ago.
Ma'am, I literally just said that when I started.
Honestly, the Germans and the Italians. Whoa. Let's hear from Melanie real quickly. Melanie?
So here's the thing. Why can't we vote? Why can't we vote for people legally? Like you're talking about, like, you know, not being able to vote as a woman, as a this, as a that. Like, okay, let me tell you, like, I'm a very conservative person as far as family goes. I would hope that either myself or my husband can stay home and raise the kids, right? The women's movement created all this. Let's just say that they did. The women's movement created a lot of divide in families, right? Not intentionally. No, hold on.
Are you a Republican?
I'm a Republican,
And
but not intentionally. Wait, hold on.
How long have you been a Republican?
2016.
You just started being a Republican in 2016?
So when I was 18, I was a registered Democrat, 100%, right? I also voted for Obama, which was the biggest mistake.
Why? Whoa. Why? Why was that a mistake?
It was a mistake because there were so many just things that, like
what?
Well, let's talk about Obamacare, for example, right?
Okay.
Which I actually enrolled in.
Ma'am, listen to me right now. So, okay, so you were a Democrat prior to 2016?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you remember what was going on when Obama took office, ma'am?
I remember the debates. Yes, I remember being aware of who I was voting for. Yes.
And you are
and I voted
You're a
for
Republican
Obama,
because
and I thought
you're a
he was
Republican. You're a
a
Republican
great
because,
speaker.
ma'am, please don't talk over me. You're a Republican because of family values.
I'm a Republican because this country has gone to shit under Democrats.
Got it. So, okay. Oh, great. Okay. Here we go. So, ma'am, you like family values, right? Because you mentioned family values with your husband, and you hope one of you up and stay home, right?
Go ahead. Go for it.
No, I'm asking you. That's a question.
Yeah, yes, go for it.
Are you also for law and order?
1,000%.
Excellent. I love the fact that you're for law and order.
I love it too. I love it too.
Explain to me, reconcile this for me, why you're voting for a person who is 3 times divorced, or maybe 2 times divorced. He cheated with each one with the other one, and he possibly had an affair with a
that is just a Democratic opinion. You
are. Oh, hang on a second. It's not an opinion. Is he 2 times divorced? Melanie?
So you're saying that you're wait, hold on.
No, I'm not gonna hold on. I'm asking you a question. Don't talk over me.
You must be from Rutgers. Are you from
See, ma'am, please. It's 2:00 in the morning, but I can do this all day long. Please unmute yourself and answer my questions as asked.
Asked if she voted for George Bush twice.
I don't need your help right now, sir. Miss Melanie, please unmute yourself. I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself. Miss Melanie, unmute yourself, ma'am. You got to unmute yourself because no one can hear you. Okay, there you go. Miss Melanie.
No, Mr. whatever your name is.
Well, hang on a second.
I'm going to allow you.
I'm going to mute your ass is what I'm going to do. Now you can stay or you can go. It matters to me not because I didn't ask you to come. You pushed the button to come talk to me. Okay? How unintelligent it is for you to push the button for somebody you don't even know their name. I didn't ask you to come. So you can stay or you can go. But what you're not going to do or what you are going to do is answer my questions. That's what you're going to do. Now, I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself and let's have the conversation. Everybody's waiting. Miss Melanie, please unmute yourself. I'm allowing you to unmute yourself, so please do it. Miss Melanie, please unmute yourself. I'm gonna count to 3. Miss Melanie 1. Miss Melanie 2. Okay, great.
Oh, Miss Melanie, nothing. Somebody keeps muting me. Okay.
No, not somebody. Miss Melanie, who did you push the button to come talk to?
Mr. What's your name?
I don't know. You tell me. How unintelligent is it for you to push the button for somebody you don't even know who you're talking to?
Let me ask you what your name is. What's your name, sir?
It's
at the top of the screen.
Mr. Denali. Oh, because he drives a Denali, I'm sure. Yeah.
Nope. You're wrong.
That's not why.
Come on.
You're wrong.
Whatever his name is. I need glasses.
Oh.
Mr. Denali.
Yes.
Listen, all we have to do is have a normal conversation.
No, so answer the questions.
So ask me the questions.
Okay,
and don't be nasty about it.
I'm going to be how I want to be. If you don't want to be here, I didn't ask you to come.
Oh, okay. Well,
ma'am, do you realize I didn't ask you to come?
That's fine then. That's fine then. If you don't want to hear from me,
I will hear from you, but I will ask you the questions. Do you want to stay or would you like to go?
It's up to you.
No. Will you?
Yes, it is up to you.
No, it's up to you whether you want to stay or go. Do you know what happens when you go skydiving?
It's up to you. Oh, here comes you, sir.
Do you know what happens when you go skydiving? What is the one thing you need to go skydiving?
No.
What is the one thing, Miss Melanie, please, this is very important. What is the one thing that you need to go skydiving?
Oh, I've been skydiving before.
What is
It's
the
a lot of
one
fun,
thing that
actually.
you need that's most important to go skydiving?
A parachute.
There you go. I hope you got it. Pull the ripcord. Get your ass out of here. Who think you talking to?
Thank God.
Denali, you missed the opportunity to get her to read the backdrop that you always put up there.
Right, Mr. Rowe.
She would have read it.
Hey, Denali, can I say something to Mr. Is it Obsidian?
Yeah.
Obsidian Eagle.
Obsidian, I just wanted to agree with you because I'm from Peoria, Illinois, which is like 2 hours from Chicago.
Yeah.
And I also have family in Chicago, and they have been protesting. And Mr. Denali played, I don't know if it was last week, he played, Mr. Denali, was that a news clip? Where they're at like $95 million, and they're about to run out of funding from the migrant issue. So whoever's trying to say it's not a problem there is lying.
$100 million hole in the budget because of undocumented
So if
migrants.
someone's trying to say it's not a crisis or a problem or issue, they are protesting there. They're wanting to vote the mayor out because they are the ones that made them a sanctuary city. Because you have to say you're a sanctuary city. Because I live in Arizona, we don't have sanctuary cities.
All right.
That's what Democrat shields do.
I'm saying you have to elect to be a sanctuary city. So
Yeah, that's what Democrats shield do. Whenever you point out a fault in the Democrats, especially if you're Black American, they say you're the problem. Why you asking for something? You're uninformed. They question your intelligence. They can become very nasty. We're the problem. All that stuff.
Obsidian, calm down just a little bit, okay?
She kind of came at me hard.
Hang on, Obsidian. Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you three questions, Obsidian. You ready?
Go ahead.
Can you tell me what party was in place with the biggest terrorist attack that rocked our nation?
The Republicans.
Okay. Can you tell me what party was in place with the greatest economic downturn since the Great Recession? Since the Great Depression.
Since the Great Depression?
Yes, sir.
You talking about the Great Recession? That would be the Republican, George Bush.
Great.
I'm well informed, and like I said, I'm not.
No, you're shitting on Democrats, and like the Republicans aren't any better.
I never said that they were. But
you
the
haven't
point is,
said one ill word, sir.
Our people vote for.
Sir, you haven't said one ill word about Republicans.
Actually, I did say an ill word about Republicans. I said both Trump and Kamala lied at the debate. I said they both lied, and their intentions were just to push a narrative. I said they wasn't going to come with anything honest or true as far as facts. So I point out both sides, and like I said, I'm not. And when you ask who I'm voting for, I told you I'm not voting for either of them.
You're voting down ballot. I got you locally, and I applaud.
So I'm not someone who fans for. But the fact of the matter is, Denali, our community votes overwhelmingly and has voted overwhelmingly for the Democrats.
I agree with you. Do you know that I'm working on a plan?
What does that matter?
You know that I'm working on a plan for. Black America, for things that we should want in the Black community. Listen, it's a lot more work than I thought, but I think that Black people as a whole should vote for 2 election cycles for the Republicans and bring the Democratic Party to the knees and say, "What? Get your vote back." I think that's a great strategic move, in my opinion.
I agree because it would teach them a lesson that they can't take our vote for granted. I'm 100% for that. And it reminds me of what, Malcolm X said about allowing someone voting for a party and then they don't do nothing for you. That makes you a political chump. And I think our community has been political chumps because it's not just the Democrats. Before the Democrats, we were political chumps for the Republicans back in the day.
Correct.
So of people that look like us in this level of government when Malcolm X was alive. I wish y'all would quit disrespecting the legacy of the people that lost their lives fighting for our civil rights and liberties, okay? And to have y'all turn out like this, Malcolm X wouldn't have been down with that.
Here we go again.
See, that's what I was talking about.
Ma'am, here we go again. You're gonna question.
No, you're not gonna disrespect Brother Malcolm like that.
Who's disrespect? I love Malcolm X.
Disrespecting
Malcolm X was a Republican. Breaking news.
His daughter that
Sky
got
Princess
raised without a father because he lost his life.
Breaking news. Sky Princess. Malcolm X was a Republican. Go do your research.
No, he was not a Republican.
No, he wasn't.
I suggest you go do your research.
He wasn't.
Go pull up his daughter page. Go pull up his daughter page right now.
But Malcolm X wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden, though.
The
He
woman
wouldn't
who
have
was
voted for
raised
Joe Biden.
by his wife, who had to raise her kids as a single mother because he lost his life fighting for civil rights. That I'm sure put those same
Mr. Denali, can I
ideologies
get
and
And
a
what does
check?
that
philosophies
have to
on
do
her
with what we're
children.
talking
Go look
about
and see
here?
who his kids vote for. Go look and see who his kids
I don't
vote
care
for.
who his
I don't
kids
really
vote
care
for.
who they
That
vote
doesn't
for. I
matter
care
who
who
they
I'm
vote
voting
for.
for.
But you want to bring up their daddy though. That's what I'm saying. Like
You brought
like
up their
what
daddy.
they
Well,
daddy would
first
have
of
been
Nah,
all,
saying.
leave your
No,
ignorant
not
ass.
Goodbye.
no one's
You
daddy.
just got
man,
a
No, no.
hold
problem
up.
with me. You just want
Man,
to
You
argue with
brought
me
him
every
up,
time
No,
I
not
no.
come up here.
me.
I
you
see
see how
that.
crazy, Mr. Denali, you see why I said what I said about
Hold
how they
on.
attack people
Sky.
whenever you disagree with them. Now,
Mr.
Malcolm X
Denali, can I get a
is
chance
our
to speak?
ancestor. Malcolm X is all of our ancestors. Okay, Martin Luther
We're gonna
King is
get
all of
you
our
in a minute,
ancestors.
Of our
Milton.
I don't have to
ancestors.
agree with his kids or his cousins or any of that. What he said about being a political chump is a fact. And the fact of the matter is, if he was alive today, he wouldn't support Joe Biden. He wouldn't support Donald Trump. He wouldn't support Kamala Harris. He wouldn't even support Barack Obama. He's the one who pointed out the fact that when it comes to our leaders, they're celebrities. So he wouldn't even be listening to D.L. Hughley or Steve Harvey. Again, he was ahead of the game. And you can try to use emotion to obfuscate the point that's made. But the fact of the matter is, what Mr. Denali said about us just giving blind support to one party is not benefiting our community.
I don't vote
Mr.
based on
Denali, can
party.
I get a
I
chance?
vote based on
Miss
character
Sky
and
Princess,
policy.
when was the
That's what
last
you just said.
One second.
You just said that you
Hang
vote.
on 1 second, Miss Aisha.
Yeah.
Miss Sky
No,
Princess.
go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Miss Sky
I'm
Princess.
voting for a Democrat, but I didn't say I
Stop
identify with either.
talking. Who was the last Republican you voted for?
I voted Republican in local elections, but it's like I said, I vote based on party. I mean, I said,
I voted for
hold
George
on,
Bush
y'all got me.
Sr.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
she
y'all
said that
got me
right.
over talking. That's what let me finish what I'm saying,
Was that a
dude.
Mr.
Freudian
Denali, can I
slip?
get a
Keep
chance?
interrupting me, Obsidian Eagle, Yo-Yo. Y'all the ones, y'all want to try and bully people when they come up on this panel.
No, you're the one who yelled because he came up. He called you
Denali.
problematic. When I come up, he doesn't.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
problematic.
Wait, when I come up, I'm not called problematic. You
Everybody
are.
stop
right back.
talking.
Is there a reason you're called problematic when you come up?
Everybody stop talking. Everybody. We're going to go to the minute thing. You know how the minute thing works. If you don't know, I'm going to tell you right now. Everybody will get a minute to speak. If anybody says anything when it's not their turn to speak, they will be dropped immediately. No questions asked. Make sure you have your parachute ready because the floor is going to drop off from under you. Okay? Even if you laugh, Miss Sill. We're going to start at the top with Miss Aisha. Miss Aisha, your minute begins now.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I'm going back to what Sky just said. Sky, no one, by the way, I think you could go with every presidential campaign and what is going on in the country right now, right? And not right now, but I'm saying with every election, that's what people are voting on. They're not voting on political parties. I think majority of people, I would hope they're not voting just by political affiliation to a specific party. And if you are, I would hope that you would do your research and look at the candidate that is running for that party. To me, Scott, you really need to just open up. I don't even know what you need to do, but you need to open up your eyes. I don't know what you need to do, but just look forward and see that. I don't know. If you think really, truly believe that Kamala is the candidate for you, then go ahead. I'm not going to dispute you on that. But you need to at least defend your candidate. And I feel like no one could actually defend Kamala Harris at all.
Okay.
And I don't think that Sky could defend her.
Thank you, Miss Aisha. Let's go to our new friend up here. His name is Errol. Errol Dub. What state are you in, sir?
Florida.
Okay, great. You're right. Are you northern, central, or southern?
South.
Okay, great. You got a minute. Your minute begins now.
All right. The debate proves that Kamala Harris is the right person for the job, but I'm not going to vote for her. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump because black people needs a president like Donald Trump, even though he's an idiot and he's stupid. But it doesn't really matter because we as black people got to realize that white Democrats don't love us, and we got to realize that white Republicans don't love us. And we need a president like Donald Trump to put our backs up against the wall so we can stick together. We need a president like Donald Trump who is ignorant. He has white privilege. He's retarded. and he's full of hate, and all he's doing, all his base are racist rednecks, and that's why they're going to vote for him. The lady that you was talking to, she voted for Donald Trump, for George Bush twice. So she lied when she said she became a Republican in 2016. That was a joke. Like most white people that we deal with on a day-to-day basis in our lives, whether you're 50 or 60 or you're 21 or you're 30, we know what time it is, but
All right.
for
Thank you
black
so
people.
much, Miss Errol. Your minute is up. Mr. Rowe, your minute begins now. Then
Yeah.
we'll go to Obsidian.
Thanks again, Mr. Denali.
You're welcome.
I guess this was today or tonight was my night, because I had been saying all along what VP Harris would do in a debate, as far as explaining to the American people that she could handle the job. She stood up against one of the most ruthless persons that you could stand against, and that was Donald Trump, who was ex-president over the United States. Now, before I land, I wanted to just say, when they talked about the border, and she brought up that they had 1,500 border patrolmen ready to go, but Donald Trump called Congress and had them to hold up on that. So it was like, you either want the border secured or you don't want it secured. I understand it's politics, but at least he didn't deny that happened. And I'll land my plane.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rowe. Obsidian Eagle, your minute begins now, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to say that, I'm just going to give a quick story. I remember back in 2020 when we were tearing down those Confederate statues, and I spoke to my grandmother about it. She had an attitude with the way it was being done, and she felt it wasn't being done the right way. And I told her, well, if you would have done it in your generation, then these kids wouldn't have to do it. My people, I need you to listen when I say be careful and wary about older black people and how they tell you should do things. They failed on many things in our lives. You shouldn't listen to them. Think for yourself. You shouldn't be a diehard Democrat. And I'm not telling you that means to be a diehard Republican, but you need to be as fickle with your vote until a party is willing to come to you and not tell you what they're going to do for you, but ask you, what do you want them to do for you? And take orders from you, because that's what a servant does. They serve. They don't lead. These aren't leaders. The president is supposed to be a leader of us. He's not a leader. He's not a king, or she's not a queen. They're servants, public servants. And if they're not acting like servants and they're acting like they're your boss, then you're in a bad, bad situation. Thank you, Denali.
Appreciate you. Miss Yo-Yo, my good friend, your minute begins now.
I just want to say that the border issue that Mr. Rowe mentioned, it's ridiculous. That's like you opening your front door and locking the screen and then getting upset when a robber comes in. It's like she opened up the border and then, then you get all crazy when the migrants come in and you're just like, oh, what just happened? It's like, seriously? But anyway, as far as the debate, she did a wonderful job. I wish Trump would shut up sometimes, but I agree with the gentleman that was above me. I think he's gone now. I think Trump is an idiot. He says the dumbest stuff. He makes me mad all the time. But my values, like my morals, I'm not voting for Trump as a man and his morality. Like I said before, I'm voting against certain laws and morality that the Democratic Party wants to instill in the country. So that's what I have to say for that.
All right. Thank you, Miss Yo-Yo. And under time. Fantastic. Miss Sil, your minute begins now.
I'll give my minute to Sky.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I might have to overrule that.
You can't that is my choice. It's my minute.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear from her for 2 minutes.
That's not fair.
It doesn't matter. I didn't ask what was fair. She talks a lot. Okay, I mean, I'm against it. I just want to go on the record and say I'm against it.
Thank you.
I might slip up and make it. She can start it.
I'm gonna set the timer when she starts talking, so you don't short her.
Yeah, I might short her. Well, you took up 30 seconds, so she's already got 30 seconds left now.
No.
So there you go. She got 1:30. Terry, what state are you in, sir?
I'm in Washington, D.C.
You're what?
I'm in Washington, D.C.
You got a cold or something?
Had surgery, sir. Sorry.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. What kind of surgery did you have, sir?
Basically, I had to have my throat, esophagus.
Wow. Oh, I'm so sorry. Was it like some kind of with smoking or something?
No, actually, no. This is a birth defect.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry about that. Well, hopefully that you have a speedy recovery, okay? Thank you for coming up in your condition, and we'd love to hear what you have to say. Your minute begins now, sir.
I just wanted to say, I've been listening to a lot of you guys, and at the end of the day, Kamala, she gave a good run for policies and so forth. Somebody did say something about the question about whether she was the breaking rule of fracking or something like that. But at the end of the day, yeah, she bounced back and forth between that. But she at least she was a woman enough to say, listen, yeah, I'm still against it. But at the end of the day, I'll allow the state to decide what they want to do, and they did. The Trump showed who Trump is, and then he again. I think somebody said he's racist and insane or whatever like that. But yeah, we knew what we was getting into. But I think Kamala actually did a good job, and hopefully she'll win this election.
All right. Wait. Okay, great. Is that it? Is that all you got?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Rowe, come on.
What? I said thanks. I just thanked him.
Okay.
Oh, you got to drop me. It's okay. Drop me.
Get your parachute.
It's coming.
All right, Miss Sky Princess, you have 1:20.
Okay, so I guess what I want to say is that I feel like Kamala Harris is the best candidate for the position. I support her. I will never relinquish my support when it comes to support, especially when it's somebody that looks like me that I feel like represents progress, that represents changing things from the way that it has been. In my opinion, right now, this is a pivotal point because this will never happen again. If a man like Trump gets into office, the person that wants to eliminate critical race theory, that's what they call it now. Back when I was growing up, they called it Black history. So in another 50 years, when these Black people out here wondering why they look the way they look and why, they live in the way that they live in, they ain't even gonna understand what really happened out here in the world that we living in. Like, I feel like and like I said, I personally just feel like the mindset of anybody that's supporting somebody that has aligned himself, whether or not he racist or not, he has aligned himself with people that think like that. That's why that's why he even has the support that he has. Is because of the people supporting him. And then you got people that look like me that actually think he care about them. Donald Trump can't relate to any of us. He's never had a job. He's never had, he's a billionaire. He's a trust fund baby. He's never he probably had nannies for his kids, so he don't know nothing about being no parent either. He ain't never had to cook no meals. He done had chefs all his life. He done had maids all his life. And most of them probably look like me and some of them migrants that he didn't want to pay, but now he want to put them out the country. And I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Wow, she's like young Betty Shabazz or something. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you go to my mama's house, she got pictures of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X on the wall like he a member of the family, because that's the way I was raised.
Dr. Shea, your minute begins now. I don't know what to say.
Well, first, can I at least speak? I think it's rude to enter into the house and don't speak
All right,
to
let's
everyone.
go. Let's do it.
I said, can I first speak? Because
let's do it.
I just wanted to say hello to everyone. It's rude to enter in the house and not speak.
I just said, let's do it, is what I said.
Okay. It bothers me when people feel that all Black people should grew up the same or they had the same life, like this lady just talked about. the pictures in her grandmother's and house and all of this, or that Trump is different from the way that people that look like her. We all are different. We all want different things. And Miss Harris, I would say, VP Harris, I guess she did okay today. I guess she did a lot of great prepping. But the biggest shout out on this panel is it Obsidian Eagle? Is that his name?
Yes, Obsidian Eagle. Yes.
I want to give him that person H. Could you mute them? Thank you.
Sorry.
I want to give him a shout out because he said the smartest thing that I've been saying forever. Unfortunately, our grandparents and people like that have put us in a really bad situation. They fought, there were some people that fought for us, but unfortunately, we didn't get anyone, get anything. Nobody demanded anything for us. And that's the biggest problem that I see for our children, our grandchildren, and great grands, and so on. Because nobody is fighting for anything for us. Doesn't matter what side you're on, but there's nothing that is being fought for us. So you're right, Mr. Obsidian Eagle. I appreciate you for asking your grandmother that. She probably got a little upset about it, but it's the truth. The elder people didn't fight for anything for us. And I apologize, Miss Sky Princess. I didn't grow up the same way that you did, sweetie. So no, we all didn't have the same lifestyle that you're stating that this lady didn't even have herself, by the way, just because she was an AKA. She didn't have the same lifestyle that you had. Guaranteed.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Shay. Wow. Okay. Okay. H, you came in first. What state are you in, sir? Unmute yourself. HAFM something?
Yes, sir. How everyone doing? I'm in Louisiana. I'm voting for Kamala.
Okay.
And I've listened at everybody, and she did exactly what I wanted her to do tonight, not let him get under her skin. The problem I have with Donald Trump, he never take responsibility for nothing. He lies, and it's everybody else's fault and not his fault. If that's what people want in the White House, God bless them, because they're gonna find out. He get in there, they're gonna find out just what communist is, being a communist country is, because he's telling you exactly what he's gonna do. When he told people that they're gonna not have to vote no more, he get back in that house, he gonna do everything he can to try to undo them constitutions. I'm 71 years old. I lived back then, and I always said that my generation failed. We forgot, they didn't. And I land my plane there.
Thank you so much, Mr. HAM. All right, Miss Mommy Life. Mommy Life.
Yes, hi.
How are you? What state are you in, dear?
I'm in California.
Interesting. My spidey sense is tingling on you. I don't know. Something's going on with you. I can't. I'll flush it out here in a second.
Something like what?
I'm sorry?
You said something's going on with me? Something like what?
I don't know. My spidey sense is tingling when you started talking. Something you want to tell me?
I'm sorry?
Is it something you want to tell me?
Tell you specifically? Yeah. No, I just wanted to speak to the panel.
All right, great. You got a minute. Go ahead.
So I'm hearing all the things, and I'm hearing certain people are saying, yes, we are not monolithic as BLK folks. However, what we should focus on is doing something different. That's not a party thing. It's not Democratic. It's not Republican. It's voting for our children's futures. And Donald Trump is not the future. If you look at Project 47, he tells you exactly what his not plan is. People may have issue with Kamala, and let's say her name accurately, Kamala. That's a thing. As Black people, we have to stand right on that, because our names are most likely mispronounced in certain environments. However, we need to look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is doing something different. Old white men have been in power for too long, and it is time that we go against the
norm. This woman is poised. She is educated. She is qualified. Most importantly, she knows what civics is. She respects democracy. She respects the Constitution, and she understands how the government should operate versus someone who wants to get in there and do what he wants and be a dictator. Everyone has their own beliefs, morality compass, all the things. But one thing Donald Trump does not have is what I just mentioned, and that's a morality compass. Vote for your own interests and vote locally, most importantly. Thanks.
All right, mommy life.
Mommy, how would you say my name?
I would say Aisha.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, I can sound things out. Very
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like if people are saying Kamala, I don't think people are trying to like.
Well, she's pronounced her name accurately as well as have media sources
but that's
several times.
Yeah, people are not trying to insult her by maybe mispronouncing her name. People are not trying to insult her.
Well, I'm in HR, and it's a thing. Like in my company, we have act where you can pronounce your name so that you're not feeling disrespected by someone mispronouncing your name. Obviously, I don't think some people do it intentionally, but I do think that there is a level of disrespect that innately is directed toward.
No, I don't believe that. And I'll say, as my name being Aisha, where people call me Aika, whatever, literally. They call
your
me
name isn't phonetically spelled accurately, so I could see how someone could do that. So it happens to us more in general because of the way our parents have chosen to spell our names. I mean, it's proven. And
no,
it's
but
not,
mine
it's
actually
not
is
disrespectful,
Muhammad's
not disrespectfully
wife,
at all.
So mine would make sense.
Not disrespectfully at all. I have a name. My name is a name that could be mispronounced. However,
exactly. So people are mispronouncing her name. They're not doing it because they're being racist or anything.
No, but
They're
some people are. Some people are. And I will not debate another Black woman about that and in a disrespectful tone or anything of that nature. I'm speaking from my experience, as you probably are speaking from yours. But what I've observed is that people intentionally do not take heed to the pronunciation of her name that has been said publicly over hundreds or thousands of times. It's simple as that. Like her nieces said, Kamala. Thank you.
Yeah, people call me Aisha. I don't care that people call me Aisha. My name is Aisha, but I don't care. You know, it is what it is. I don't care. And I don't think people are being racist or they're doing it on purpose to mispronounce her name. They're not doing it that way. So I think we should get rid of that narrative that people are trying to mispronounce her name. Kamala.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Mr. Denali, is it okay if I say thank you to the lady up there in the corner?
Mommy left. Mommy's life left. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to for acknowledging that point, and I can see that you're a young lady, and it gives me hope in the youth in our community because we're seeing things and thinking different than the people who are the previous generations. Just like that woman that was just on fear mongering and trying to like voting for Kamala is going to save the Black American future, and it's not. It's just not going to do that. You know, voting the same way we've been voting is only going to lead to the same results. We have to change. And I'm glad to see that young Black men and women are thinking different. We're not allowing anyone to scare us with the boogie woogie. We're not afraid. We getting business done. And I have faith in our people because I have faith in the future, which is the youth.
I agree. I was also going to say what he just said, like, this is why our race doesn't advance because we're worried about the wrong thing. How you pronounce someone's name is so, everything going on in America right now, people can't pay their rent, people can't afford groceries, and you're worried about how someone's name is pronounced. It's like we worry about the wrong thing, and that's why our race is not advancing, and it's just insane.
Hey, Mr. Denali, do you have do you have one of those MVP members? Like, do you give one of your members the MVP award?
No, we're gonna start that very soon, but I haven't started it yet.
Can I speak
Can
on the
I
name thing really
nominate
quick?
Mr. Our city, the Mr. Eagle there?
That's a little strong. He
Obsidian.
just got up
Oh.
here. He had a couple of good points, but no, I'm not
Yeah,
doing
I
that.
love Obsidian. Obsidian
He
Eagle.
definitely would not win the MVP. No.
I think he
Come
would.
on,
I
put me
listen,
in the running,
whoever he
Mr.
is,
Denali.
he's
Put me
winning.
in the
I'm so
running.
sorry, everyone, but I think Obsidian
Can I
is
speak
Yeah.
on
winning.
the name pronunciation thing real quick?
Whoever in the comments said Trump gonna hold me back, I can't be held back.
Tell
That's
about it,
right.
Yo-Yo.
Have you seen the videos,
The president
Miss
doesn't determine where I go in life.
Miss
So
Yo-Yo is
whoever said
flying
that,
high in
I'm
the
flying
sky,
high in
man.
life. So the
She's on
president doesn't
private
make or
jets
break
and
me.
whatnot. I don't know what, man.
I don't know what they're
Hold that.
talking about, Mr. Denali. So
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
worry.
Absolutely.
me and
But they
Yo-Yo need
think
to
they think
exchange
that
numbers.
you're supposed to be like every other person that was born that is black.
oh yeah, I forgot, Doctor.
Listen, I mean,
We're
listen,
all
if you
supposed to be
want to
alike. I
send her
forgot.
name, all you got to do is do what I do, because I mess up her name and I say VP Harris. That's very respectful, because I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I don't want people thinking I am. But I know with Fonnie Willis, I got problems with her, don't worry, but her name is her name, and I think people did do it on purpose and said Fanny as to make fun of her, and that's not right. I don't think people are doing it with, I can't even say her name properly, so I'll just say VP Harris. I don't think it's happening like that.
I'll be completely honest. My nail lady, her name is Fanny. So for me to like it, look, I've had so many people mispronounce my name. I literally do not care, right? I'm not gonna call
I
someone.
mean, well, I don't know. Sometimes.
No, but I mean, to me, it has nothing to do with okay. I think someone's doing it on purpose or anything. People
I know,
say
but
Kamala. It's literally. I think it's an accent thing. I really think it's an
sometimes
accent
it's done
type
on
of thing.
purpose. Sometimes I think it's done on purpose. So
Okay, maybe some people, but like people will tell me. I think people have also corrected people so much that we don't really know. Like you say Kamala, and it's like an accent type of thing. It's not even like you're mispronouncing her name or anything. It's an accent.
Okay, but my
They're
question
doing
is,
it
but why
because
are
they're
you
trying to
so?
tie it to Black American culture, but she's not Black
Yeah,
American. Her
I don't
name
get that.
is not Black American. We couldn't pronounce Pete Buttigieg's name. It took me forever to learn that dude's name. He's white.
Okay, but here's
You know
my
what I'm saying?
question.
So they're trying to make it.
But why is
She's
it?
going
But
through a sister girl thing.
why is it so
Pete
dismissive though?
Buttigieg.
That's my question. Why is it so dismissive? If it's being asked to pronounce her name correctly, why is it so dismissive and so flippant? Oh well, it's not. It's not. Like, but okay, if some people may feel as though they don't want to push the issue on their name being said correctly or whatever the case may be, but if someone is saying her nieces, her supporters, whomever, to say her name correctly, why is it such like an annoyance for other people?
Because I think that sometimes people like, yeah. Listen, if people make a mistake and then they jump on you, because nobody knows if they're doing it on purpose or if it's done by mistake.
But that's what I'm saying. So if you don't know and you're being corrected, then why is it being such? Why is it, like I said, why is it being dismissed?
It's the nastiness in how you correct people. Now, I'm not saying you, but they jump down people's necks if they say it wrong. It's like, like I said with Pete Buttigieg, I remember when he first came out, or at least, when we first heard about him nationwide. It looked like Pete Booty Boo or Booty Gag, and I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce that, but then I heard it. But when you see the name, sometimes you just revert to trying to pronounce it as you see it. Her name is Indian. This is not India. So people are going to pronounce it based off of their cultures. Black people would say Kamala, it's Kamala. That's how she said her mother pronounced it. But Kamala would be more of the way Black Americans would pronounce it, because that goes with the way we name, our sons and daughters, Jalen, so forth and so on.
So to your point, I just say this?
So to your point, so 1 second, Mr. Rose, just 1 second. So to your point, if you're saying that when you saw Pete Buttigieg's name, initially you didn't know how to pronounce it, but over time with hearing it, you got it right. In other words. So again, over time,
it took a minute.
Okay, that's fine. But again, she's been around for a minute. So if it's being said, her name is being said and the correct pronunciation is being said, why is it again being dismissed as her name is such a problem, but Pete Buttigieg and whomever else that can be gotten?
See, you said Pete Buttigieg. I thought it was Pete Buttigieg. Is it Pete Buttigieg?
Yeah, no one knows. I guess.
Talking about again, we're down in the weeds. Oh my God, we have these conversations like these things that at the end of the day don't mean anything.
Right.
At the
And
end
we
of the
got
day,
over
it
100
doesn't
folks
mean
in here.
anything. Now,
Yeah, we got bigger problems than that.
we didn't spend the last 12 minutes talking about how to pronounce her name.
Well, I
Right.
only jumped
It's
in
the
because of the
same
fact that
thing
it's being
Turn the
that I was talking
dismissed.
about
conversation
with
around to the
Ketanji Brown
pronunciation of
Jackson.
her name.
It's the same, ma'am. It's the same thing I was talking about with Ketanji Brown Jackson being a symbol. It's the same thing.
But it's
You're
okay.
dismissing her, and you are just resorting her to. No, I'm not.
Exactly.
Right. So,
It's just like
Again,
this in the weeds stuff that just doesn't. At the end of the day, you cannot get on the bus with that.
right.
It just gets to be monotonous, and it just gets drugged down, and it just gets old because at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything.
well, your name is your name. That's who
You
you
are
are.
a
No one
public
cares.
figure.
So,
She is a
no,
public
you
figure.
don't care. Don't say no one
No,
cares.
I'm
You don't
saying you
care.
have we're talking about accents here, right? And no one's saying her name is Camilla. Her name is Kamala. It's literally all about accents. You guys are
And
literally
if you
making
did
about an
pronounce,
accent. No one's
if you
mispronouncing her
if
name.
you do mispronounce her name, now
Okay.
I understand the Fanny and Fanny thing because Fanny is an ass, and that could be disrespectful. But if I say Kamala or Carmela or Kamala, what really difference does it
Exactly.
Yeah.
make? It's not
Exactly.
It's an
disrespectful.
But
accent
my
thing.
point
It's
is,
just the
okay,
accent of
but
the
this is
name.
my
Does she have
point.
an accent on her A's?
Hey, I
No,
wanted
she
to make
doesn't.
one
This is
statement and
my
I'm
point.
done.
Again, if it's said wrong and someone corrects it, I don't feel that it's a need to dismiss it. Okay, fine. I said it wrong.
The only
Hey,
reason it's an
can
issue is
It's
because
I
they're
everyone is
trying to
say
turn it
correcting
something
it.
into
Why
to
did
a.
Mommy Life have to correct on, oh, her
asking
name
for
is not that
permission?
way? Who cares?
Funny
No
and
one's trying to
things, though, and then
disrespect her
you
on this
made it a
panel
point
at
that we done been
all.
talking about for the last 15 minutes because you turned the conversation
No.
around
I'm
from the
saying,
point that
No,
she was
she was
actually
trying to make
trying
a
to make.
point. She was trying to make a point
I
about
was
her
trying to
name.
make a point because she literally brought up the subject about it's Kamala. It's not whatever.
Mommy's Lot
Kamala.
talked about it because of her being in HR and black people with different names and things like that. But at the end of the
Yeah. And I
day,
asked her,
whether
how would
she's
you say
white,
my name?
whether
I
her
don't
name
care
is
if people
Kamala
mispronounce my
or
name.
Kamala,
How would you pronounce? Let me ask you, how would you pronounce my name?
she doesn't sound like that, Miss Sky Princess.
Oh, you're saying that because
Yeah,
I
that's
literally
exactly
I
what
said
you
that
sound
because
like.
she literally brought up the fact that we're mispronouncing if Kamala whatever it is.
It's just a
She's saying that
tactic
we're
they're
mispronouncing
using.
it. No one's doing it to offend
It's
It's
being
just a
what her name
tactic they're
is.
using to
No
try to
one's
make
trying
it
to do
seem
it to
like she's
disrespect her.
experiencing a son that Black Americans go through, and she's not Black American. And they're trying to make her this sister
Well,
girl
hang
thing
on.
where they're
I'm
saying
saying we're
that.
not going to talk
no,
about her
that's not.
ethnicity because
I'm
again,
not trying to. I'm just
you said
saying.
that she wasn't Black American.
As far as ethnically wise, as far as
But she presents herself as a person of color.
yeah, she's a person of color. I'm not saying she's not, but a Jamaican is Black too, but they're not the same as a Black American. A
When they
Nigerian
get
has a
pulled over by
Nigerian
the
last name.
police, when they get pulled over by the police, they're going to be
I'm not
treated
saying I'm talking about the historical experience that Black
like.
Americans
Again,
have
it's
gone
down
through.
in the weeds. I don't
Historical,
care.
though, it's still present.
Wait, why is she saying she is microaggression? What is the microaggression about?
Who's using microaggression?
No, she's saying Mommy Life, the one that told me about the whole.
You're reading the comments. You can't get stuck on that.
Who said that?
Oh,
Sky
Now,
Princess?
can I say something
Yeah, go
about
ahead,
the
Mr.
name?
Rose. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
at one of the rallies, I'm sorry, it was at the end of the Democratic National Convention, and they had a 6-year-old. That's not Denali, huh?
No.
That's not the big boy. Okay, so it was a 6-year-old girl, and she said, "This is the way you pronounce VP Harris' name, comma, like the accent thing, the comma la. So just remember comma la. That's
Comma
the way
la.
to pronounce her name.
Okay. I'm going to say VP Harris. I'm not.
But you see how you're not dismissing it. You know that you're saying it wrong, so your form
But
of
it's not on
respect.
purpose, though. So just to
Exactly.
avoid that, I just say VP Harris.
Exactly. So, and that's my point. You
Well, you
feel
have
as
no
though
panel guy been up here, D.
you feel like you're
The
going to
front.
say it incorrectly, so you choose to not dismiss it, and you choose to call her VP Harris. So
No.
again, that's my whole point is it just doesn't have to be looked at as, oh well, I said it wrong. Get over it.
Gonna be
No
calling
one's
our
trying to dismiss
president.
for
All right.
me. Look,
Okay.
people call,
Okay.
look, people call me Aisha.
Right.
Denali, you
It
have
doesn't
LaFrance that's
matter.
in
No,
there.
I see him. I see him, Mr.
Oh,
LaFrance.
okay.
Come
And you
on,
got
let's move on from this.
120 something people in watching.
Yeah, let's get these gift goals knocked out. Why do I only have 2? Miss Sill is the only person who knows how to hit the gift thing. What's going on? 2 of these I've been sitting up there forever. What's going on? I thought you guys loved me. What happened?
Mr. Denali,
Yeah.
could you make sure going forward that people pronounce my name correctly?
No, we're not doing that. Your name is Dr. Shay. Get that Shasha shit.
I just call you Doc. I don't even know.
Hey, Dr. Shashari.
Yeah, that's the seasoning we have down here. You know,
Yeah,
Denali.
Shashari. Exactly.
Yeah. Y'all related, Dr. Shay?
No, but
Tony,
I'm calling her Doctor. That's a Doc or Doctor. That's I'm not doing anything.
Absolutely. Okay, let's give Mr. LaFrance an opportunity. Mr. LaFrance, I'm sure you're very happy with the results or what VP Harris did tonight in the debate, right?
Hello to the panel. What's up, Mr. Denali?
How you doing, sir?
Yeah, it was quite interesting. I thought Harris did a good job for her first time doing a debate, and everything like that. I think she answered the questions and she didn't beat around the bush and go on a rabbit trail to back in the 60s and stuff what Trump did. But anyway, so how did you think she did, Denali?
She watched the whole debate. I was traveling between debate parties and stuff like that. So I will watch the debate here in the next day or so. Maybe not tomorrow, not today, because we have our 9/11 show tomorrow. And then we have the Tyreek Hill thing I got to talk about too, the Tyreek Hill thing. So I'm going to be watching it here in a couple days, and then I'll be able to give a full assessment, let it simmer in me, and then see if I need to adjust my my percentage. The percentage is
Okay, yeah. So
now at 51.49.
you say you're at 51.49 right now?
Yes, sir.
And 51 is for Trump or Harris?
Trump.
Okay.
So
Did
remember,
I miss
I get
something?
to 85% to vote for anybody. So that's the frame.
Right. Well, I think last time it wasn't as high as it is now. Did I miss something that caused it to go to 51 since last time we talked?
It's been 51 for a little while now.
Oh, okay. All right then. All right, that's fair enough. So, in my opinion, I think Trump can't get over a lot of things that happened in the past toward him, or something he did while he was in office, and it was undone when Biden and Harris took over, and and stuff like that. But I noticed one thing, fast forward to the end of the debate, when he gave his final words. I think when Harris gave her final words, she was talking about what she planned to do when she get in office, and all the stuff she talked about and stuff like that. But when Trump was given the opportunity to give his going forward or end of what he wanted to say last, he said nothing about what he was going to do going forward. He still stayed in the back of everything that went down. Didn't say anything about going forward, something new and better for the American people. And he's still denying Project 2025, and he said he had nothing to do with it.
They say he
But
never
his
read.
people, well, yeah, that too, which I don't really find that credible. But I mean,
Right.
his people wrote it. It says a platform for the next, if we get in there and stuff like that. But he's still denying it, And who knows? Maybe he didn't read, but I don't really buy that he did. No, he don't know anything about it because
He's egotistical. There's no way that something associated with him that's negative that he wouldn't read and see what people are about.
Right. But so I think overall it was a good debate. I think Trump was trying to give us some old news to make it sound better. He didn't really come out like he wanted to do something different and better for the American people as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was still angered about, and it's kind of sad also that he didn't, until this day, he still haven't admitted that he actually lost the election. He still think he won it, think it was, fixed or whatever, all the cases, the 60 cases that they tried to go back and get all the votes changed and stuff that was failed in the courts and stuff like that. So he's still like got that anger and he's still, in denial of what really happened. The American people voted and they didn't vote for him to stay there, but he can't come to grips with that,
Right.
And so yeah, so I think Harris did well. She didn't take the bait to get off target what she had to say and about her plans and stuff, what she wanted to do and stuff like that. And I heard a lot of people say that, that Harris is only wanting to run and do the same thing that Biden did and stuff like that. Well, I mean, some of this stuff is probably coming from that avenue, but she still wants to go forward with something better. I mean, something different to make it better, and not just go backwards and do her own thing. I think people are expecting her to just come out with something totally different than what her and Biden has already done for the American people so far. And everybody keep on, where's the policy? Where's the policy? Where's the policy? It's not on the website and stuff like that. But when she does a rally, she talk about what she wants to do for the American people. And I think some people, I don't know, it's kind of weird when you hear people say that, what is she gonna do for me? And it's like the president should be doing something for the American people, not just for one race,
Right.
Yeah, she's black or whatever, but she's not just gonna focus just on what she's gonna do for the black Americans. She's gonna focus on what she's gonna do for all Americans, rich, poor, whatever.
All interests, all ethnicities get something for their vote.
Exactly.
Right.
So
And
why is the problem? We can't get anything.
Jewish people.
no, I'm not saying that we can't get anything as black Americans. I'm not saying that at all. And some things are going to be focused on certain groups and stuff like that, but it's not going to be just for one group of people.
But we're
When
not
you
saying
run it-
just one group. Can we get something?
Well, she
Something
spoke about
tangible.
it. She spoke about that, if I'm not mistaken, right? She about the tax credit for kids and for home first time home buyers and stuff like that.
Oh,
I think
wow.
that would be
What does that
targeted.
do for? What can I ask you? What can we get for Black America? Every group, every nationality have gotten something. What can we get? I'm just saying, what can we get? And if you need a list of stuff that can help Black America, I can definitely give you a list of stuff.
Me too.
Okay, I'm open.
We
I'm
all
open to
got
hear
a
what you got to
list
say.
based on the Black experience.
Oh my God!
But do you think you can get it from Trump? You think you can get it, keep on holding your hands out to these men that support white supremacy?
She definitely went and get.
Right.
It was Mr. LaFront's time, and I was asking him a question. But can I ask you a quick question, Mr. LaFront?
Yes, you can.
Um,
First of all,
how
can you pronounce your name for me so I can? I know they call you Dr. Shea, but how do you pronounce it?
Dr. Shea.
Dr. Shea, but it's Fashery, like Tony Fashery. But it's Dr. Shea. It's okay. I'm okay with it.
But no, I want to know
don't
the
get
correct way
caught-
to say
caught
the
up.
whole name, if you don't mind.
Okay, that's cool. At any time. But what I want, this is what I want to know, and I was just like, man, say this again. How did you feel when Trump asked her, if you're so concerned because it only takes the president to close the border, wake Joe up and say we need to close the border right now because we don't need no vote, no nothing. Or the president can do it, right? Because it gets on my nerves when people be like, oh, that's not the president. They don't do this and they don't do that. And he said, no, the president could do it. Can you go wake Joe up, say, let's go ahead right now since you guys going to do so much. How do you feel about that? But no, Mr. Rowe, I'm asking him this question for a second because I just want to know because this is what your group say. Look who's in office right now for the last 3 years. You said you're going to do all of this. Well, we've been going through this for 3 years and I haven't seen anything that is beneficial to me.
Okay, I just have a twofold question. I mean, I'm going to respond to, but when you say close the border, you mean like stop from anybody from coming across the border at all?
No, we need to properly. We need to actually properly do like other countries. Like I'll give you an example. When you go to Dubai, they know every single person in their country, every single person. And to be honest, it's one of the most safest countries.
Mm-hmm. We vet people out. You know, like you can't just come in. You can't just say I'm asylum seeker because you need a job. You can't
Okay,
just be an
so
asylum seeker
You're
by
not
saying
suffer,
I need a
Mr.
job, and
I'm
that's what
sorry.
they're
I'm
doing.
sorry.
Please don't
I
tell me
didn't
that you're
interrupt you
letting
when you was
15 million
talking.
people come
Okay,
Can I
listen,
here.
finish
listen.
talking
Hang on
to
one
Dr.
second,
Shea?
everybody.
We're
One
trying to have
second.
a conversation, if
I
you don't
would like
mind. I mean,
Mr. LaFrance to say his point. He comes up here, and when he does, I'd like to hear what he has to say. So please don't interrupt. Okay, Mr. LaFrance, please, finish your point, sir.
okay, so her question was, why didn't in 3 years they shut down the border? That was your question.
No, I was saying, what do you feel about when Trump asked her that question? That if you said that you guys going to do so much when it comes to this border and all of this, and you had a problem with that bill that didn't go through, so why don't you go wake Joe up right now and say, hey, let's close the border? Because all it takes is you to sign today, because this is what the president can do. Because, you know, on this very panel, people get in arguments and say what the president can't do when a former president is telling you the president can do. And the only thing you have to do is say go. That's it. Border Patrol, the local authorities, everybody will be down for it. So what do you feel about that question when he asked her that?
Well, my thing is, when you say that the president has the power to shut down the border,
Yes, they do.
that's not 100% true. A president just can't shut down the whole border on his own. We have the House, we have the House,
And
we have the
lawfully, they
House
need to
and the
protect the
Senate.
border.
Can
No,
you
lawfully,
let
they
him
need to
finish
protect the
his
border.
point? Please don't interrupt him.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we do have the House and the Senate that has to vote for bills to be passed to get things done on the border, right?
No.
Biden
Right
did
now,
get,
he
but
can go. He can today. He can sign right now and close the border. We can do this thing properly. Because remember, in California, they're giving money out, and did they ever do that for African Americans?
Biden doesn't want to. How about that?
I get it. That's what he's trying to say. So don't come up here telling me what you're going to do. And my thing to people is, they keep pissing in your face, and you're believing it's raining outside. They tell you anything.
Exactly, Doc.
Well, I feel the same way about Trump because he had the time to do it.
Hang on one second. Dr.
We've been
Shea.
following for it for 50 years,
But he
Doctor.
did.
So-
He closed it
I'm
down.
trying to say something.
Sorry,
Dr.
Hope.
Shea,
Go ahead.
it's nothing that Harris can do to earn your vote, right?
Can I say this then?
Go ahead.
And this is no joke. Something that happened to me, and I'm gonna say yesterday, not today, because it's like it's 1:50 in the morning here. Okay. Today, I overheard a Caucasian gentleman speaking with this officer who happened to be he's from Dominican Republic, and he was talking about VP Harris in a very negative way.
Right.
And then he was like, "Oh, that's just because she's African American, and they feel like the privilege is there." And I got pissed off. I'm not for her, right? But I did get pissed off because I'm listening to this conversation, and I feel how he feels about her. But at the same time, I was feeling real pissed off because he was talking about African American females. It's not that I'm biased against her. I just feel that she brings nothing to the table. She's been in office for 3 years. And let me tell you, she's a VP. I don't care if I'm the VP and Mr. Denali is the president. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, nope, Mr. Denali, we need this. You got to do this for my people. Oh, you got to do this. Oh, that's wrong. How you going to let the people in California get money for houses and our people never got that here? What? That's crazy.
Okay.
You think I'm gonna just sit behind you and let you do something, and I'm not gonna just be kicking?
So can I comment?
Can I comment on that?
Can I say something to that, Mr. Denali?
No, Mr. Denali is talking.
Please, 1 second, everyone. Mr. Obsidian Eagle, I'm going to drop you down. I appreciate you.
Can I ask one, LaFrance, one quick question? I just want to ask. I'm going to be quick. I know you gave it. I'm going to be quick. Mr. LaFrance, you said that the government can't do anything for a specific group of people.
I didn't say that. I said as a president, they focus on doing something for the country, all Americans. But
So
that's not to say that.
Just
Let
like
me finish
Asian
my sentence.
Pacific Island.
Let me finish
Gotta
you.
yeah.
Let me finish. But also I did say that certain things can be done to affect a group of people in like a pointed direction. Just for these group of people here, or
like Black
just
Americans.
Black Americans or any other race also.
Okay, cool. That's all I want to.
But
Appreciate it,
but the
Mr. Denali.
overall
I
but
will
the
see you
overall
around. Please
picture.
don't be a stranger. Get your parachute ready and pull the ripcord. 5,
Peace
4,
out, everybody.
3, 2, 1.
You dropped him and you still got Sky Princess up here, and he actually was contributing.
I say we should
I'm
treat
just
it like
joking.
Some haters. Like, I swear there's some haters. These your little pick-me's up here, though.
I
I
made
see
the
that.
determination who's
Hi.
contributing, who's not. Okay.
I know, Mr. Denali. I was
Thank
just
you.
joking. Oh.
Oh, okay. All right. Mommy's life is back. Oh,
Yeah, I had to
hang on
attend
one
to
second.
something.
Yeah, right up, cowboy. Let's go. Mr. LaFront, did you finish your point, sir?
Yeah, I just have a question for Dr. Shea.
Okay.
Dr. Shea, what do you see that Trump is going to do differently if he gets in office than he did last time, and why are you voting for him?
I appreciated him the last time. I think the economy was much in a better condition than we are, and I appreciate that he did acknowledge, whether if it goes into effect or not. I did appreciate that he acknowledged and put the platinum plan on his website. Those are things that I look for. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Those are the things I look for. Also, numbers don't lie. People do. Because people get amnesias when we talk about taxes, and I know Mr. Denali don't like to, but the tax brackets are what they are, and they've been like this because it came from under his administration, and you can go back and do the history. It is what it is. We have the best. We had a bigger tax break under Trump, which will end in 2025. And that actually is another great thing that I think that was good. And yes, I am with closing the border. And I appreciate that he just doesn't act like your typical politician, right? It really gets me upset when people think that you have to act a certain way. And that's why now kids are completely different than our kids was back in the day. And if you think about it, you were told, oh, you must go to school, you must go to college, you must do this and you must do that. And now these kids like, oh no, I want to get my own businesses. I want to do this. I want to become content creator, because they're not the same cookie cutter as before, right? So those are the things that I like. I don't like just your typical. Everything about him. No, I don't agree. And another thing, I'm just not for her because it took her this long to even. I mean, you guys got a debate. You still didn't get an interview yet, but it's okay. It's like you're okay.
She did an interview like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago with the. Oh, okay. So we're gonna give her that. But how long it took?
It took a while.
Well, she just started in August running for president, right?
Yeah, no, but
What,
Mr. LaFrance, you got as a president, you got to do multiple things at the same time.
Well, of course, she hit the ground running, right? She got support behind her and everything
But
like that. And
what I'm saying is that as the president, you have to do multiple things at the same time. It's not just, okay, wait for me to finish this, and then you can have a problem in Jordan. Wait for Jordan to finish, and then we can have a problem in Israel. Multiple things happen at the same time, and as president, you have to be able to multitask. And she is the nominee. They will come to her wherever she's at. She doesn't. It's just something that it's not that big of a deal for her to get done. It's not a timing thing because they will come wherever she wants them to come.
But can I comment on something?
Right. Dr. Shea, I have a quick question for you. Then I guess we'll land our plane together. But when did Trump actually shut down the border or close the border?
We didn't have
when
this
he was
issue.
in office?
We didn't have this issue when Trump was in.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was, when did he shut down the border?
He was trying to build a wall on the border. Remember, forever.
That wasn't my question. My question was, when did he shut down the border?
It wasn't shut down because he was trying to build a wall, sir.
We didn't have any issues. Biden to shut down the border?
Mr. LaFrance, you asked me a question. Let me finish. Can I finish? Can I answer? He was building the wall. Wait a minute. I want to finish the question. He was building the wall,
Yeah.
He didn't have to shut the border down, but I guarantee you, if it was the same issue that we're having right now, as a leader, he would have stood up and said, "Oh no, let's shut it down. Not on my watch. Not today." Because that's
Well,
what leaders
So,
do.
so the
Leaders
listen,
can
answer
change.
is he
Like,
didn't shut it down,
listen,
right?
1
a
second.
real leader could change at
One
the snap.
second. 1 second. This Dr. Shay, you do know that Steve Bannon went to jail for taking money saying they were going to build the wall. He's one of his right-hand man, right?
Yes, that's Steve Bannon. Guess who else was his right hand man? Pence.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Because we always talk about our right hand man. Because
What I'm
sometimes
saying-
our right hand man ain't shit.
What I'm
Okay, but
what I'm saying is that he went to jail for grifting people saying they were going to build the wall. Trump said he was going to have Mexico.
Did Trump go to jail for not building the wall?
I'm not. Listen.
Did Trump go to jail for not building the wall?
It wasn't under
I'm
his
saying
name.
Okay, can we talk about what
No, Miss Aisha, please don't cut me off. I don't like it.
Did we have the same issue, Mr. Denali? Did we have the same
When
issue
can I
that we
speak,
have
Mr.
today?
Denali, actually, when can I speak?
Parachute, like I did.
I mean, like, what's
Bro,
going on?
you're
Like,
the one
both of y'all are
interrupting too, so
talking at the
please.
same time. I don't like people talking over me. You've been having many opportunities to speak, and you will. I'm trying to find out something right now. He said he was going to have Mexico pay for the wall. I think that's what he ran on. I don't think Mexico paid for a wall. They took money from their base, and Steve Bannon went to jail because he was grifting money, saying he was going to build the wall. It never happened. That's all I'm saying.
But I kind of did, because we did build part of the wall.
Ma'am, why did Steve
Did we not build part of the wall?
Ma'am, Aisha, why did Steve Bannon go to jail?
Why did Steve Bannon go to jail?
Yeah, do you know who Steve Bannon is?
Yes, I know. He was part
Why
of
did he go to jail?
Well, was it because he lied with you're saying that he lied because of the border, right?
He said he took money. He took money from people.
Yeah, okay, so he took the money. Okay, fine. But I'm saying, did we not build part of the wall? Yes or no?
No.
I don't care.
We didn't build, I'm sorry, no.
That's
we
not
did
my
build part-
question. My question was, who was supposed to pay for the wall?
Mexico.
Mexico, and they kind of did because they had to keep people in
No.
Mexico.
Nara got
They-
money from Mexico.
Not all they.
We're not, listen, Aisha, you're cute, but you're wrong.
They didn't keep people in
Ma'am.
Mexico. We didn't have.
Ma'am,
Okay.
Steve Bannon took money from people, Republicans, because he said that I'm going to build the wall.
But we did build
Money
the wall.
under the guise that he was going to build the wall, and he didn't. He
But we did.
Okay, you're right, and I'm wrong. I'm not going to continue to argue.
No, but we did. We built multiple. Did we finish the wall? We didn't finish the wall.
They didn't
Mr.
build a wall.
Denali,
They
can you
was
speak regarding
replacing.
California?
Can I
They
say
was
something?
replacing.
Like 500 miles or something like that.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes.
Denali, can I speak
Okay, you're,
regarding
you know what,
California?
Aisha, Dr.
It's so
Shay,
absolutely
Yo-Yo,
absurd.
you're right, and I'm wrong. Okay?
Okay.
Mr. Denali,
I mean, did it
speak
happen or
regarding
not? Was
California?
half of the wall
He
built?
stole the money
It was
and went to
built.
jail.
But was half the wall built or not?
I don't
No.
care.
Nope.
Yes, it was. You want me to give you a picture? What
Okay,
are
No,
you
they
talking
you're
was-
about?
right. Half
Yes,
the wall,
it was. It was
half
built.
the wall,
Was it
half the
finished? It
wall.
wasn't finished.
half the wall is better than no wall, right? Okay, so great. I don't know what the big deal is anyway.
I
You're,
don't know.
you're right, because we didn't
either.
have these issues. Mr. LaFrance just asked the question, but we didn't have the same
Was-
issue.
What
that we
issue
all have
happened
right
right
now.
Wait a second. When Joe Biden wrote the executive order, you guys complained about that.
Yes.
Because he didn't need an executive order. That's the thing. He didn't act. You know what the president needs to do? The president doesn't even need to close the border.
Are
He
you
just needs to
happy that
protect our border.
Aisha, are you happy that
Thank
he
you. Protect it, at least.
Aisha, are you happy that
We
he
don't protect our borders when our military deployed.
Why are people
everywhere
talking
besides the
over me?
US.
I don't like it. Aisha, would you
Yes.
rather have okay, this is the question. Okay.
I'm listening.
The fact that Biden signed the executive order to stem the tide of immigration, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's still not. Forget it. He didn't actually need an executive
Ma'am,
order.
that's not my
When it
question.
come-
Since
Can
that
I-
he signed the executive order, is that
Yeah.
a good thing or a bad thing?
Not really. When you're doing it, your last
It's
6
got to be good or bad. Tell me which one it is.
No, it's not good.
Not good. Okay, great. No problem. Have a good day.
Do
Okay,
I get to
Mr.
say
Dale, let me go
something
ahead
Mr.
and
now?
Denali, can I say
I'm gonna
something
go ahead and land
regarding
my plane real quick.
California?
Then I'm gonna go ahead and get off if you
I
don't
want
mind.
Mr. LaFrance to land his plane, and then I'll let Mama's
Uh,
land.
I just want to say my initial question was, did Trump close the border? And he didn't. So that's all I was trying to get somebody to answer me and say that he didn't close down the border when he was in office, but they're expecting Biden and Harris to close down the border and do da 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 and da da
They
da.
could have done
So
more in the 3 years.
Yes, when you're a leader,
yes,
you make those
Can you
decisions.
please let Mr. LaFrance finish his point without interrupting?
well they hot tonight. But yeah, I think they had a bill to take care of the border and put it in a better shape than what it is now. It was a standalone bill. It wasn't tied with all this other stuff that people are always talking about, Ukraine and everything else. It was a bill just for the border that would have made things better, but it wasn't passed through the Senate, if I'm not correct. I think the House got it, but the Senate didn't pass it. And so certain people didn't vote for it to go through. So that was a letdown there. So, and then Biden tried to do what he could do by doing the executive order, which wasn't a permanent thing. It was only temporary. I think the courts was fighting him on that, what he tried to do. So yeah. So, but and also it's I don't know. It seems like every time we get close to election, the border is this big old gigantic problem. But all along, it's been a problem for how many years now? What, 30, 20, 50
Longer
years?
than that, I
We
played
had,
a clip of
I
our
yeah.
mean, but
preparation
come
on
on, right now, do you see
So,
what's going on though? Like, do you not see
I don't know
what's
why you're
going
not
on?
letting Doctor.
yes, we always have an inflection on the border at certain different times. People trying to leave their country to get a better life
Yeah. When you tell
for their
people
family.
the
So
border's
this is
open,
not. Can I speak, please, ma'am? You are hot tonight, girl. I'm not sure who you are, but you are interrupting everybody. And I think Mr. Denali asked you several times, just hold on your horses. You gonna get a chance to talk.
okay, LaFrance.
Yeah, but anyway, so this is a long drawn out process of a problem that we've been dealing with for years and years, and it doesn't get heated until it's election time. So I mean, and it's based on who wants to get it done, and apparently both sides, Republican and Democrats, can't come to an agreement to get something done that's going to really stick for years to go. For years to come. So yeah,
So if you was
and
a
and
leader, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
LaFrance,
Go ahead.
if you was a
Man,
leader,
let the
Mr.
man land his
LaFrance,
plane.
if you was a leader, Mr. LaFrance, right? Because
Please don't
I
follow the
get it,
rules.
Mr.
Ro,
Rowe. He
stop.
was
Don't
letting
follow
it.
the rules.
Oh, okay, Ro.
Uh,
You want
uh,
to interrupt everyone too.
yeah,
Go ahead.
exactly. Mr.
I ain't said
LaFrance,
nothing. I was dropped.
Ro,
Mr.
you're just like
yes,
LaFrance,
me. You and me keep
I'm
interrupting
listening.
everyone, so let's stop. You and me, stop.
okay, Mr. LaFrance, if you was a leader, right? And I
Yes.
hope you want the same for your leader. If something happened on your watch, on your dime, do it takes you days or years to think about what you're gonna do to fix it, or do you immediately fix it?
Well, in politics, nothing is
No, 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 no,
immediately
no. I'm just
fixed.
saying,
Okay,
if you're a leader, that's all I want to know.
okay. As a leader, yes, I would want to get it done. Yes, and I would use my power to do all I could do to get it done. And
Oh,
that's what
okay.
Biden did. Use the executive order to try to do something to fix something because it couldn't get passed in the House and Senate. That's the program we have. That's what we have to work with is the House and the Senate to get things passed into law and get to the president's desk. And so Biden took it upon himself to do what he had to do. He had to do something about it because yes, it was getting out of hand. And so that's what he did. He did executive order. And so yeah, that's what leadership should have done. And yes, Biden is one guy that did try to step across the aisle with other people to get things done. He's known for that. Not every president does that. They don't really care about what the other person wants on the other side. But Biden has always that's part of his record when he was in the Senate and as president. He has always reached across the aisle to get things done, and he got a lot of things done. What in his years now with the other side, he's
So
known
what?
for that.
So what did he step across and do this time then? Because you said that's what he did, and he did an executive order. What executive order did he do to protect the border?
Doc, I'm so sorry. LaFrance, I'm so sorry. But I have to
Man,
interrupt this because you don't need a bill. You don't need an executive order. You're literally in power. You're the president of the United States. You're supposed to protect your borders, right? Protecting borders, when you say close borders, it's not really closing the whole border down. It's just actually vetting people out that you know that they're not allowed to be in here. We're not vetting people. We're allowing people to say that they're all asylum seekers. Not everyone is an asylum seeker because you need a job. You're not an asylum seeker because you need a job.
It's
Okay?
Same thing
2.1
happened 100
Lafarge
years ago.
thinks
Can I
that
raise my
Lafarge
hand,
thinks
There are
that
please?
2.1
everyone coming into this
billion.
board is an asylum seeker,
There
and
are
we're allowing all asylum
2.1
seekers.
billion. There are 2.1 million immigration cases, and 687,000 of them are asylum seekers. Okay, 1/3. The rest, I'm not sure what's
1/3.
going on. One
Okay, so
third.
what about the
Can I say something, please? I
15
know
million
that was
people?
mentioned.
The 15
All right,
million people that
okay,
we
listen,
allowed
this
in
is the
here.
situation. Mrs. LaFrance, you have anything else you want to say?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let me play. I know other people want to talk, but Aisha, I never said that what you just said. Don't put words in my mouth, okay? I didn't say anything you just said about the border. So just make sure that
Okay,
you
but what did
say
you
what I
say?
said.
You said about what did you say then?
I
Please
said what the
tell me.
president did.
You
Yes,
said that
I said what the president
President
had to
Biden
do.
doesn't have. He's not allowed to have any of these border controls like happening going on right now. He
When
is.
Trump
What?
when Trump did that, what it turned into was several people being held at the border that cost America several millions
No,
of
they were
dollars
actually in
when he
Mexico, by the
closed the
way.
border. And so that's why
They
using
were in
an
Mexico.
executive order would not be conducive to being cost efficient for the country, which is why they presented the bill to go through the correct channels to
All
ensure
right.
that it can be placed and they not have so many people housed at the borders. Because if we're talking about
They
the
were in
border,
Mexico. They were
if we're
not in the
talking about
United
closing borders,
States.
we're
They
talking
were
about
in
closing southern
Mexico.
borders. We do not focus on the
They were
Canadian
in
borders. We
Mexico.
do
They
not
were not in
focus
the
on the
Can't
United
hear what
northern
none
States.
of
border
them
at all.
saying.
I know it sounds like shit, and I hate for my show to sound like that because no one can have any kind of self-control. Because everybody thinks what they got to say is so important. Everybody else's is not important. No respect whatsoever.
I've been sitting down here in the corner so quiet, Mr. Denali.
Well, if it don't apply, let it slide.
But I do want to please, before I forget my little sentiment real quick.
LaFrance never did
Let's talk
Sitting
his
here
about
sentence.
this, Sky
listening.
Princess. And it better be good, Sky Prince, or you're going to need to use your parachute.
I don't want to use my parachute. I'll
Then you
wait.
might want to stay on mute because I got a feeling it's not that important.
It is important, but I'll
If
wait.
it's not, I'm telling you right now, you better have your parachute ready. And you better be ready to hit that ripcord. I'm going to let you say it, but did you work it out? Did you listen to yourself? Is it good? It better be good. Otherwise, you're going to have to get your parachute. So you tell me, do you want to continue or you want to wait till your turn?
I'll wait till my turn.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought.
But
Mr. Hollywood?
okay, well, it's my turn.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Great. What state are you in, sir?
Illinois.
Great. Say what you got to say. Let's go. Let's go.
So I think one of the challenges here is some people are missing out on civics lessons because the president cannot unilaterally just shut down the border. The Supreme Court would actually fight them on that, and that's actually been done. So and you do need it's congression. The Congress oversees the border ultimately border policy. Our border policy is outdated, extremely outdated. So the person that was talking about the fact that people can come over seeking asylum, that's an outdated policy that we have on the books that they haven't cleaned up. So that's why people are able to come over and seek asylum. So Congress needs to write new legislation in order to actually fix some of the root causes of what's going on at the border. Okay, the president is not a dictator. So yes, the president can, in fact, as Mr. LaFrance said, create an executive order. And I will say this, Biden was slow as shit in creating his executive order. He should have done it 2 years ago, and this would be a moot point. Because if you look now, the numbers are severely down, which is where they should have been all along. So you can throw that squarely on Biden for taking so long to act when he was allowing the Republicans to make this a massive issue. Second point is there were still border crossings under Trump. So the notion that wasn't happening in spite of the wall one way or the other is nonsense. There have been crossings at the southern border the last 35 or 40 years. You're making this sound like everything's 3 years old. That's just juvenile.
I know, but Hollywood, I'm sorry. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
We talk about this issue regularly up here. We've already looked at the numbers. It was like a normal number for like years, and then it like spiked like incredibly. Like we talk about the numbers up here regularly. So it would be like an average number. wasn't like 600 something thousand Denali for like 3 years straight, and then it like astronomically went up. I can't remember what year it was. So it was, it's always been like an average number, and then it like astronomically went up for a few years. So
to my point, I think that he should have acted sooner. I
Yeah,
think
I'm
if
just
you look
saying
at the
he said
numbers
that it's
now,
already
you'd
been an
see that the
issue. I'm
numbers have
saying
been.
you're right.
But the issue has been going on forever. I appreciate that.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree on like we've had a border issue. I'm not disagreeing on that we've had a border issue for the past like 40 years, like 30 something 40 years. I'm not disagreeing on that. But I'm just saying that Biden has had the opportunity. You're supposed to protect our borders. And if you're allowing people to just come in here as asylum seekers, everyone is an asylum seeker basically.
No, it's only 687,000 of the 2.1 million that are in immigration court.
Yeah, and you have to get to the root causes too of why people are coming. A lot of that has to do with what was going on in their countries with crime, with economics, with what's going on after COVID.
That's not our concern all the time. Just because you knock on the door doesn't mean we have to let you in.
Don't disagree.
Checks and balances, and everybody, just because you say you want to come in doesn't mean that we have to let you in. We are a nation of laws, as I've been trained for the longest time. My grandfather came here. He had to have a sponsor. He had to have a job, and he had to be disease-free. There's nothing wrong with having checks and balances to come into this country. It is not a right. It's a privilege, and we should want to have assets, not liability, coming into our country and draining the government. That should not be happening. Okay? All right. Great. Thank you. Okay, Sky Princess, I'm going to let you say something. If it's not good, you're not going to need your parachute. I don't think it's good, so let's just say it. You should be thanking me. I did save you from getting dropped.
Mr. Denali, and I respect you because this is your panel. I have been very respectful down here in this corner, though. I done sat back here and kind of just let everybody talk. I didn't interrupt anybody.
You talk a lot, though. You have to admit.
I do talk a lot. When I get a chance to talk, I definitely got to try and get everything out while I got a chance, right?
I'm going to tell you who talks a lot. You, Aisha, that's on the panel right now. You two kind of dominate.
I would definitely not say that I have been interrupting or talking over people. There have been a couple of moments where I felt I said something, but I immediately would allow the person to continue what they were saying and respect your panel.
Thank you.
Now, and I even got attacked.
You got attacked by whom?
By your girls. You know what I'm saying? This is y'all. I'm like, but
screaming.
they at me. They at my neck now. Ever since I made my comment that other day, they can't move past that. But they want me to move past
that was
everything
a very
Donald
bad
Trump
comment.
It wasn't just the other day. It's all good. I said it wasn't just
the other day. I ended my conversation with you last time, like saying that we could agree to disagree. Like I thought we ended good.
We can agree to disagree, but what I'm not. This is my thing. When I'm listening, and like for me, like Aisha, I know you young. So that's why I try and get you
I was super nice to you at the end. I was super nice to you at the. Was I not super nice to Sky at the end?
This is what I'm saying. Like I know you're young, but I would say, like, have you ever sat down? Like I'm listening to you. You're telling me that you are the child of immigrants, right?
Yes.
And have you ever sat down and talked to your parents about why they came to America and what their country was like before they came
my
here?
dad literally slept with 8 siblings in a queen bed. Okay. Feet on the end, 4. Backboard, 4 other people. Okay. Having a loaf of bread divided between 8 siblings. Okay.
And did he tell you? And are you talking about the one from Sudan or Cuba?
What?
Are you talking about the one from Sudan? Because you said your parents.
No,
It's Tunisia, and Cuba.
Tunisia.
Yes, my mom came from a communist country, another back in communist Cuba, right? Awful country. I've learned from my parents. Have I been privileged that my parents decided to give me a better life for myself? Yes, I'm not going to say that I have suffered throughout my life. I'll never say that. But I've learned from my parents' sufferings what they have been through. Okay,
But when I
we've
say that,
struggled. They have struggled. And my dad was hungry. Okay, and I'll say that my dad will literally give off anything to anybody if they're hungry. If you want to, like, you're literally dying of, not even dying of hunger. My dad will still stay hungry and give you whatever is on his plate to give it to you.
but do you recognize that the reason that the
Yes.
countries that your parents had to come to
Yes.
America from were in the condition that they were in is because of colonization and this mindset
You
of
don't think I've learned that?
supremacy that has
It's not
pervaded the
supremacy,
fabric
it's
of
government.
America? Like,
It's
do you
government.
realize that?
But it's not even just colonization. Forget look, you know what? Tunisia was one of the first countries to be colonized in Africa. Okay, because of our seas, right? We had the Romans coming in, we had the Mongolians coming in, we had everybody coming in. It doesn't matter. My dad has had colonization happen throughout his whole life. The French came in, everyone came in, and he's
Not everyone.
No, I'm okay. I'm saying it's a country that got colonized a lot, right? My dad has a different view than I do. My dad is a Democrat. My mom is a Republican, a new Republican. She just didn't like Hillary Clinton back in 2016, and that's how
But
she.
you're telling me that your parents came from you tell me one of your parents was in a communist country. You're telling me your parents
Yes,
came from
my
a country
mom-
where they couldn't even vote for the same type of democracy that we
Yeah,
have
you
to
can't even
change
be
that
religious. You
leadership.
can't even believe in God. So,
But in this country where we have that right, like I said, to dismantle a certain sort of mentality and a certain government that has globally
but
caused
what is the
all of
mentality?
this,
This is a
caused
free
all of this
country.
chaos, all of this destruction
Destruction
globally,
of what?
including in their own nations of origin.
Yes.
And we're here in the United States. You're telling me that I'm supposed to keep voting for something like that so that I can
Yes, you're
continue
voting
to
for
see the
freedom.
same
You're voting
cycle of
to-
history repeat itself for another 50 years, 100 years, 400 years, or whatever else they talking about in the future. Because it's not changing as
what are
long
you-
as we keep doing the same thing. And
Sorry,
when we-
guys, the snoring was my dog. I'm so sorry if the snoring you heard that was my dog. But yes, I'm not, what are you telling me that I'm voting for, that we're gonna have a communist country? Or
we're not even going to have a communist. We're not even going to have a democracy.
No.
That's the point.
No, what are you talking about? That we're not gonna have a democracy because we're voting Donald Trump in when we had Donald Trump in for 4 years? When did
And how
you
did
feel
that
that
go?
you
How
were
was that
to lose
4
your
years for
democracy?
you? How did that go? I mean, how did you like being like
Did you
locked
feel
in the
like you
house
lost your
and you couldn't go
you
places?
think you lost your
You had a
rights because you had?
curfew.
You blame
You had
it
to wear a
Trump.
mask.
You blame
What are you
Trump for
talking
You had to get
about?
vaccinated
Ma'am, Miss
even
Sky
if you didn't agree
Princess.
with it.
Miss Sky
That was
Princess.
Biden that forced all
That was
that.
Biden that forced the
What are you
fucking
talking about?
vaccinations on us.
Okay, okay. Sky Prince, are you blaming Trump for the pandemic?
I will say that I feel it's a situation that I personally feel it wouldn't have happened if he wasn't in office.
Oh my
I
God.
do feel that.
You got that TBS. Anyway, all right, everybody. I think we've done enough show. This is a wild show. It was on the eve. Oh, well, excuse me.
Man, she don't cancel the show.
After.
Look at man, I'm so you and thank you for letting me up, Mr. Denali. But I don't know what's up with these two chicks in particular up here. You got here, and they not even contributing anything relevant to the conversation. I'm talking to Yo-Yo. I'm talking to Yo-Yo and Dr. Shay.
Mr. Denali, can I just say one thing? My only issue is when me and you had our words, Sky Princess, when I told you you have no right to tell me what to think, how to think, and who to vote for, you came at me again trying to tell me I'm not black if I don't vote, and I'm supposed because I'm black.
I sat up here and listened to y'all make so many assumptions about me just based
My
off
point
me
is,
not
you're
wanting
still
to
telling me
tell
I'm supposed to vote a certain way.
on the internet. Y'all said I had 6 kids and all this other. Y'all was just coming up.
I didn't never say that, girl. Stop lying. Nobody ain't never told you that.
I don't know you.
Y'all was asking so many
Ain't
questions
nobody
about
told
me.
you that.
I'm up here to talk about politics, not my
But that's
personal
a
life,
lie.
baby.
Who care about if you
Dr. Shay, I don't even know how many kids she had. What is she talking
Okay,
about?
everybody. Okay.
My point is, you still double downing on the fact that I'm supposed to vote the same way.
I got it. Mommy Life, you want to say something real quickly before we get out of here? What do you want to say?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to correct one thing specifically related to California. I believe it was Dr. Shay who said that we're giving out money to immigrants. That was something that was proposed. However, our governor, Gavin Newsom, vetoed that, and that is not something that is in place. So I think versus reading headlines, we should read and follow things that are proposed, because that's misinformation that's being given out. And also related to the immigration issue in America, that is something that is going to be an issue for decades to come, unfortunately. But we also should dig into who benefits mostly from immigration, and mostly those illegal immigrants. It's the billionaires who are aligned with Donald Trump, which is why the bill that he called his folks for and said, no, kill it, was so important to them. We have to dig deeper than looking surface level, and also reading headlines and clickbait. I just urge everyone to do research, regardless of who you vote for, who you support in Democratic, Republican, Independent. Do your research and dig deep. Do not go off of a headline, because that just you quoting that California was doing that tells me
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a quote that California was doing that. We was
You did
talking
say
about
that.
it. It wasn't a quote that, and we all seen the headline that the bill was vetoed. We
But
understood
that's not
that.
what you said. That's not what you said.
Okay, so okay, you're right.
And
You're
I
right.
was speaking still, and I did not interrupt
You're a
you.
non-factor. Nobody care. You're boring.
Okay,
Hang
and
on.
thank
Whoa,
you.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I mean, I'm not being
Okay,
disrespectful to you.
listen.
I'm just
That's not
saying.
necessary. We do not want to call names and things like that. We don't like name calling over here. Miss
Thank you,
Mommy
Mr.
Life,
Denali. Thank
finish
you.
your point. Finish your point.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I am not disrespecting anyone, and I would not ever disrespect any Black man or woman or person in general. I just urge everyone to do their research, not quote headlines as fact, regardless of your political affiliation, regardless of your views or anything like that. Also, understand that healthy debate is really important, and it gives you a different purview into things that are going on that you may not be aware of, which we kind of saw with LaFrance and the other young lady earlier, as well as Mr. Hollywood and the young lady earlier. Everyone remain open-minded. Your mind may be made up, but being disrespectful is not the way. But sometimes when people have nothing else to resort to, that's what happens. And that's what that other candidate wants, is divisiveness.
Okay, great. All right, cool.
Last name, Mr. Denali.
What? You got more?
Sky Princess
I
doesn't
was
stop.
gonna say this is my because I
I
just
mean,
want to
until she
piggyback
get a
off of
picture
what
up
Mommy
here,
Life just said.
Denali, like, wasn't you
do what
going in
now?
order?
I want to piggyback off of what Mommy Life just said in regards to anybody that feels like a certain way about the things that I speak on. Not only is it based on my personal experiences in life, but also just through researching things, as she stated, to see how we got to where we are right now. Like, I'm not just one of these people living in it. I'm like, how we end up here, because there is a divide even within my own community. There's a dynamic between class, education level, etc. And it's obvious when you come on the internet and you get exposed to people that have not had the same experiences that you have had. But what I will say is that you can also look into different memoirs from the era of different people that are prolific figures in our history, if you want to get an understanding of what they went through then, and you will see that the same things that we are experiencing now are the same things that they experienced then. And like I said, these are things that are not going to change. I would say read The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. I would definitely say read the autobiography of Malcolm X, Soul on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver. Like, I mean, read some of the poetry from Langston Hughes from the Renaissance era. County Colon. I'm just telling y'all, like, it just seemed like so many of y'all are out of touch with like what our people went through before
What if you're
and what we're
focusing
still
on something
going
else?
through.
Okay, listen again.
What if you're
Again,
focusing on
Miss-
something else, Sky Princess? What if you're focusing on spirituality or something else like that?
You can,
Then what do you do?
but you can also see how, and even
Her
when people
mind is
talk about
trapped. Look,
religion, you can
Yo-Yo,
see
her
how
mind
things
is
changed
trapped.
in
No,
the
I mean, I
United
ain't focused
States
on that kind of
based
stuff.
on
You're
the
saying that, Sky
influence
Princess.
of a particular demographic.
Miss Sky
I
Princess.
thought you guys were going off the campaign of
Give
looking
me a
forward.
second, Miss Aisha.
Right.
Miss Sky Princess.
Forward, but I
the
can't
person
get
with-
forward
Miss
if
Sky
everybody wants to
Princess,
say
I'm
something
talking.
past.
Please don't do that. Miss Sky Princess, can I ask you a question? Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
So if it was a choice between George W. Bush II and Miss Harris, and people decided to vote for Bush, would you also say the same thing?
Absolutely. In fact, that's the
Again, it doesn't have anything to do with Trump. It has to do with Democrat versus Republican.
Mhm.
That's all it has to do with.
Absolutely. In
Okay.
fact, when I look at
So
where we're at right now, it started with George Bush.
It's got nothing to do with going back and change or anything like that. You just want people to vote for Democrat, no matter
It's
what
not
they
about
think.
just voting for a Democrat, but sir,
Ma'am.
when we,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Denali.
if it was Ronald Reagan versus VP Harris, would you say the same thing?
Yeah.
If it was
Because
Mitt
Ronald
Romney
Reagan, that was
versus
another era where
if
we had
it
a
was
lot of
Mitt
drugs,
Romney
gang
versus
activity.
If it was Mitt Romney versus VP Harris, would you say the same thing?
I do like Mitt Romney. I ain't gonna lie. I like Mitt Romney.
I don't care if you like,
but
if it was Mitt Romney versus VP Harris and Dr. Shea, Yo-Yo,
I'm gonna always give a sister a chance, especially when I know that she has dedicated. Somebody up here mentioned earlier about the people in the government supposed to be public servants. They supposed to be serving us, not just our leaders. She is somebody that dedicated her career to public service. Lawyers, how many multi-millionaire and billionaire lawyers, like people even brought up her husband. She could have took her legal degree and went in any direction if it was just about money and the purpose of becoming rich. She has been serving the public, going into government. That is what she did with her education because she wanted to make a difference.
Oh, you talk a lot. You think you're so right and you be loud and wrong. Oh my goodness, you drive me nuts.
I'm loud and right, and sometimes I'm wrong, but I can listen. I can take constructive criticism.
Are you ever wrong?
Yes, sometimes I am. And like I said, I can accept constructive criticism.
Have you ever told your man you're sorry?
Yes.
Okay. I like to interview him. That's what I like to do.
Of course, I've had to say I'm sorry, Mr. Denali. Like you said, I'm right and I'm wrong, and I'm loud and I'm wrong, and of course, but I'm one of those people. I can take accountability, and I can always accept, like I said, constructive criticism and feedback. I want to be the best person I could be, and I know I'm not always right.
So she got a man now, Mr. Denali? She got a man now?
Like I said, I have, like I said, what are you worried about what's going on over here? Worry about what you got going on when you on.
Miss Sky Princess.
I'm finna cut Mr. Denali. I'm trying to be respectful. But
what did you say? Mine, what I got going on, what now?
What we not gonna do, because I already told you, ladies.
At 2:30 in the morning, what I got going on?
Okay, listen, we don't need
you won't hear every time I come on here. So like I said, sis, don't come and start questioning anything about my life. We talking about politics.
You the one said you didn't have a man, but now today
I never
you got
said
one.
I didn't have a man. I actually said I had a few different male friends that want me, boo boo.
That's exactly. They don't want you.
Sky, don't you want
get your little girlfriend?
My husband right next to me. My husband next to me.
Mind your business. Worry about what you got going on over there.
My husband
lives
next to me, so I don't know what y'all talking about. He looking at me right now, so.
Say it again, Yo-Yo.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
And Denali know my man. And guess what? My man come on this show.
It's okay. It's okay.
And guess why he's not here right now?
Y'all weird.
He's at work.
Y'all weird.
Y'all
are weird. You weird, boo. What kind of doctor are you?
All right.
What kind of doctor are you?
Okay, listen.
That's all right. Guess what? Wait. Denali, can I say something to Hollywood real quick?
Mr. Denali.
Denali, can I say something real quick to Hollywood for the 40th
They
time?
have beaten Mr. Denali down. I've been working all day, and man, I tell you.
Hollywood, for the 40th time, I've told you like 30 times in the comment, I do not care about Trump, the man. I could care less. I'm told you I'm against Democratic policies. I don't care about Trump. What part of that don't you understand? I'm not voting for Trump the man. I told you that I'm against Democratic policies because of my spirituality. I told you that like 30 times and you keep asking me about Trump.
Well, then, if you question his spirituality, then how are you
I
voting
said
for
my
him?
spirituality. I didn't say his. I said he's got to answer to God for everything he does. I don't care about him. I'm concerned about certain Democratic policies that are enacted in the law that I spiritually don't agree with. Does that make sense to you now?
What's an example? No, what's an
No,
example?
we don't want. She doesn't have to give.
We're not going there. We're not going there.
He done did it a million times on this
I done
platform.
did it a million times. I'm not going there again. Just know it's not him. I don't care about him. He can do whatever. If that's between him and God. If he goes to hell, that's Trump. Okay, whatever. I'm telling you what I am voting on. What I'm focusing on in my life right now. What my focus is in my life right now is my spirituality. And if they don't align with Democrats, I'm not voting Democrat. Does it make sense to you now?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't
Okay,
have
well,
to.
it doesn't have to. That's why
I
this is
didn't say it
America.
does. It doesn't have to.
That's
It just
exactly why
doesn't.
this is America. I vote who I want, and you vote for who you want.
You're exactly right. I agree with you 100%. I just
Okay,
don't
so
understand
quit
your
asking
point.
me. Quit asking me the same question 30 times. You're going to get the same answer 30 times. That's
I didn't ask you a
insanity.
question. I just made a
finish
point.
out these gift goals. If y'all gonna keep me up here with all this
Hey, but
arguing,
Hollywood, what is your point about?
can y'all finish out these
Yes,
gift
can we
goals?
can we get
Trying
some
to help
hand
Mr.
hearts?
Denali
Can
get
y'all
out of
finish
here.
out these gift goals since y'all got me up here with this arguing? Jeez Louise.
They're hand hearts. We only
All
need
this
what,
yapping
18
and
more.
nobody tapping the
17.
gifting. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Let's go. Light up the screen before. What's happening?
So my point, if you want to know
You
what my
don't even
point
care
was,
what I gotta say. You just want to make your point. Is that right, Mr. Hollywood?
Yep.
not at all.
Huh?
Gifting
Did you hear
and
what I
listening.
said, Mr. Hollywood?
I did. I gifted.
No. Did you hear what I said?
What'd
No, you didn't hear what I said. Okay. All right. No problem.
I was trying to clarify my confusion. That's all.
Come on, let's start giving.
Could you at least
Your
send him
confusion
a
is your
hand
problem.
heart?
Your confusion is not my problem.
Can you at least
I
send
can't
him a
tell you
hand
how to
heart?
think or feel, and you can't tell me how to think or feel.
I'm not
I
telling
don't
you how
care
to
how
think
you
or feel.
vote.
I didn't.
I don't care how you
I don't
vote,
care
so
how
you
vote
shouldn't care
either.
how I vote. Why are you concerned about how I vote? That's
I'm
weird.
not concerned about how
the
you vote.
golden
You're an
coins.
adult.
Who's doing that?
I
Look,
had-
Dr. Shashari. Dr. Shashari just dropped the gold coins on Mr. Denali. Who's gonna follow Dr. Shashari and drop something?
Come on, let's get some more.
Yes, let's
get
light
some
up
more.
the screen.
Let's light up the screen. Let's go. Who's gonna do it?
Let's
Let's
get
go.
some more. Come on, Aisha, give something.
2:30 in the
I
morning.
don't even know how to do this bullshit. I'm not even gonna.
I
Let's
know,
make
yeah,
it
I'm
rain.
giving one
2:30
penny
in the
to that.
morning.
I'm calling it out.
Oh, that's
We
Mr. Rowe.
got to tell Aisha how to do it. She
Bro,
said she don't know how to do
I
it.
don't know how
Look
old
at
you are,
Yo-Yo
but you
coming
seem like you're
through.
more educated on
Look
this
at
TikTok
Yo-Yo
shit
coming
than
through with the
I don't even know.
manifesting hands.
Woo!
Let's go, Hollywood. Let's
How'd
go.
you even do that? I
trying
literally
to know how
don't
to
even know
do
how you
this.
do
I'm an
that.
older man. I'm not supposed to know how to do this. I know you younger.
Yeah,
Aisha.
No, I know.
Let's
My
go.
grandma be knowing more than I know how to do shit. I really
All
don't
you
know.
got to do is go down to the gift box at the bottom of the screen, and then you
Okay.
go down to the middle, and then you pick a gift that's going to light up the screen and do it. Let's go.
Wait, but
Gotta put the credit card on file.
oh, you pick whatever? I guess. Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
Put
something
credit
with a lot
Wait, but
of,
how do
something
I
with a
know
lot
who
of
I'm
zeros
sending it
behind
to?
it.
Oh, okay. It says Mr.
Something
Okay.
with a lot of zeros behind it.
And you guys, seriously though, because here it is. I mean, in his
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm really
it's 3:30 in the
retarded
morning on.
when it comes
It's 3:30 in the morning for Mr. Denali, and he's still on this platform because people, I don't get it. They don't want to. They'll sit here, we'll talk, they'll comment, but we can't even get this man a hand heart. Like that's crazy. I mean, it's not, and he's not really asking, but I'm just telling you guys. I mean, this man is putting his time in. Like, really, it's 3:30 in the morning. We on this platform having a good time, and I know there are some people that get upset, and it's all out of fun. But we can't give him some hand hearts. How many you got? You only got 3 hand hearts. That's only 100 coins. What is 100 coins, Denali? How much is 100 coins? That's like a dollar, right?
Dollar.
I'm on here and I'm in the eye of the
Oh, what
storm.
is that? Falling for you. Who's that? Oh, is that a man or a woman? Okay.
Wait, did I do some shit? I don't even know what I did.
That wasn't you.
Was it me?
Listen, come on.
I don't even know. Y'all, I really don't even know how this shit works.
If you go down to the bottom, you see it, the gift box
I
at the
did
bottom?
some shit, so I know I did something. I just don't know what I pressed on.
You didn't do anything.
No, I did do something. I did do something because I double clicked on my fucking app store, so I know I did something.
No, it didn't come through here though. I don't see anything. Look at that.
Who's that? Ooh.
Miss Tanji's coming through with the lightning hands.
Yeah,
Miss
Tanji's, come up, Tanji's. What is this?
Hollywood coming through with the donut.
I don't see the gifts.
Okay, I see Aisha. Aisha just sent
No, I don't even know what.
You
what
just
is
sent
this?
some stuff. You
What
sent
is
a
it?
rose.
I don't even know what this
okay,
is.
fantastic.
No,
I just picked one with a lot of zeros. I mean, roses are great. I love the way roses smell.
No, I really don't even know what this.
I know. Go down to the middle of the screen.
I
pick
did
something
do
with
that
zeros
stuff.
behind
Please
it.
don't. I feel like I'm being scammed off this bullshit. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, never mind. Don't worry about
But I do want to know, Miss Scott Princess. No joke. You said that we was mad at you about something that happened last month. What happened last month? What did you say last month?
So we gonna continue to rehash this when I just said the exact same thing, and I done kept saying exactly what I said in regards to.
I really, honestly, I don't know
look
what
at
we was
Tanji's
mad
coming
at.
through with the lights.
I promise,
Tanji's
like I don't know why we
Anytime
was
I
mad.
hear you got something to say, why don't you tell me why it is that anytime I have something to say, whether you agree or disagree with me, that it has to turn into some sort of personal attack?
Oh, well, let me tell you why. I can tell you why.
I can elaborate on
I can
that,
tell
and
you
then
that.
I'll let you know exactly why I feel why you saying the things that you say. Because
Okay, so I can tell you.
and I know. It's so ridiculous.
So can I tell you why? You gonna ask the question? You gonna let me tell you?
Y'all don't
Lady,
know me.
are you gonna let me tell you? Are you gonna let me tell you?
You should care less what I think. At the end of the day,
Listen, you want me to tell you why? Can I tell you?
Go ahead.
Oh wow.
Because I am a smart ass, and honestly, that's what I have always been able to just say whatever I want to say and do what I want to do. So sometimes I know I get on people's skin when I say certain things. So it's nothing personal. It's just that I know it pisses you off. So that's the reason why I say it. It's nothing really personal, honestly. It's funny to me. I just know it pisses you off. So that's the only reason why I do it or say whatever.
I'm not pissed off. I think it, like I said, it's weird to me because, like I said, I know for me personally, I'm in my 40s. I'm a grown ass woman. I'm not about to be sitting up here going back and forth about anything petty. I said what I said, how I feel about people that look like me that are voting for Donald Trump. Not saying you got to support Kamala Harris, but what I am saying is anybody that is sitting here voting for Donald Trump and whatever your reasoning is, when you say it's about your morals, your Christianity, and everything else, when this man has even said he's not a Christian, when he has actually put a price on the Bible, which has always been
I don't care
free.
about him.
He is now selling
I don't care
Bibles for
about him.
$59.99 with
Look what
parts
your
of the
party is
Constitution
enacting
in
laws.
it. Like,
You can't even
y'all
define a
sound
woman.
crazy to me.
Yeah.
Can your party define a
I
woman?
know that
What
didn't
is a woman,
happen.
Sky
Gone,
Princess?
to be
That
completely
didn't
honest.
happen,
That's
Sky
your party
Princess.
define a
None of
woman,
that
Sky
happened with me.
Princess?
I'm sorry, sweetie. That's a lie. Everything that you just said, because I never said that. I never said anything about my religion. I never said that this is.
I brought that up. I brought that point up.
Exactly.
Okay.
I said something about mine.
I never brought it
I
up.
said something about mine.
But Sky Princess can't even.
So you're actually saying that Donald Trump, like I said, he put a
I'm
price
saying
on the
I don't
Bible.
give a
baby.
damn about Donald
He put a-
Trump. I
he
give a
put a
damn
price on the
about I'm
Bible,
voting
though.
against something, not for something. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell
What does he stand for? What does he stand for?
I don't give a damn about
Exactly.
Donald Trump for the 80th time.
But you just said you
What
were
part
voting
of
for
that? Why is
him.
that so hard to
Are
understand?
you
You
a
just
moral
said you were
police?
voting for him. And I'm asking
What
you
part
to
of that
explain
don't
why
people
you're voting for
understand?
him.
Jesus Christ.
God, Princess, you cannot change anyone. Let it go.
Isn't this hard to understand that I'm voting against something, not for, just like you're voting against Donald Trump? Like, Jesus Christ, what part of that don't you understand?
Sky can't
I'm
understand.
voting
Why I'm
against
voting
something, not
against
for
Donald Trump.
something.
You can't explain
You
to
are
me why
voting
you're
against-
voting for him or
Sky,
against
Sky,
Kamala Harris.
You don't
you
mind
can't
being
explain why you're
explain
voting
that.
for.
You can't
Sky,
put it
you
into
will
words.
vote for a dog
go.
right now if you could. You would vote for anything.
Let it go, please. For me, let it go.
Donald Trump, absolutely.
I'm voting for America
Let it
first.
go.
No, Scott, you would vote for anything, and that's your issue. You
Always
really
put you
just
last,
you're going
and
for
you
the
talking about
Democratic Party
America
and whatever
first.
the
Y'all, you crazy.
You
yeah,
just
and
want people to
America
think. You don't
first.
want people to think for themselves. That's your problem.
Nah, y'all don't sound like y'all thinking for yourselves. Y'all saying exactly.
No, we are. That's our
definitely
thing.
thinking for
We're
myself.
actually
MAGA
thinking
You
for
stay on the
Y'all
ourselves.
saying
plantation.
the
You stay on
same
the
thing Donald Trump
plantation.
said
I'll
during
ride
his
by in
debate
homecaptain.
tonight.
Sky,
That's
Maybe
what
listen.
y'all
better
sound
yet,
like.
I'll
We might
fly
have
over it.
different morals
I'll
and
fly
different
over it.
values. Look, we
Just
might
that's
have
enough
different
for
morals, different
tonight.
values, and we might even disagree on a lot of things. But you guys really just stick to one thing and you have to agree on everything. And that's what you guys want. You want to agree on everything. And Scott, you will, like I said, you would vote for a dog right now. You would vote for a rat. You would vote for anything.
Oh my goodness.
You would vote for
And I would still be 10 steps
anything
above
right
Donald Trump,
now.
honey. At the
If
end
it,
of the day, you're
if
not
it's
insulting
not
me.
Donald
You're
Trump,
insulting
exactly. If it's
yourself
not Donald
because you're
Trump, you
voting
would
for
vote for
Donald
it.
Trump.
What?
Aisha, you might get my vote now for one of the MVP.
But
You
I'm
know,
just saying, Sky literally
Hold
will
on, we
vote
gonna
for
vote for
anything that is.
Aisha. Do we know?
Mr.
Hold on,
Denali, how many
Aisha.
votes can I
What do
put
you
in?
identify as? We
What do
voting
I
for
identify
Aisha because
as? I
now we got to
identify
put
as
her in the
Aisha
same
Curry.
lane.
That's
Y'all
what
want
I
to put
identify
Kamala
as.
in because that's actually how this debate started between me and Yo Yo and Dr. Shay. Was when I came up here that night and y'all were talking about Kamala Harris not identifying as a black woman. That's how it started. And we want to rewind it all
I
the way
don't care.
back.
Okay, yes.
Right?
Hey,
That was her whole
Denali, have you
rhetoric.
ever
No
heard
one
me say
cares.
anything about Kamala's race? Be honest. Me, personally.
Well,
I
did you
don't
know
care
that
about
came up,
that.
Mr. Denali, or
No
not?
one
Because as
cares
I
about
can
it.
recall, that's
Denali, have you
exactly the
ever
night I
heard
came up. Y'all
Yo-Yo
was
say
talking
anything
about
about
her
Kamala's
rolling
race?
in the
The only thing I
Tupac
ever did was
and all this other
laughed
kind of
about the
stuff.
greens in the tub.
But I don't want to talk over you guys. No, Yo-Yo has not mentioned Miss VP Harris's race. I don't want to talk about that because it's not important.
I don't
I
care
don't think
about that.
anyone
It
wants to
wasn't
talk
me.
about it. No one wants to talk about that at
Right.
all. So
What
I don't
line
know
of work
what
are you
Sky
in?
is bringing up.
I mean,
Hey,
not
Sky
Yo-Yo.
Princess, I laughed about the greens in the bathtub, and that was it.
Yeah.
Aisha, what line of work are you in?
I don't like to talk about. I'm in school right now, medical field.
Are you going to be a doctor?
Yes.
Oh wow. Okay.
My whole family is. I mean, you guys could look it up. I don't even care about getting docs at this point.
No. I was just curious what line. Okay,
No,
you're in
I'm
school.
saying in general, like I don't even care about getting
You're going
docs
to be.
because
You're going to
I
be a
have
doctor.
had a lot of people tell me.
What kind of medicine are you planning to practice?
To be completely honest, I don't know yet.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, good
No,
luck to
that's
you.
how it is though. My mom, look, my mom was an ophthalmologist back in Cuba, and then my whole life she has told me you don't know until you basically start practicing.
What kind of dog do you have?
I have a Maltese, but she's old, so I'm so sorry that you guys keep hearing her snoring.
No. It's okay. I was just wondering. My dog snores
Yeah,
too.
I know. I'm so sorry about my dog snoring,
No,
guys.
you don't have to. No, there's no apology needed for that. Dog to dog. What are you gonna do? You want your dog close to you? You're gonna snore, or she, or he or she. So no problem. All right, listen. I think that's it. I think we've done enough show.
If we could get your gift go, can we go a little bit longer?
I don't think it's gonna go. It's at 4 of 20 for the last 2 hours. So I don't think it's gonna happen.
Guys, can you please let's get this gift goal taken care of?
Guys, by the way, I'm not lying. If you want to dox me, go ahead. I really don't even
Who are
care.
you talking to? Somebody said something in the comments?
Mr. Denali, I promise you one thing. If Trump does get elected and he implements the platinum plan, I will buy you the biggest gift on TikTok. That's what I'll tell you.
The TikTok universe.
Okay. I've gotten one of those before.
Don't be like baby.
He did last week too.
All right. So
Kamala
listen.
gets elected, I'll still do it because either way it go. But I really want to see Kamala in that office. I'm telling you. And I can't wait to come back and have this conversation. If I come back and have a conversation with you.
You know the difference is if she wins, we will be like,
That's
okay,
right,
she
right.
won, and we keep her moving. But if he wins, and then
But if he loses, do you understand that the people that support him have already started talking about how they want to overthrow the government and have a civil war? The same thing that he was actually trying to like secretly mention throughout the course of the debate tonight when he was using a little different language to incite
he did good on a debate.
and
He wasn't
fear-mongering amongst
insulting.
his supporters.
I was proud of him
those are
tonight.
the same, like that's exactly like, do you realize that? That's
And
what
Sky, I
his
disagree with
supporters
that,
are about.
Sky. Like, I'm not in agreement with that, Sky. I think that's wrong. Like, if people want to do that, I think that's wrong of Americans, citizens to do that.
He
That's
lost
wrong.
before, and I took it well. He lost. We
Me
kept
too.
him
I mean,
moving.
I wasn't Sky. Just
You
so
didn't
you
take
know,
it very
I'm an
well.
independent, Sky. I haven't voted because I haven't I've been an independent since '08. So
And
this is my
I'm
first
bipartisan,
election.
by the
I'm
way, Sky.
motivated to
But I get
vote.
put in a box just because I vote for Trump. So I just play along with it
What I
because that's
will
what they
say,
do.
if it was to happen again, at that point, they wouldn't even care if you were a Trump voter. They would not care. You would not be able to identify yourself as a Trump voter because those people have a particular mindset. And I think that's what y'all failing to
Not at
realize.
all.
Like I
Scott,
said,
don't you realize
when
that your
I
party
see
is the
people
one that
that
has a
align
particular
themselves
mindset?
with that
Like,
How do you
Scott,
mean
you're
mentality,
that?
so
baby.
far gone. You're so far gone because
Aisha,
you. Oh my God,
did
Scott.
you
How do you
hear
mean
him?
that,
He didn't
Aisha?
answer the question
Okay,
about mass
guys.
deportation.
Listen. Oh my
But I'm
goodness.
pretty sure if you look up the policy on it, you'll see that you might be one of those people on the bus, or possibly your parents.
On the bus.
It's the
All
absolute
right.
truth. You better look
No,
into
it's about.
it.
I didn't even come to
You better
America
read
first, by
them
the way. I didn't even come to
922
everybody.
We
America
got
Everybody.
somebody
first.
new on the panel.
I didn't even
think
come to
that's
America
it.
first.
Hang on. I think that's it. Listen, this guy here or person, less less noise. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. What you got?
What's up, everybody? I'm very grateful to be in just an honest conversation. And my expectation for myself and everybody else is just that everybody, I don't care about what facts are facts. Just treat everybody like humans. And I'm from San Diego. I'm a general contractor, and I've got good insight on what's going on with the labor and the immigration on down here on the southern border. And that's just firsthand account, and I'm only going to just give you my my personal take. That's all. What's up, everybody?
So you want to talk about the border still?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about what I'm seeing going by, which is all the facts and everything, and all the data sheets that I see go by. It doesn't really represent what's going on down here. I got friends in the Border Patrol. I got complete labor force that lives in Tijuana, that they're all American citizens, but they choose to live in Tijuana, which is smart because they make their money up here and they spend it down there. But even those guys are talking about, like, hey, there's a lot of things going on the streets that people aren't talking about, people don't represent, and all the numbers and what we call facts is not what is being argumented over. And as far as the difference between left, right, and documented, undocumented, there's people who have fought their whole 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years to get their generation to have a house and a home here as a legitimate citizen. And it's kind of weird. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to use the word weird. That's all, as an observation, because I'm not here to battle anybody.
No problem. Listen, I appreciate your voice, but we're getting out of here. It's been a long night, long day. And I appreciate your voice. And hopefully you'll come back when we begin the show, or sometime when, it's not 4:00 in the morning, my time. And I'd love to hear more about your experiences with the border and contracting and all that kind of stuff like that. So, but I think that's it. I think we've done enough show. I appreciate everybody who's come up, Mr. LaFrance and Hollywood and Mr. Rowe and Dr. Shay and Sky, even you too, Sky Princess, and Aisha and Yo-Yo and.
Well, can we get one final word for 30 seconds?
No, because it's over. It's done.
You went around
30 seconds. It's not going to last 30 seconds, so it's done.
Okay, well, can I give at least one last word?
We can get a last sentence, please.
Right.
I just had a person literally accuse me of being systematically racism in the medical field.
Who said that?
Yes, somebody in the comments said that.
Well, you can't pay attention to the comments. They're not,
No, but I don't like that people are saying that we're systematically racist in the medical field. Look, if any of that is happening, look, When it comes to doctors and everything, if you feel like you're not being
This
acknowledged
dude
at
wants
all,
to go to bed
I
so
would
bad.
really
I'm so
hope.
sorry, bro. I wouldn't have joined. I thought that we were
No,
like in it.
it's not. I let you up because I hate to leave people in the queue. I like to.
Yeah,
If
for
push the button,
sure. Let
come
this
talk
guy
to me.
leave, you guys. Let this guy leave. Go to bed, brother. Be
Yeah.
good. All right.
Okay. Well,
I'm
I
gonna let
was just
Aisha
trying to
finish.
finish. I'm just saying, if you feel like you're not being treated properly, please go to a different doctor. You have the right in America to go to a different doctor. You're not living in Canada, by the way. I'm Canadian. Where you're forced to go to a specific doctor and to see a specialist is going to take you over a year to go see a specialist. So you're living in America. If you feel like you're not being treated properly, please go to another doctor, and you have that right to do that. So,
Absolutely.
Hold on, and she's saying she not even in America, Mr. Denali.
no, oh my God,
No,
Sky, how many
No,
times do I
she
need to
said she's
explain this to you?
Canadian
she's in
and
Southern
she
Sky,
lives
Florida.
in
Sky,
America. That's not the
Sky.
same thing.
Okay, well,
She's
my
Southern
bad. I thought I
Florida.
heard her say she wasn't in America. She Canadian.
No,
Okay.
Sky, I am
No, she's
Canadian. I am
Canadian.
Where y'all
Canadian,
have
and
Born
I'm
universities
in
also an
Canada.
here?
Her
American
mother,
citizen.
her dad is Tunisian. Her mom is from Cuba, and she was born in Canada, and she lives in Southern Southern Florida, and she's 5'4".
Okay, do you
Listen,
understand how
Linda.
hard it is?
There you go.
Have you actually, especially being in the medical field or being a person out here, how hard it's been to get a doctor's appointment or a dentist appointment since the pandemic? Can we also talk about that real quick?
No,
And how
not
many
now.
people have
No,
had
see what I'm saying?
undiagnosed?
It never stops for 30
I
seconds.
think he's trying to
Okay,
move on from
Everybody
well,
have
that.
a
that'll be
great
another
night.
night.
Denali, you just gotta end it, bro.
Everybody have a
Denali, you
great.
just gotta be the boss and be like, hey,
I
good
Yeah.
know,
night.
but
Good
I'm a
night.
big
Hey,
softie. I'm
I
a
can make
softie.
I
Thank you,
can make
Mr.
mine
I'm
30
gonna send
Denali.
you,
Mr.
seconds.
Denali, can I
Nice
Denali,
get
I'm
my
gonna send you
last
talking
enough
to you,
word?
love as soon as you
ladies, all
cancel
of
this
Can
you.
I
shit.
get my
It's
last
gonna be
word,
good.
Mr.
Yeah,
Denali?
SJ, Sarah Jessica Parker, whatever your name is. By the way, read sometime. I did read your statement. You literally said that we are being racist, right? We're not being racist at all. And if you feel like you're being a doctor is being prejudiced towards you, please go to a different doctor.
Right. Okay.
You have the
Got it.
option. So go
Fantastic.
ahead.
Mr. LaFrance,
Yeah,
30
go.
seconds.
Yes, sir. I just want to say I enjoyed the whole conversation. I also I enjoyed most of all talking to Dr. Sheikh. I've been wanting to talk to her for a minute, and I
Oh,
like the way that we had our conversation going before we was interrupted, but we got past that. And so I look forward to talking to Dr. Sheikh again. I do go live every now and again. Dr. Sheikh, if you want to come through my live, and I'll send you an invite if you're on. You can come. We can
You
just
do a live, Doc?
talk.
You
And
do a live, Mr.
Oh,
LaFrance?
yeah,
yeah,
Mr.
I
LaFrance,
see.
I'm about to follow you,
Yes.
okay?
Okay,
I
I
know
have you.
you do
I've
a
been had
live,
you follow.
Mr. LaFrance.
Yeah, Mr. Denali, I sent you an invite. You denied it earlier,
I
so
did?
yeah.
I'm sorry if I
I
did
think
that.
I think it was a battle or something. I don't know. I'm kind of new to all this sending requests and like end up in a battle. I'm like, how did I get here? So, but anyway, yeah. So I really enjoyed talking to Dr. Shay overall, but I enjoyed everybody else too. But I just really wanted to hear her take on things and why she
This guy
voting the way she is, and
Christopher
just
still yapping in the. Christopher, come up here for a second. Mr. Christopher, report to the principal's office right now.
Where you located,
Christopher,
LaFrance?
now you got me all excited again. Mr. Christopher, 5566. Come up here, please. Can you please come up here? I'd like to have a conversation with you, sir. Push the button. Come on up.
Where are you located at, Mr. LaFrance?
I'm in Oklahoma.
Hang on a
Oh,
second,
okay.
everybody. Mr. Christopher
What
is
about
here.
you? What about you?
wait, La France, are you French or no?
Everybody quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Christopher, what is it? What is your deal? I spoke to you earlier on BA's live. What's going on?
Only thing I said, what was your take on the debate? You know,
Oh, okay. My take on the debate. I thought you were trying to start trouble again
no.
because you want me to
Oh, that's the
debate
guy
you.
from last
Can I
night?
clear something up real quick?
I thought you were saying that you want me. You still begging me to debate you.
No.
And scorn
I
how I
thought
treated you when you first came into the live.
I thought I cleared the air up early on BA.
I thought you did. I
live.
thought you did, but that's when you said debate, and I didn't get the context. Like, is he trying to come at me again?
No.
Because
I
apparently,
just want to know your take.
I thought I don't have a take because I didn't watch the whole thing through and through. I was moving around going to debate parties, but I'm going to watch it the next couple of days.
Are you going to debate him, Mr. Denali?
No.
Yes, you just start the
Yeah,
debate.
he wants to, but
No, I
He's
don't.
such,
I don't. First
you
of all, I
such a
don't.
celebrity.
First thing, I don't know you. That's the first thing. So why would I debate you?
Well, you don't really have to, but what I'm saying is that I just label it down as I already won that.
That's fine. Go ahead and tell people. And they'll be like, when did you debate Mr. Denali? Well, I really haven't debated him. So what are you talking about? That's what they're going to ask you.
It's a one up for me. You know, that's all.
I mean, you can lie if you want to. That's fine.
By you not accepting this, kind of like.
Sir, I don't know you. Why would I debate you? Why would Tom Brady play a high school quarterback? For what?
Well, it's not really like, you know, you Tom Brady of any sort.
LeBron James doesn't need to play a high school a high school basketball player. For what? What's in it for LeBron?
Because if you are a winner, you just a winner.
Mr. Christopher, you were scorned in how I treated you 2-3 months ago, right?
Hey, yo, you ain't gonna do this in front of 103 people. I refuse. I'll be damn tonight. You know what? I'll just leave. Drop that. My parachute already out.
No, Christopher.
Bye. Pull the ripcord.
Oh no! Not
What is going
not
on?
the runner.
I dropped his ass. I told him to put his parachute on. When you come up here, you need to have your parachute ready because you never know when the floor is going to drop out underneath you, and you have to pull that parachute. Otherwise, you're going to fall and hit your head.
But you know, it's so fast, you don't think to pull the parachute.
Well, that's not my fault. I might start counting down and then pull, and then you got to pull a ripcord so you can slide out of here. But you're not gonna. He wants me to debate him. Why would I debate him? For what? What's in it for me? I know what's in it for him.
No, Christopher, don't say that. You got to come up.
What did he say?
I don't know. He said IDA.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He got to come up.
Yeah, come back up, Christopher. Come back up. Come back up, Christopher. Come back up.
Hey, Denali, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down, but I'll be back to talk to everybody.
Send me
and
that
everything.
invitation again. I'm sorry, and I'll come to you live.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, no
Is it
problem.
a friend? Is it a friend? Nice to meet you.
Oh, yes,
Is it
nice to meet you.
LaFrance?
This is Yo-Yo
Yes,
LaFrance.
I'm not French. My middle name is LaFrance, but I'm mixed
I think
with
Aisha actually
black, Indian, and white, and some other stuff. So, yeah.
Nice to meet you.
All right, nice to meet everybody. I got everybody followed, so I will be back and we can talk and go
He's
from
not
there.
coming up, so come on up. I'll invite you this time.
And
I'll invite
Dr. Shay, Dr. Shay, you have a cute nose, by the way.
Oh, you just
Okay.
you hit me up. Look, don't tell me that. Now you done got me perked up.
Well, it's true though. I don't say stuff just to be saying I'm a grown man. I just say it the way I see it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, whatever works.
But anyway,
Oh, he said he was
All right.
making the sound you make when you fall in, like from a Christopher.
All right, Christopher, I'm sorry. I'm not going to debate you, okay?
That's funny.
But actually, I thought we already cleared that up.
Oh, okay.
No, Christopher, I am rooting for you guys.
I gave you your flowers in another live, and you just refused to say it's nothing in it.
Hang on a second. You didn't give me flowers. I earned the flowers.
Potato, tomato.
No. When you earn something, that's what you do. You didn't give them to me. I earned them because of what I do on the app, what I do every night on this show, how I conduct myself, how the show is conducted. So
It's you know what? Let me. It's not about your show. It's the integrity and the intelligence in which you possess. It's not about your show. I mean, just listen at your show out. You know what I mean? But
you what?
What does that mean?
What? What?
Now he got me confused. Now, Christopher,
I was making the sound you make when you're falling out of a plane because you did the
He's
parachute.
trying to be funny. He's not funny.
Drop
It's
them
nothing
down.
worse than a person that's trying to be funny and they're not funny. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm out of here. You guys have a great night. Aisha,
he's not going to be able to
Dr.
get
Shay,
one sentence, at least one
Yo-Yo.
sentence.
You've been talking to Christopher. Yo-Yo and whoever that last person is.
Listen, we're the last 3 people on here.
Yay.
What Miss
Yeah.
Sky Prince is at? I thought she was in
Yeah, I
here.
thought Sky Princess was in here.
All right, everybody, have a great morning, and I'll see you guys tomorrow or later on today. Take care. Bye-bye.